whole reason we're interested in Egypt or Kemet, the whole reason, one part of us, or should I say the majority of us, are only interested in Egypt because our white scholars are the whole reason. We go right to Africa, we say we want to see the pyramids of Egypt. We don't want to see Zimbabwe, who has the oldest structures in Africa. The pyramids of Giza, by the way, are not the oldest structures. Neither is the step pyramid from Imhotep. Those are not the oldest structures. The oldest buildings are in Zimbabwe. The whole reason we're interested, but because our white scholars don't want to look at Zimbabwe or give the Congo any credit because they rob in the Congo, because they call Ethiopians niggers. So they don't want to look at Ethiopia, they don't want to look at the Congo, they don't want to look at Zaire, they don't want to look at South Africa, they don't want to look at none of the places that they're robbing. What they make us look at is who other people are robbing, like Egypt, robbed by the Arabs. Arabs are the first ones to come into Egypt and destroy the entire civilization. Persians, first ones. Hittites, first ones. These were not black people fighting black people. These were foreigners coming into the advanced Kushite civilization. And I say Kushite because there is no such thing as Egypt. Egypt is a Greek word. The word was Kemet, K-M-T, and we're not even sure about that either. Because our ancestors didn't write. Everything with our ancestors was oral tradition. This is what we had, oral tradition. And you know what's so real about the oral tradition? Was that you had to be a person of your word.
Come on.
You had to be, imagine a civilization where every word out your mouth must be the truth. Or you fall in that society. You're not respected in that society if you're called a liar, a deceiver. You're exiled out the community. You're probably killed on the spot. Colonists come in with technology, flip the culture. Let me go back. How did they flip the culture? Black people sold us out. Wait, I don't have to dwell on that. Black people sold us out. No nation on earth can defeat us except us. No nation on earth has defeated us except us. Slavery never existed or is existing right now. We are our own worst enemy. We are our own best friend. But how many of us even think we black? This is what we got to think about, because everybody claiming African American and black ain't that. So this is how we get tripped up every time. Nat Turner sold out by another black man. Malcolm X killed by another black man. Come on now. When Martin Luther King was going around yelling, "I have a dream," black folk was like, "What are you talking about? Let me go and watch the stories." No, that's what happened. That's civil rights. That's what it was about. The majority of black folk was just like the majority of black folk today. You have people that are screaming for our freedom, fighting every day to change the situation, and then you have the strip club.
Come on. What?
Look at it. This is us. This is our community. We say we are overrepresented in the prison system, but we're not talking about us doing crimes against our own people. I'm sorry. I was raised in the Bronx. Okay? I see crime every day, even participating. named Juvenile. And back in the day, Juvenile, he got a record out. He used to say, you a paper chaser, you got your block on lock, remain in the G. To the moment you expire, you know what it is. Ain't no crying. Ain't no fronting. You handle your biz. See, the code of the street was, we knew we bad. We know we're doing wrong. We know grandma don't approve of this. So when the white cop shoots us down in the street, there it is. Well, you don't think we had white cops shooting us down in the Bronx? Of course we did. Matter of fact, all through the I Have a Dream speech in 1963, Dr. King is talking about police brutality.
Yeah.
In 63. But still black folk live out Bob Marley's song. He says, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Don't worry about atomic energy, because none of them can stop the time. Bob was cold. He was talking quantum mechanics. He was saying time is what is real. He's talking Einstein, theories of relativity. Time is what it, well, actually, theory of relativity, time is not real. But Bob Marley is talking about their plans to blow up the world is not over the order of nature. So why are you afraid of what they're saying and not more afraid of not being in line with the universe? So the song goes on. The song goes on and it says, how long will they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? This is 1975 Bob wrote. That's called Redemption Song. Okay? 75, he's telling people, how long y'all gonna look at our prophets getting shot down, killed, unsupported, blocked, in prison? How long are we gonna see our prophets go down before we stand up and say something? This is 75. That's back in 63. Here we are, 2016, same thing. Come on. We should be ashamed of ourselves. We should never call the names of our ancestors in the condition of our community today. Every time we say Imhotep, we bring his name down to our ridiculous level. You don't speak the name of your ancestors and not be them. So when you say Imhotep, that's not something to study objectively. Oh yes, that's Imhotep and there's me.
Right.
No, everybody else has to study Imhotep like that. Because Imhotep is not their direct ascendant. You, black people, are not supposed to be studying objectively about yourself. You're supposed to be studying subjectively about yourself. Everything I study, I'm going to be becoming. That has to do with me. When I read about Frederick Douglass, I'm going to take on his character. That's the whole point of reading it. What's the point of reading it? Not being him.
Yeah.
The next time I read Harriet Tubman, they call her Minty. Other knows her as Moses. She had all kind of names. Harriet Tubman, I'm going to be her. How do you be Harriet Tubman? Well, you get knowledge. You get $1 billion. You go take your family somewhere out of the madness, and then you go back to the hood. Harriet Tubman. I'll say it again. Okay. Get my cut signs coming. Harriet Tubman. How do you become Harriet Tubman? You win freedom for yourself first. You take your family and you put them on. You go back to the hood. Grab 2-3 more heads. Yeah. Let's go. Only a few of us are doing this. Hip hop is one of the only reduce it to a music genre. Hip hop is one of the only ones, and I say one of because reggae does it a little bit as well. But it is in our culture that when you make it, you always bring your boys with you. You always bring your crew with you, your clique with you. Everything about us is always cliquish, crewish, team, nation, community. Even when we're at our worst, doing the dumbest things on TV and radio, saying craziness, none of that has defeated the soul of us. The soul of us. Our soul is not on MTV or BET or any mass media. It's not where our soul is. That's the commercialization of our soul.
Come on.
That's not our soul. Our soul is in this room right now.
Yeah.
Our soul cannot be written down. Our soul cannot be captured. We are our soul. We are the collective ancestry of our souls. Listen to what I said. We are the collective ancestry of our soul. We are what make up the soul. Our soul is hurting right now because our ancestors are not being honored.
Come on.
Grandma just died the other day. Granddad just went on the other day. Mom's not here. Take their picture out and keep it on the wall. Keep it by your desk. Keep it by your bed. It means a lot to them on the other side. It may be a little weird for you guys, but I practice mediumship. I talk to the dead all the time. Those that get this word in your mind as well. Mediumship. Mediums, that's what they're called in English, but back in Africa they were called kandakes, and they were black women that were able to see the future and talk to the dead. In Greece, they were called augurs, and they trained young white Greek men to become augurs. Get this, I'm diverting, but I have to say this and substantiate this. Your ancestry, your black ancestry does not come from any people on the earth. All the people on the earth come from you. You come from natural forces. Try to understand it. Africans are the first self-aware beings on the earth. Try to get this. Try to feel this subjectively. When they talk about hominids, prehistoric humans, these are racist terms. At no time was you an ape or a monkey. At no time were you this. At no time. However, we are among the ape and chimpanzee family. A cat is not a cougar. A cougar's not a lion. A lion's not a tiger. They're all cats. We are not apes and monkeys, but we are from that family. And we became self-aware. Imagine all the stages of humanity over millions of years evolving in Africa until finally a self-aware human being arrives on the planet. We are not just the first human beings, we're the last human being. You gotta hear me. Don't think just first. Yo, we the first, you are. But that first is not a real first, it's really a last. You are the end result of human perfection. Nothing else passed you in human history so far. Now the future can change. Another human intelligence can arise out of all of us and rise a new race of people rise that are clearly more intelligent. It hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened in 1 million years. Hasn't happened in 250,000 years. Hasn't happened in 150,000 years. Hasn't happened in 50, 40, 30. Hasn't happened. Humanity has not progressed past you.
Come on.
The only way humanity is going to progress is when you.
Come on, sir.
I was going to say something else, but that's the point. When we, black people, the only, wait a minute, I'm not going to say only. Everybody else, I'm not going to degrade anybody, and I'm saying that to say that I can. My respect for humanity refuses to degrade those who have come from humanity. However, I refuse to have my people degraded and given a history that we're calling ourselves what people who came after us are calling themselves. We're taking our entire cue of history based on what those who came after us are taking as history. They look at their history objectively, so we do. I gotta close, I know, and so let me bring it to this level. Let me talk 2 minutes on the soul. Because here's where our salvation really is. At the beginning of this talk, I talked about a plumber, electrician, and I think a painter. Looking at the room and looking at awareness. Let's add a fourth person to that room. A priest walks into the room. The electrician sees electronics, the plumber sees the plumbing, the painter sees the paint on the wall, the priest sees God. You see, how often do you say that word in your day? Think about how many times you say God.
Yeah.
God don't belong to nobody but you. Africans created God. Do you hear me? Africans, God is an African concept. No religion originated in Europe. None. Therefore, no European has the right to tell black people you can't have the 10 Commandments in public spaces. That's an African document, the 10 Commandments. White people are going to tell us we can't look at the 10 Commandments in public places that we pay taxes to, and we accept that. We let them take the 10 Commandments out of society, and that's our information. Moses, a black man, born in the city, the record. There's a record called Why Is That? Go look it up. Moses was a black man in Africa. The 10 Commandments are not to be looked at objectively.
Come on.
When you look at the 10 Commandments, you're looking at your ancestors' strategy for civilization. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at the level of humanity that our ancestors rose to. Look at it. The 10 Commandments says, thou shalt not steal, kill, lie, be envious of other people. Why would you take that out of society?
Come on, right.
Why would you take that out? And right after they took it out of society, mass shootings in schools, mass shootings in movie theaters, mass, just, okay, nobody's connected nothing. Nobody's connected. You take the law out of society.
Yeah.
And then you expect people to follow what?
Right.
Science?
Right.
Science is nothing. I'm talking about the entire discipline of science is zero to the soul.
Come on.
Zero. I challenge any scientist. The whole idea of science is observation.
Come on.
Objective knowing. You're trying to know the universe from your limited understanding. You're going to invent a tool to look at the world. You don't even know what you're looking at. And why don't you know what you're looking at? Yet the Dogon people in Africa knew exactly what they were looking at. How is that possible? This is what we got to ask ourselves. How is it possible that Newton and Copernicus and all these people can come up with these theories late in human history?
Late.
And Africans 10,500 years ago, forget 10,000, I'm talking about the pyramids of Giza, forget that. 60,000 years ago, Naga civilization, they charted the Orion Belt right there. 60,000 years ago, and left it as evidence for all to see. Now, if this is what our ancestors was doing, don't read about it. Try to do it yourself.
Yeah.
How do you do it yourself? First, you become the Dogon. You do whatever you do. You eat their food, you put on the clothes, you'd be surprised what you learn. It's called anthropology. When you become, you join a culture, you become it. So that you can learn it. White people do it all the time. Why we ain't doing it? Why we ain't doing it? Let's do some cultural anthropology on Africans, on ancient Africans. Let's become these astronomers and these agriculturists and these scientists. Let's become them.
Yeah.
And when we become them, then we'll discover their secrets. They never wrote their secrets down. Do you realize that the Pharaoh's crown in Egypt was never found? They did all this robbing of Egypt. They never found the Pharaoh's crown. Thank you. They never found the Pharaoh's crown. Never. Imagine, they never tell you that either. They'll never tell you also that when you go to Egypt, to get into the pyramids, most tourists, all tourists, walk through a thief's entrance. The Arabs blew a hole in the side of the pyramid of Giza trying to get in to steal its wealth. And that hole that they blew into the side of Giza is the hole today that people walk into the pyramid of Giza, tourists walk in right now. They're walking into a thieves' hole. They don't belong there. Never go to Egypt and walk into the pyramids, ever. The pharaohs did not want you to. That's why they sealed it up. Don't break the law. This is how you arrive at their thinking. You gotta know that the colonist is a criminal. And if you keep following colonial rule, you're making yourself criminal to your own ancestors. You don't need to go to Egypt. You are Egypt. You don't need to go nowhere but in yourself and pull out your ancient ancestry. When you become your ancient ancestry, the devil got a problem. Got a problem. Last point. I know I said that already. I am trying to respect the time. Last point on soul. You get this point. Become your ancestors. Here's the other piece. Where is the soul? Your soul is with you now. I'm going to give you an exercise and I'm going to be out. Like I said, this is a longer conversation. So much more to talk about. Oh, you know what? In fact, I had, this is a prepared lecture. This is a prepared speech. It talks about Virginia, 1619 Jamestown, Virginia. And I point out some interesting facts, starting with the idea that slavery was not even legal in Virginia until 1641. So the first Africans to get off the ship could not have been slaves in Virginia because there was no slavery in Virginia in 1619. It was, if there was any slavery, it was Spanish enslavement. The Spanish were already here in the 1500s. They had African slaves coming with them as well, but they also had African artists, African technicians, African warriors. They only want to tell you, oh, the slaves was there with them. No, the Spanish, just like Napoleon, when Napoleon went to Egypt, Napoleon didn't bring just soldiers. Napoleon brought architects, scientists, painters, all kinds of people went over. Same thing with the Spanish. Spanish came over in the 1500s. They start messing with South America and so on. And so anyway, I talk about all of that here. If you want a copy of it, Z, you're going to have this. Z already has it. So just check with Z. She'll give you a copy of it. You should know this is great knowledge. But I say that to say, now where's your soul? Here's the exercise. This is what they used to teach in the ancient mystery systems. I learned it from someone on the other side, actually. Here's the technique. First, let us, all right, take the word hip hop, for instance. Hip hop. Let's take the word hip hop for me. The word hip hop. At the count of 3, let us say hip hop to ourselves. Don't say it out loud. Just at the count of 3, we're all going to say hip hop to ourselves. 1, 2, 3. Now, the ancient spiritual teacher would ask you after you did this, what is it that just spoke? Let's do it again. On the count of 3, let us say hip hop. Don't say it out loud. Just say it to yourself. 1, 2, 3. What just spoke? The self. This is where ancient Kemetic knowledge rested. The colonizer thought that thought was in the mind. Here, this is the reason we say that we think with our heads. That's a colonial idea. Ancient Africans said you think with your heart, which is why your heart was weighed on that feather against the feather in Kemetic knowledge. On the judgment day, your heart had to be lighter than a feather for you to enter into the kingdom of heaven. The ma'at, or the concept of ma'at. Justice, the balancing of the scale. Your heart had to balance a feather. Look how cruel the Egyptians were. You put a feather on this side and your heart on the other. And imagine the feather was supposed to go down and your heart up. You were supposed to have a light heart at death.
Come on.
No anger, no hate, no guilt, no fear, none of that. Light heart at death. So why did I say hip hop to yourself? Because the teacher would ask you, who spoke that? Who said that? How is it possible for you to speak without your mouth? You just spoke. You said, and you did not move anything physical. Yet you spoke.
Come on.
Go further, the teacher would take you further and say, but you heard yourself speaking.
Yeah.
What ear heard you speak? You did not speak jaw. You're not using your larynx to speak, so your ears can't pick it up. The ears work on vibrations. So how is it that you can say and hear it? Go further. The teacher would say, well, if you close your eyes, you can see this word, hip hop. What sight is that?
Come on.
When you close your eyes, you can even see the word hip hop better. What is the sight that sees your future? or sees your past. When someone says, yo, last week we was at the club, and you could see it. You say, yo, next week, I'm gonna go to college. You can see it. Your two eyes, these two eyes in your head don't see your past or your future or your present. Again, the two eyes in your head does not see the past or the future. What sight then sees the past and the future? All of this is your soul. All of this is the first you. The flesh is a manifestation of your consciousness. This is only here. This is only here to prove your consciousness. Your consciousness wants evidence of itself. That's self-awareness. Your consciousness wants evidence of itself. So it creates this. This. But this is not you.
Come on.
You are the creator of this. You're not the body. You're the light within it.
Yes, yes.
This light can see, hear, and speak without the body.
Yes.
You're already dead now. Because when the body drops off, look at this, with the body, you can speak, see, and hear without it. So imagine when the body drops off, you can still see, hear, and speak. Because you're doing it now. The more you go within and speak with this voice, the voice that is within you is not the voice out here. The voice that's within you is also in an inner environment. That's called the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
That inner voice is in a place. It's in a place. And the more you get with that voice, speak with that voice, give that voice the words you'd like to see in your reality. Give that inner voice the words for it to see what you want to be of yourself. This is the soul. When your body drops off, you can still speak, hear, and see. So try to close the eyes more and see without these eyes, like see your future. Try not to speak so much out in the open about what your plans are and what you want to do. Tell them to yourself. Finally, listen. Because once you're in that space, no body, no physical, okay? You're talking without the body. You're hearing without the body. You're seeing without the body. So there is no death. Get rid of that concept now, especially while you're young. I got rid of it like 35 years ago. I was able to do some amazing things because I don't fear death. The fear of death is what holds us all back from success. And that's what the colonizer puts on us. I'll kill you. But once you realize that there is no death, and in fact, no lesser being can destroy a higher being. That's physics in nature. Anybody coming at you with hate, to see, they're already destroyed. What Martin Luther King said was, don't let them take your soul. Don't stoop to their level and allow your soul to be taken. Then you lost. Yeshua said, don't be afraid of the guy that can kill the body. Be afraid of the one that can kill the soul. This is what you must hold on to, your soul. Black history is the recorded documentation of the immortality of the human soul. That's Black history. Black history documents the indestructibility of the human soul. All through our history, what do you see? Resilience, strength, outsmarting these demons, getting over. How do you have an African American president in a racist country? We're some great people. No, think about this. Think about this, because this is soul. This is not, oh, he's there because we voted. Think of your soul that is outside of all this material stuff. Start to read the language of soul. And you'll start to see there are no good and bad people. There are forces in the world that we are all attuned to. Some of us are attuned to the thief force. Some of us are attuned to the murderer, liar, deceiver force. Others of us are attuned to the love, mercy, knowledge force, justice force. The worst thing in the world is for a real thief to try to correct himself. That's terrible. That's controversial, isn't it? A real murderer should be a murderer. God wants that. Can you live on this level? Can you live on such a level of acceptance where if someone even robs you, you say this is the will of God? Because nothing can stop me. Nothing. The only thing that can happen to me is what my inner voice wants to happen. And so this voice didn't want this, so obviously this is my good. This is my good. Be careful with these sciences. They are ancient. You have to be of the bloodline to even acknowledge this. There are people in this room, respect to everyone here, but only 10% of you are really going to rise. Let's keep it real before I run out of here. You got to ask yourself, am I that 10? That's what you got to ask as we leave this lecture right now and you become your ancestors and you reunite with your soul. You stand up and you say, am I that one? Am I that one? This is what you ask yourself tonight. There are people here right now in this room in a crossroads of their lives. You don't know whether you should stay in school. You might want to quit. Times are hard. Money is crunching you. Listen to what I'm saying to you right now. Don't chase money. The minute you chase money, it stops chasing you.
Wow.
One of the greatest avenues toward wealth is charity.
Yes.
Give of yourself, and people will eventually pay you.
Yes.
Thanks for listening to me.
Y'all gotta get up. Get up. Get up.
Blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia-Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of Astronomy from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its makeup has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets, moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for more information.
This is the order of the Nyabingi. And I said death to black or white dung pressure. So this fire is here to eliminate all confusion, all weak heart, all wicked get burned up in the lake of fire. That side. So this fire teach I and I to have a clean hands and a pure heart. That's the only way you can see the Most High face, is to walk straight and clean. Haile! Haile! Jaricha! Haile! As I and I lift up our eyes unto the hills, for whence cometh I and I strength. I and I strength cometh from the Most High, Kadamawi, Haile Selassie the first. Haile Selassie who have made Zion and earth, from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. The name of the true and living I, Haile Selassie the first, and Empress Menen I, is so worthy to be praised. So I and I say, let Jah arise, let all his enemies be scattered. Let them that hate him flee before him. As smoke is driven away, so drive them away as the wax melted before the fire. Yeah. So let the wicked perish at the presence of the Most High, Haile Selassie the first. Yeah. But let I and I the righteous be glad. Let I and I exceedingly rejoice. Sing praise unto Jah, sing praise unto him. From the heavens by his name, Jah! Rastafari. A father of the fatherless, a judge of the widow, is Haile Selassie the first in his holy habitation. Our Jah shall come, he will never keep silent. A fire shall go before him and burn up all his enemy round and about, leave them neither root nor branch. Set the Most High Selassie Jah Rastafari. One perfect love to each and every one. Give thanks. My Lord.
Haile!
Rastafari.
Words of any mouth, and the meditation of any heart, the acceptable Most High. Jah Rastafari.
His Imperial Majesty Selassie I first side. His Imperial Majesty Selassie and Empress Haile, at I strength and I redeem. Haile! Haile!
To the kings of kings and the lords of lords, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, the elect of God and light of this world, his own divine majesty, Empress Selassie, first ancient king of creation, King Alpha and Queen Omega, beginning without end, the first without last, protectorate of our human faith and ruler of the universe. So we hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, great and terrible God, Jah Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reigneth in the heart of all flesh. Our the Most High, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou Most High God, Jah Rastafari. God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, great and terrible God, Jah Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reigneth in the heart of all flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari, hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cast thine holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah Rastafari, henceforth and forevermore. So hear our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari, children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. King Selassie, Jah Rastafari, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks. Yes, we are going to walk around the fire. Favor one time and then we go up the sun with the eyes in. So, it is gonna be a fire. Fire, now you're being the fire. Just on everyone, I'm gonna get him saved. Not pardon to the world they have done. It is gonna be a fire. Fire, fire, bring me fire. Once it was water, but now Jah coming with a burning fire. Once it was water, but now Jah coming with a burning fire. Yes, and everyone I go get him filled. Gonna be a fire, 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 bring the fire. It is gonna be a fire, at the fire, fire, bring the fire. It is gonna be a fire, judgment fire, fire, bring the fire. It is gonna be a fire, at a fire, naya bring it fire. Yes, and everyone gonna get his strength. Yes, according to the work they have done. It is gonna be a fire, at a fire, naya bring it fire.
This is Radio Anu International. Cutting and clearing, renting and tearing.
Welcome back to America in Black. I'm CBS Morning's featured host, Vladimir Duthier. In the world of high finance, where very few people of color thrive, John Rogers and Eddie Brown have succeeded in ways most Wall Street investors can only dream of. Over 40 years ago, They founded the two oldest Black-owned investment firms in American history. Their firms, Ariel Investments and Brown Capital, invest money for people and institutions and have tens of billions of dollars under management. But for these two trailblazers, their legacy isn't the wealth they've created for their clients and themselves, but rather their efforts to inspire and lead others in their community to do the same. It's October at the famous National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. The sold-out crowd has turned out to honor two of the most successful Wall Street investors in history. 83-year-old Eddie Brown and 66-year-old John Rogers. Brown is the founder and executive chairman of Brown Capital, which has over $10 billion in assets and is the second oldest Black-owned investment firm in America. Rogers is the founder and co-CEO of Ariel Investments, the first Black-owned investment firm in the country with $15 billion in assets. Two of the oldest Black financial investment firms in America, created just months apart in 1983. We sat down with these two men to discuss their awe-inspiring journey from humble beginnings.
It's a work in progress.
And the ways they are trying to inspire a new generation to build wealth in the Black community. Where did you grow up?
A little town near Orlando, Apopka, Florida.
Born in 1940 to a 13-year-old unwed mother, Eddie Brown grew up on the fields in the Jim Crow South.
It was during the time of segregation, and the railroad tracks separated, quote, the Black section from the white section. We had an outhouse. That's why when I go to events, I try to avoid porta potties.
Brings back memories.
Brings back these memories. Had no running water. We had no electricity.
At the age of 2, his mother left him to be raised by his grandmother.
So my grandmother, to her credit, she would take me over to what was known as the big city, Orlando, on a Saturday. She would show me men sitting behind a desk. So she would say, if you stay in school, study hard, go to college, you one day can sit behind a desk with a white shirt and tie.
And that appealed to you?
Oh, that was a vision. There's no question that I was going to stay in school, study hard, go to college, and one day be able to sit behind that desk as opposed to in the hot sun out in the fields.
His first step, going to college at the age of 16 after he was accepted into Howard University.
I loved electronics and putting together electronic kits and stuff. I said, okay, I'm going to major in electrical engineering. It turned out to be good decisions.
Yeah, a good decision indeed. He spent years as an engineer at IBM, but it was while he was getting his MBA that his interest in finance was sparked. When did you first start to consider that you wanted to pursue a career in finance?
For many years, read about companies and managements. But then when I began to look at, gee whiz, Wall Street, man, people make a lot of money on Wall Street, that I could really do this.
In 1973, Brown moved to Baltimore with his family and became a portfolio manager for the financial investment firm T. Rowe Price.
The firm was founded in 1937. And until I came, they'd never had an African-American professional.
There were very few Black people on Wall Street in general.
That's right.
Deter you at all?
No.
Not at all?
Never even thought about it.
You didn't even think about it? Yeah,
No.
you didn't think about it.
I say money is green.
After a decade at T. Rowe Price, in 1983, Brown started his own financial firm, Brown Capital, and even made appearances on one of the most popular investing shows.
Our panelists are Eddie Brown,
Wall Street Week with Louis Rukeyser.
You watched Eddie on Wall Street Week?
I loved watching Eddie on Wall Street Week when he would show up. Eddie was such a pioneer there.
A pioneer in his own right, John Rogers was born in 1958 and raised in Hyde Park, Chicago, the son of Jules Lafontaine, a prominent lawyer in the Nixon administration, and John Rogers Sr., a Tuskegee Airman and attorney.
Was there
ever a thought in your mind that you might pursue law?
I never really thought about pursuing law in any kind of serious way. I saw how hard it was being an African-American lawyer at the time when they were building their careers.
Despite his privileged upbringing, family hardship and trauma has shaped his experience.
Your family has been very close to the center of really seismic events in American history, including what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
So my great-grandfather, J.B. Stratford, owned the Stratford Hotel in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that was destroyed during the Tulsa Race Massacre. He was one of the wealthiest Black Americans in the country, not only in Tulsa. I just can't imagine as an entrepreneur how heartbreaking it must have been to be a leader in the community, have created all this wealth, and see it destroyed overnight.
For Rogers, the seeds for creating lasting wealth were planted early.
My father, he decided that every birthday and every Christmas after I was 12 years old, I would get stocks instead of toys. At first, that wasn't fun.
But what wasn't fun soon became an obsession.
I was a vendor at Wrigley Field and White Sox Park, and so I would take my earnings and add them to the stock portfolios my dad was already building for me.
He attended Princeton University, where he was captain of the basketball team. And 3 years after graduating with a degree in economics, at 24 years old, he raised $10,000 and in 1983 started Ariel Investments.
You come out of college and you say to yourself, I'm going to become one of the youngest CEOs in the investment world?
Here in Chicago, we were known as a mecca for African-American entrepreneurs. And George Johnson, who had created AfroSheen, became the first African-American company listed on a major stock exchange. He had started his business at a young age. Having those pioneers here was a big reason I had confidence.
As their companies grew, they soon were a part of an elite group of Wall Street investors. But each man, Rogers in Chicago and Brown in Baltimore, sought ways to give back. In Baltimore, Maryland, for over 20 years, Eddie and his wife Sylvia have donated millions to the Living Classroom Schools Turning the Corner Achievement Program, finding the most at-risk middle school students in the Baltimore area and helping them to achieve.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
It's one of the greatest delights in our lives to see children that come here at least 2 grades behind. Within the first year, they get up to grade level.
Over 1,000 students who are on the verge of failing have gone through the program, continuing on to high school and graduating at a high rate.
We are so proud of all of you, and we know your journey to make all of you successful.
Why was that important for you to give young, underprivileged children a head start?
I could relate to what it's like to basically have no good support, and if it hadn't been for certain things, I wouldn't be where I am today. Congratulations. Great.
In Chicago, at the Ariel Community Academy, John Rogers feels right at home.
Can you find this?
Hey, what's your name?
Ashley.
He also focused his impact on education, helping create this public school more than 25 years ago that teaches students financial literacy.
Warren Buffett always says earlier, invest in your circle of competence.
You've taken your time to establish this school here in Chicago.
I had the idea after a couple of years that we should create a financial literacy program and give the kids real money to invest in real stocks. You got to jump in and chase the bandwagon.
And by endowing a student investment portfolio of over $300,000, the students learn with real money.
Game out for me what you hope these young students will get over time by what you're doing in this school.
We give every first grade class a $20,000 gift, and after 8th grade it was worth over $50,000. The kids would get to share in the profits when they graduated. So they would see how long-term investing could be successful and how it could benefit them over time. Hi. Hi.
Do you feel the ghost of your ancestors when you are walking the halls where so many children are inspired by you and your story?
Makes me feel that my trying to fight for economic justice and to try to find and help financial literacy for our Black community, I think is tied to the legacy of my family. It's in my DNA.
What do you think your legacy will be?
You know, I remember our older daughter said something when I used to go off on business trips. Stay on the path and make footprints.
Stay on the path and make footprints for others to follow.
For other followers. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to another episode of India and Global Left. Today we have with us a very special guest, Dr. Jemima Pierre. Dr. Jemima Pierre is professor of global race in the Institute of Race, Gender, Sexuality and Social Justice at the University of British Columbia and a research associate at the Center for the Study of Race, Gender and Class at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. Dr. Pierre, welcome to India and Global Left.
Thanks so much for having me.
I want to have you to not just discuss about why Haiti is in news, and we know every time Haiti is in news, there is a sinister underhand design on part of Western powers, but also to place Haiti in the long historical timeline. I think it's a good moment to take a look at that, since our textbooks exclude history of these regions, let alone our media, who never tells us anything about these regions. And I want to start with, I want to spend more time with slavery and what happens in the aftermath. But if you can very briefly tell us a little bit about the period since the landing of Christopher Columbus in the island. I mean, a lot is told about the technological prowess of the circumnavigation project, spirit of entrepreneurship, European superiority, and so on. But when one looks at the decimation of the indigenous people in the island, brutalization, import of disease, and so on, it's a different story. Can you just very quickly give us a brief of that?
Yeah, so, Haiti is very much central to the history of the European colonization of the Western Hemisphere. They landed in Hispaniola, which is the island where Haiti shares the island with the country, the Dominican Republic. And so it's, the decimation of the indigenous population by the Europeans, and then the need for labor to deal with all the resources and the riches that these lands had to offer. And so Haiti became one of the most lucrative colonies for the French. There was, infighting amongst the Europeans, of course, which has always been the case. But, the Spanish and the French both claimed the island, and then they decided to deal with they came up with a plan where they split the island in two, and the French took the western part and the Spanish took the eastern part. But what also that meant then was, so then you had French, so you have like the enslaving powers getting rich off of one another. So, at some point you had the Portuguese who led, and then the Danish, and then the Spanish, and then the French, over a couple hundred years, these are the people who take over, and then the British, right? But for France, Haiti became the richest colony for them, with a huge population of Africans. And the reason why it was so rich, and the reason why the population was so great, was because slavery was so brutal in the Caribbean and in particular Latin America, and the average lifespan of an African was 5 to 7 years. And so they felt that it was cheaper to keep bringing Africans than to actually, grow, have them reproduce themselves. Unlike, for example, like the US, which had more of a New World born African population, right? And so they kept bringing in these Africans. And by the time you get to the 1700s, you have the majority, these were huge plantations, the majority of the population were Africans, like at the break of the slave revolt, the major slave revolt, 500,000 people were Africans, 30,000 were mixed race population, right? Which is a crazy history of enslavement and rape and sexual exploitation of African women. And then you have the white population was about 30,000. So this itself also actually helped Haiti win, but Haiti then becomes the first and only successful slave revolt in modern history.
I want to stop you there because we would dig a little bit deeper. But before that, if I can stay with this a little bit, because when I read history of Haiti, I mean, it reminds me in a very different way of the mines of Carorico for the Spanish Empire, the silver mines I'm talking about, and how significant that was for the economy of the Spanish Empire. And it seems to me that slave labor from Africa constituted in Saint Dominic became a kind of another commodity, which was very, very essential to the French Empire. I mean, in the end of the 17th century, I looked up figure, it was just 5,000 slaves. And, you know, the end of the 18th century, which we now dig deeper, we have 500,000. Tell us a little bit about this transatlantic slave trade, coffee, sugar, shipping insurance, because I think that gives us a sense how central slavery is to colonialism, plantation capitalism, and probably racism, which is
and the world, and capitalism. I mean, yes. the most famous book is Eric Williams' book, Capitalism and Slavery, which I think everyone should read. Which talks about how it is that it is the slave trade. And I have to be very careful because I don't like to use the word slave and I don't like to use the word slave trade. It's European commercial trade in Africans, because these people were people that were enslaved, that were made into commodities, right? So, and I want to be very careful about that. But it is the trade in Africans that actually gave a boost to European, the Europeans didn't have the resources and so on and so forth. They had the navigational technology that took them to different places. But it is what we call the triangular trade, which meant Africans from Africa sent over to the Western Hemisphere, and then that provided labor and resources. And then these goods then are sent up to Europe, right? For the creation of industry. So this is where you have the beginnings of like the Industrial Revolution, because it is because of the trade in Africans that you had to get better navigational skills, shipping industry, insurance, right? The growth of insurance, which is why, London remains the big capital for financial transactions. These ports, in Liverpool, all these major ports that grow. So you have the rise of the industrialization because of free labor and cheap resources being sent to be manufactured and then brought back down to the rest of the world to, back to Africa in finished products, which actually then allowed Europe, to develop its capitalism, to grow more, and then be able to go back and colonize the African continent. So you cannot talk about colonization without talking about slavery, because they're very much linked, because it is the enslavement of Africans that decimated the African continent by removing human resources, underdeveloping Africa, right? And then coming back as, Europe grows, right, through these trade and cheap labor and free things, then grows well enough to go back and fully colonize the African continent. So I think those are very important. France also had other colonies in the region, right? So it had, and they still, I call them colonies, but they call them overseas departments, right? Martinique and Guadeloupe, which are still French territories in the Caribbean. But France also had colonies in the North America, right? In what is now Canada, but also the US. In fact, one of the things that, the Haitian Revolution did was actually make France give up its dream of a French empire in the Western Hemisphere. Because once the enslaved Africans revolted, and after 13 years of war against the French, not just the French, but the Spanish and the British, who kept coming in trying to take over this very lucrative island, France had to basically sell off the Louisiana territory in the US, which is a huge purchase. for a very cheap price of $9 million, which actually helped the U.S. grow double the size of the U.S. And so yes, I think people need to understand how important this is to world history, to the development, the enslavement of Africans, to how important it is to the development of capitalism, but also to the consolidation of European imperialism and the establishment of colonization, in Asia and Africa, right? And so all these things are very much linked together. And then how that works later on, because even after slavery, what ends up happening is the British bringing in indentured servants from Asia to take over the labor process. But yeah, so I can stop there, but it is important. The other thing I wanted to say quickly is people are taught the French Revolution, the American Revolution. They're not taught the Haitian Revolution. And those are the three major revolutions at the time around, that happened around the same time, right? The Haiti becomes the second independent republic in the Western Hemisphere, but the first free one, because the U.S. still had slavery. The U.S. had slavery for 60 more years after that. So so you have them back to back. You have the French Revolution, the U.S. Revolution, the U.S. Revolution, French Revolution, Haitian Revolution, and those things cannot be taught without one another.
Just a passing comment from one of your essay that I read, where you say, and I was trying to find the exact quotation, but you basically say that Haiti is this laboratory of colonialism. I want to spend a little bit of time on the revolutionary days, 1791 to 1804. As you said, I also came out of a left tradition where talks about revolutions, where it starts generally with the French Revolution. If you are too much on the left, even American Revolution is a little bit ignored. But the French Revolution and then Russian and Chinese revolutions, and these are the sort of commonly talked points about. And I was not a humanities student. I started as an engineer, so I only read what was there in popular literature. But then I started reading Eric Hobsbawm's Age of Revolution, and it was not a book on Haiti, it's a book on Europe, but he mentions that a major significance of the French Revolution was ultimately the first slave revolt, rebellion, and the constitution of this Black Republic. Walk us through some of these exciting moments of the 1790s and leading up to the overthrow of Napoleon, in a sense. Perhaps the strongest empire was overthrown by the slaves.
Right. So I have to also say, I'm not a historian necessarily, so I don't know all the details, but I do know I teach the Haitian Revolution, and part of that is to think about what it is you had a three-class system on the island. So you had the white planters, right? And then you had the children of white planters who the free blacks, and they call them the gens de couleurs. Half of them were like mixed race free black men, but also a few black people who actually were able to buy their freedom, right? So you have the white planters at the top, and within the white planters, you have like the working class whites, but also the grand blanc. They call the grand blanc, the big whites and the petit blanc. You have the middle population, and these are two small populations. And then you have the huge African population. And what happens is you have the breakout. So you always had revolts, right? Because the only place, there's a famous quote, I think, by Theology, and this is the only place Africans did not revolt were in the pages of white historians, right?
That's a good one.
And so there was always revolts, but I think the character of the plantation in Haiti really made a big difference, right? The fact that these Africans had only been there for 5 to 7 years, they knew freedom, right? It wasn't like this was, a place that they were born, a lot of them were not born into that condition, right? They were brought over. And so what ends up happening is when you do have the beginnings of the French Revolution, you have the mulatto elite in Haiti who also, a lot of them owned Africans, right? They were their father's children, right? They felt like they were being discriminated against by the white planter class on the island, and they wanted freedom and so on and so forth. So at first,
this story, so just to be clear, this story is somewhat similar to the American Revolution story. The kind of Creoles are trying to gain independence from the metropolis.
Right, no, but the Creoles are different here. We're talking about a mixed race. So we talk about the white planters, right? And then we're talking about the gens de couleur, the mixed race or the black free class, or the free black population, right? Who always felt, who are competing with the white class, right? The U.S. did not have that, right? Because the U.S. also had one drop rule where they did not allow a middle class, a middle group of mixed race or free blacks to have as much power or control as in the Caribbean and other places, right? So what you have is this group of mixed who also felt like they were competing with the big whites, the whites and the island. So when the French Revolution breaks out, what you have then is they're saying, well, liberté, égalité, fraternité. So they send a group to France, and they're like, well, we want equal opportunity, equal rights from the whites. They say no, right? So the whites are saying, we're not going to do that. In the meantime, the Africans are like, oh, we're going to rise up. So then you have the Africans rise up. So at first they're fighting against both the free mixed population and the whites. And then what really turns the corner is when that middle group realizes that the whites will not give them the power that they want. So the two groups join together, right? So the free black group joined with the enslaved black group. And this is when you have really the big force of the revolution and the shift in the revolution. So what's happening is you have the French, they're dealing with their things. And so Napoleon they decided that they need to keep this they need to control this. So at first they tried to use, this is where you have the rise of Toussaint Louverture, who was a free man, an African, who was, able to actually take over and lead an army against. And at first he worked with the Spanish against the French. At first the French used them as a way to stab off the Spanish, right? And they're like, okay, and all he wanted was saying like, well, we want to end slavery. We want freedom. And so at first what the French do is say, okay, yeah, we're gonna say we're not gonna allow slavery anymore. We're gonna end slavery, and so it did it for the rest of the island, for all the French colonies, right, in the Caribbean. But then what happens is Toussaint Louverture gets, so for the longest time, then he was like the leader of the island on behalf of France. He worked on behalf of France, trying to hold the colony on behalf of France. But then they betrayed him, which is what the Europeans do. They betrayed him and basically, were able to capture him, put him on a boat. This is in 1803. Capture him, put him on a boat, send him to France, where he dies in a dungeon, right, in France. And that's when you have the rise of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. And Henri Christophe, then, who would lead the revolution. And I have to say, because this is not going to show up in the Napoleon movie that's out, whatever, but Haiti defeated the most powerful military at the time. You have these enslaved Africans were able to destroy the French army. They lost about 50,000 soldiers in Haiti and then some.
Sorry, and it's really important to stress that this was prior to Napoleon's eventual downfall, the debacle in Spain and Russia. So this is the period where Napoleon was actually rising. This was not, Russia or Spain towards the fag end.
Yes, and it was Haiti. It was Haiti that defeated that army that became, so that's very important, right? Because it defeated that military, and they could not, once you lose your most lucrative colony, right? Then what do? So they basically licked their wounds and sold off the Louisiana Purchase and gave up the dream of empire. But Haiti paid for that, right? I mean, because that's the other thing. Haiti paid for winning, for these Africans winning and declaring, in 1804, independence. and also basically saying that in the 1805 Constitution, and this is going to be important later, that no foreigners, no white foreigners should ever come to the country and own land or as like, you know, leader, right? That's in our 1805 Constitution.
I think this is a good moment because my next question was about what generally follows a revolution. It's a collective punishment, right? That's the word is involved these days, but that's what has been going on, is the moment of counter-revolution, in a way, punishment. France didn't recognize the revolution immediately. It recognizes in 1825 only, and please correct me if I'm getting any of these things wrong, only with sort of huge reparation, which was probably 150 or 160 million at the time, downsized to 90 million, but interest and everything kept rising. I read about this in this recent book written by Thomas Piketty, but I know within the Black literature and everything, it has been going on for a very long time. And he makes this case that the France looters and gangsters in Paris have to basically return the money to Haiti. Tell us a little bit about this indemnity and how can we force France to repay back Haiti?
Right. Well, they also say, you know, it's so, you know, in 1804, the entire region, slavery is still legal, right? Slavery is still going on in the entire region. The U.S. puts an embargo on Haiti, a trade embargo in 1806, right? So they don't want to recognize Haiti, even though we know that there was still trade going on between the British and the enslaved Africans. But remember, this was for the enslaved Africans to win, this was a scorched earth battle. So this was a Haiti that emerged out of this revolution with plantations burned down, basically nothing left, right? In terms of people having to find ways to survive. And so they're just, not only do they have that, but they also have the constant threat of the French and the Spanish and the British threatening invasion again, threatening military invasion again. In fact, that's why they actually had to sign that indemnity in 1805, because that was the only way to stop the French from trying to militarily invade. So they would just show up with their boats and, you know, trying to, threaten this new country, right? So this was a country that was like, you know, dealing with a lot, just trying to figure out how to construct a new country, how to find ways for people to get back to, growing their food and rebuilding after this brutal 13-year revolution. So then the Haitian leader at the time decides to go ahead and pay this indemnity. It was the equivalent, it was like about 150 million francs, French francs, which in today's term is almost $30 billion, right? In terms, and then, but what it is Haitians had to pay that in order to stop the constant threats of another invasion, right? And it did cost, they paid it from 1825 to 1947. In fact, at one point, there's a whole period of time where the repayment of that indemnity took up 80% of the Haitian state's, yearly payments, right?
And the French and the German banks profiteered.
Yes, everyone profiteered, right? And they even had to actually take a loan from the French to pay off this indemnity, right? So they had to pay the former enslavers for their own freedom, right? So which led Haiti, and in the meantime, what you have is, just the U.S. stepping in, because the U.S. doesn't recognize Haiti till the late 1800s, 1860s. And then you have the U.S. and its Monroe Doctrine deploying that on Haiti. So when I say Haiti is this laboratory, it's important because, it takes me to Michel Rolfe-Trio, the anthropologist, Haitian anthropologist, who says Haiti is the longest neocolonial experiment in the modern world, because it's been this process of like using Haiti for specific things. And so what you have then is the U.S. invading Haiti in 1915 on behalf of Citibank, right? But also to really set up its rule over the Western Hemisphere, to get rid of the German bankers and so on and so forth. And there's a great book about this written by Peter James Hudson called Bankers and Empire: How Wall Street Colonized the Caribbean. So it talks about that, right? So they come in, they take the gold, they send it to New York, and then they make they install a puppet government that signed this treaty that basically says the U.S. is in charge of all Haiti's finances, borders, and so on and so forth during the occupation. What's interesting about this is one of the things that happens is what people don't think about. Haiti is one of the founders of the League of Nations, which is crazy, right? The League of Nations was founded in 1919. Haiti was a founder of the League of Nations while under occupation, right?
U.S. invades in 1915 to 1934.
Yes, the U.S. invaded Haiti 1915-1934. So under occupation, that you have Haiti pretending to be sovereign. The U.S. does
That's
not.
a U.S. style invasion.
You're right. And so this is the thing, like, how do you claim sovereignty while under occupation? So all these European powers are talking about we're sovereign states. Mind you, Haiti and I think Liberia are the only two Black countries, and Ethiopia that were not under colonization, right? In terms of the Black world, Africa was completely colonized. And so you have these so-called sovereign nations. So how do you justify, but then you occupy Haiti, but all these countries are like letting the U.S. get away with this occupation because they're not calling it an occupation, right? And so this is what happens. So they send a representative to represent Haiti as if Haiti is sovereign to be part of the negotiations of the League of Nations. That to me is so clear because it also makes me think about how Haiti is now, right? You have all these discussions of like the Haitian government did this. The Haitian government asked for, a military force into Haiti while Haiti's under occupation. Like Haiti's currently under occupation now. And so to me, you can see how it's a laboratory because the world can pretend it's not under occupation and treat it as it's sovereign while it's getting completely decimated by the brutalities of U.S. empire and force. And during the occupation, I have to also say is the U.S. changed the Constitution, that 1805 Constitution, rewrote that Constitution, and it's out there in the open. FDR even claimed that he wrote it himself. He rewrote it himself, which removed
the poster boy of the U.S. left.
Right, exactly, right. But yeah, occupation started with Woodrow Wilson. FDR rewrote the Constitution. Well, he said he rewrote the Constitution, and they removed that main clause, right? That said no foreigners, no white man should come and own land in Haiti, right? And so you have that, and Haiti is also the first place where the U.S. used aerial bombardment, bombs from the air, to bomb the resistance in the villages. First place that the U.S. ever used.
It's not Vietnam, it's Haiti.
It is Haiti, 1919. So Haiti has always been this space for the U.S. to do that, but what's fascinating, well, not fascinating, what's significant about Haiti and why it's so significant is that all these things are happening, but the world participates in what's happening, but doesn't acknowledge what's happening in Haiti, right? Which is like this counter-revolution, the successful counter-revolution since 1804.
I think this is a good moment. I think this is a transitional segue into the 1990s or even the dictatorship. But just to take a step back, and I think I can't miss this, and I think it's the right moment to discuss a little bit about race. We don't study a lot in India about race, even though we are deeply racist. Stories after stories now come up, particularly Indian racism towards African students in universities. But somehow caste has been studied in India more than race. My understanding is that the 19th century was very key in some ways in constituting race. And since the US is becoming a big player now, tell us a little bit about the significance of race in this story.
Well, the significance of race in this story goes before Haiti, right? I mean, like the enslavement, where you equate Blackness and enslavement, which happens, right, by the 1800s, right? And then consolidated through racial science, right? The European races, the rise of anthropology, racial science, and so on and so forth. Before that, right? And those enslaved were not just Africans. It's only when you internationalize race, when you equate slavery, Africans and Blackness and slavery, right? So you have that. But I do think it is important that to think about the fact that you had this Black country defeat the most powerful set of countries in the world at the time and overthrow a system of enslavement that was normal and part of international law, right? And so, you know, Frederick Douglass had this great quote. It's just like, Haiti is Black and the world has never forgiven Haiti for being Black, right? And so, yes, race is very much a part of it. You know, one of the things that is so clear in like the continuation of the way that Haiti is treated by the world, right, is that you can see is the role of the Western media, right? So you can look at Western media representations of Haiti from the revolution to now and see the exact same tropes. And so you have, you know, the way that they represent the Haitian Revolution is like, these Haitians are killing all the whites, chopping off the heads, raping all the white women, and so on and so forth, right? It's like this kind of things.
Standard
1921, you have
standard colonial and racist trope.
Right.
But
you know, Haitians, you know, because they practice a particular kind of religion, the Haitian voodoo, you know, you even have the Vatican saying this. You know, I find these in the WikiLeaks papers. Vatican is still talking about, you know, Aristide, the president that the US, France, and Canada removed from office, was like a voodoo practitioner. This is like the Vatican saying this is like 2004, right? But then the other part is, you know, there's a New York Times headline, 1921, that says, Haitians ate a US Marine, right? Stuff like that, right? And so you have like this, you know, the language of bandits, savages, or, you know, the language is like, well, you know, the US occupation of Haiti in 1915 was by US Marines from the South. And these were some of the most racist people to go and pillage. And even you have the Secretary of State saying things like, well, you know, if we, you know, these people, if we leave them alone, they're going to revert back to savagery. It's like going back to the heart of Africa, right? So Haitians have always been seen as like too African, too Black, and too savage, right? And so and that's part of the narrative. And so that's why today it's so easy for the West to say, you know, I'm seeing headlines like there's cannibalism, gangs, bandits, and cannibalism in Haiti, right? The representation of Haitians as like hyper Black and African really plays into the wall in what people are willing to believe about what's going on the ground. And it's almost as if whatever's going on the ground, of course, these people, you know, are eating each other and shooting each other because they're Black. That's what Haiti's always done. And even Black countries in the Caribbean area have these same views about Haitians, right? They treat Haitian refugees in terrible ways. They have these stereotypes of Haitians and these weird African people who speak a weird language and have a bad religion, right? So race to me has been central to slavery, but when it comes to Haiti, you cannot talk about what's happening to Haiti without talking about race, without talking about just, you know, the way that white supremacy works through and a particular kind of anti-Blackness when it comes to Haiti. We cannot understand that without talking about, you know, white supremacy and racism.
It's so interesting you said that even a lot of Blacks or Africans would believe in these categories because they are so powerful. I remember this incident in one of my classes where a girl from the northeast of India, which is generally speaking inhabited by people of what in India is called as scheduled tribes. These are tribal communities. The word is not very proper, but because the word itself is a colonial word.
It's not a great word, no.
Yeah, but just to make our viewers understand indigenous population. And she was from the community, and we were studying a little bit about the history of the region. And she said that these were people, my own community, who formerly practiced headhunting. And the professor had to intervene and say that this is a colonial invention. We don't have any documents telling us that they practiced cannibalism or headhunting and so on. So yeah, when you said that, you know, I remembered that. And on the point of the New York Times, I mean, it's so interesting. Recently, Thomas Friedman wrote in the New York Times, but he goes into CNN and tells the same thing, that we have our aircraft carriers. The Palestinians have their aircraft carriers, and then he goes on and names the Houthis, the Hezbollahs, and four different groups basically. So it's the sort of eating Marines story. Walk us through the period of Duvalier's. I don't know if you would call it a dictatorship, but my point is to
it is a dictatorship.
Understand the significance of the election of 1990.
Yes, and so it is important, I think, because what ends up happening is by the time the U.S. leaves Haiti in 1934, they leave behind a gendarmerie, right? Like they leave behind this armed military group, and the U.S. still has basically control. Like U.S. has really key influence on what happens in Haiti, and even though it was a student protest and a rising nationalism that actually helped push out the Marines in 1934, there's still a lot of control. And so by the time you get Duvalier coming in on this conversation, under this banner of nationalism and Black pride and Vodou and so on and so forth, but the reason the U.S. supports Duvalier is because he was staunchly anti-communist. And the U.S. did not want, they just lost Cuba. They're losing Cuba, right? In terms of the Cuban Revolution, they wanted to support this anti-communist, and this is what happened to the Haitian left. I do think a lot of communists ran into hiding. He, really decimated the left wing in Haiti. And this is a dictatorship that lasted, I think, 36 years from up until 1986, when he, his son, because he declared himself president for life, and then his 19-year-old son becomes president. And this is a period known.
The baby dog.
Baby dog, right. And this is a period that's known as just brutal for Haitians, because he had these armed militias. Duvalier, outside the police, the regular police and militaries, the way he maintained power was that these armed militias that are known for their indigo outfits and had their military gear. And so it was they terrorized the local population. People were afraid. A lot of people, ran away. A lot of people were disappeared. So this is a classic dictatorship, right? And which was terrible. And so, of course, when when there's high protest, finally, I think the U.S. allows this, a military to take over. It's the French that sends a plane for him. It sends a plane for the Duvalier and his family, and they fly and live in luxury in Paris. In fact, the one thing that makes me so upset today, because Duvalier's wife is on Twitter tweeting about Haiti. And it gets me so angry, because I'm just like, this is a woman who's benefiting from all the wealth, but also death and misery of Haiti, is not in prison, but is sitting in Paris, hanging out and tweeting about Haiti. But that's another side.
Giving updates to the rest of the world.
Giving updates about things. I'm just like, but part of it is, so in the ensuing year, between 1986 and 1990, there's just been one coup d'etat after another, and military rule. And until you have the rise of the very major, big, large populist movement, the Lavalas movement, and it's centered, and Haiti has always been a really society that's very hierarchicized, right? So you have the large, dark-skinned masses of impoverished poor people, right? That reminds you of the times of enslavement. And then you have the small mulattoes, white elite, right? And in fact, most of our elite are not Black right now. The oligarch in Haiti is not Black, right? They're from, the biggest oligarch is Gilbert Vigio, who's Jewish and a Zionist and, uses IDF soldiers and stuff like that. So you have that.
That's a common story. That's a common story for the Caribbean and Latin America, isn't it?
Yes, you have the Levantine population, yes. And so, and they, the Bichos come during the U.S. occupation. They get to the Haiti in, mid-1920s. And so you have, so that's the elite, and then you have like, the traditional mulatto elite that, that's the intellectual elite, political elite, and so on. So there's that. But with in 1990, in 89, 90, you have the rise of this movement that comes up alongside this priest, Aristide, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, who's a liberation theologist, right? Small priest in a small church, and he gets this gathering. And so for the first time, we're going to have elections, right, in Haiti. And the U.S., the U.S. handpicked one was this guy named Marc Bazin, who was like a World Bank, bureaucrat, right? That's who they wanted to win. And the elections actually surprised the U.S., where you have over 70% of people vote, the masses vote for Aristide, which was shocking. And I think after that, the U.S. decided they would never let a real democratic election happen again in Haiti. And that's been the case, right? And so this is what happened. So he comes into power, and within 9 months, the CIA sponsors a coup d'etat, and the military comes back into power, right? So there's a coup d'etat. And here I want to point out to a couple of things around Aristide is just the role that we see today. And I think one of the things when we talk about imperialism, we really don't talk enough about the role of the Western media in manufacturing consent. Right. I mean, we see that now, right, in terms of the genocide in Palestine. We see that now, around the Ukraine war and so on and so forth. Right. What you have is, and we see it now in how they're producing Haiti in a way to say we need intervention. Right. I mean, because that's the plan. Right. But the media, the onslaught of the media was amazing. Right. Like you can go to the media from like the 1990s, from 1990 all the way to 2004. It's just, they demonized this man as if he was the devil incarnate. The way that the media talked about Aristide, they would never talk about the dictator, Duvaliers. Like there's a great article, I think it's in Counterpunch. It's called "How to Turn a Priest into a Cannibal." Just how the media generated, this thing. At one point they were talking about whether he had mental illness and so on and so. So they removed him from office, and he was in exile for 3 years. And what ended up happening, because the brutality, that the way that the military that took over went after the Aristide supporters, thousands of people killed, it was a bloodbath. And so then what ends up happening, you have migration, right? Haitians leaving, trying to leave. And so the US then has this quote unquote migration problem of Haitians coming in. So to stem it, but the other problem is Aristide was a leftist. He was, they did not want his redistributionary politics. They were very much against that. And so then Bill Clinton decides to send Aristide back to stem migration primarily. But in order to do that, he had to basically agree to neoliberal policies, which made him actually lose a large chunk of the left, right? By accepting these terms, right? Terms of privatization, terms of like accepting IMF conditionalities, right? And so, but he thought,
Lowering tariffs,
which decimated our agricultural industry, right? But he says that he felt that there's so much brutality against his supporters that he felt that he had to come back in order to stop the violence. But he was brought back with 20,000 U.S. Marines, and then they stayed in Haiti for 3 years, right? The U.S. military.
They came in with Aristide.
They came with Aristide to so-called stabilize the country, but because it was so violent, and the violence was so much against his supporters, right? So he took a bitter pill, and I think that split the left. And we're still seeing, we'll see that later, because it split the left, and there's still people who are still upset with him. And and part of it is this same left then turned against him in 2003 with the help of the US when they did the color revolution. Because what happens is, he comes back, he's in Haiti's, because of the history of dictatorship, Haiti's new constitution, the 1987 constitution, said that the president cannot serve more than one term. It's a term of 5 years, and you have to step down, right? And then you can come back, but you have to you can't do 2 consecutive terms. So he steps down, and then this other person comes in who also actually really led the privatization that the U.S. was really pushing forward. But then this person, so he comes in, and then Aristide gets elected again in 2000, right? So he gets elected again in 2000, and this time the U.S., and you can start reading the WikiLeaks papers, because then they're just like, we're going to fund the opposition. So they fund the opposition. So you have the National Endowment for Democracy, you have the International Republican Institute funding this opposition. And then this is where you have the role of the NGOs, USAID funding the so-called student opposition to student protests, right? At the same time, you have the US Department of Defense funding paramilitaries, because what Aristide did was dissolve the military, right? Because the military was so feared by the people. So he thought, they convinced him to dissolve the military. But then you have all these people who are basically reintegrated into the police, you have military. So then you have what's happening. So you have the US funding this opposition, to the tune of like $3 million a year. The International Republican Institute was paying the opposition, right? And then you have people who are already mad at Aristide for falling into, for taking the terms, the neoliberal turn, right? That he was forced to take. And then you have these student groups. So there's a whole generation, I think, of student groups that to me have been like a radicalism that actually has been like, funneled into like this bureaucratic NGO thing, right? So they're funding these student movements. In fact, Claude Joseph, who would become prime minister later on, was one of the key student leaders funded by the National Endowment for Democracy. So then you have paramilitaries also being trained in Ecuador by US Marines, US Special Forces, and being armed and then sent to the Dominican Republic. So this is what's happening. The other part though, and that's why I say Haiti is so important to understand, you have in 2003, I'm talking about this, you have a meeting in Ottawa, and it's called, and people can Google this, it's called the Ottawa Initiative on Haiti. And you have France, Canada, and the US have a meeting basically saying, we're gonna remove the Haitian president and put Haiti under tutelage. This was a secret meeting that was found out by this journalist called Michel Vastel, and he publishes in this leftist journal called L'Actualité, I think in Canada. It talks about this. The other part though is Aristide had a conference about reparations. Because the other thing that the US did was place an embargo. It was a soft embargo on Haiti, so that Aristide's government was responsible for the debt of the dictatorship, right? So they were paying off this debt. A lot of Haiti's money was going off paying off this debt. The US, so they had gotten an IMF loan. The US put an embargo, so no aid was coming in. The country was desperate. And I remember this time because, I'm old enough to remember thinking, and then talking to a friend of mine, it's like, oh, they're trying to push Aristide out because there's no money in the country. Even the money that they'd signed, the loans that they were paying interest on were not coming in because the US stopped it. The other thing what the US started doing, which is also important for today, is like started funneling money through non-government institutions, but not the Haitian state. So basically bringing the Haitian state to its knees, right? So all of this is happening, so you have all what's in place for regime change, right? And then, so then you have Aristide ask for reparations. And in the WikiLeaks papers now we see Jacques Chirac was extremely upset, asked France for reparations. Jacques Chirac threatened Aristide and said, he better be careful what he's saying. And then you have this pressure. So you have Canada, US, France meet up and they say, we're gonna do regime change. And so this happens on February 29th when the US Marines with the US Deputy Ambassador to Haiti. And these ambassadors are
2003?
2004. This is a year later. And I almost think they did this on purpose because it's the 200th anniversary of the Haitian independence, 2004, right? Think about that, right? So in February 2004, what happens is, Aristide is under siege, right? From all these things are coming. And look, this is not to create this man as this perfect man. It's just to say when the US is set on regime change, because the other thing is, even though he accepted a lot of the neoliberal policies, he was still trying to fight for like a higher minimum wage, right? Trying to slow down the privatization. And he's still the most popular politician, right? He still had all these people in his support and they did not want that. And so the US Marines land, so by then there were Canadian and US soldiers already on the ground in Haiti. Mind you, we're supposedly a sovereign country, right? US Deputy Ambassador drive to Aristide's house, and they basically tell him and his wife that they're going on a ride, and they take them to the airport, put them on a plane, and fly them out and send it to Africa. I mean, just imagine being sent back to Africa, right? And part of it is like when you read, the write-ups, Condoleezza Rice calls and says, we do not want him in the hemisphere because they didn't want anyone to think that he might return. And back then, when CARICOM had a very good leader, P.J. Patterson, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, was also the leader of CARICOM, was very supportive. He wanted to bring Aristide back to at least pick up his children were not there, right? He wanted to bring them back to Jamaica, and he was threatened by the U.S. government, George W. Bush government, that if he did that, Jamaica would pay for this, right? So you have all this, but I want to say, 4 days before February 25th, Dominique Villepin, the French foreign minister, had already written a note, a communique to the UN Security Council, already preparing for what comes after regime change. And I have that document, right?
Is this the person? Is this the person who went on to become prime minister later? In
Dominique Villepin, I think so. I don't know what,
I think
but he was him and his sister, right? So he was the foreign minister, and so one of the key things about this story is that you have two countries who have permanent seats in the UN Security Council are behind a coup d'etat, but then are able to use their seats in the UN Security Council to call for a UN peacekeeping mission for a coup d'etat so the UN was used to cover up this coup d'etat. So it made it seem like Haiti was just in a mess. They needed stabilization. So they covered up a coup d'etat. And then the entire world then was participating in this occupation, this military occupation of Haiti. So before the US would just send its military, now they use the whole world through a UN peacekeeping, Chapter 7, which means that they could use force to get to Haiti. And they bypassed the Constitution. There was a prime minister who was supposed to take over. They said he resigned. The president did not resign, but there was a prime minister. The U.S. James Foley, who has the nerve to be talking about Haiti, what Haiti needs to do now, he went to the Supreme Court Justice's house at 3 o'clock in the morning and basically told them, let's go for a ride. You're about to become president. And look, you cannot make the Supreme Court president without the parliament agreeing. So they did that. They installed an interim president while the sitting prime minister had nothing to do with it. And then they bypassed the prime minister and brought in some dude who had been living in Boca Raton, Florida for 15 years, and made him prime minister, where the Constitution, Haitian Constitution says you need to live in Haiti for 5 years before you can hold office. And then they created a council of sages, right? And then created the core group with the UN of all these so-called friends of Haiti, US, France, Canada, Brazil. And so this is the establishment of a foreign occupation of Haiti, bypassing our constitution, naming a whole government. And this is when you have the beginning of the end of the Haitian state.
When I started reading about Haiti, I came across this name, BINUS, United Nations Integrated Nations in Haiti, the core group, organizations of American states. And I was like shocked because, having come from India, colonization seems to be distant past to some extent, at least our generation. And you find these sort of absurd entities, which actually tells you why Haiti is under occupation, has been under occupation. Just to come to the present moment, so 2004, the popular government was overthrown, and then this kind of installation, color revolution happens, and puppet governments, one after another, are installed. Martelly, Mose. You talk about the 2019 President Trump signing a new law. Was it GV?
The Global Fragility Act.
Yeah, the Global Fragility Act. Tell us a little bit about the Fragility Act and what has happened since the assassination.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me. One of the things I wanted to say something just quickly about what's more absurd, because I don't think people understand how brazen the U.S. has been when it comes to Haiti. Because in 2010, the U.S. changed the election results. It was after we had earthquake in 2010 that killed 220,000 people, that displaced, unhoused, we had 1.5 million unhoused, right? And then the UN occupation, which had been going from 2004, where you had, at any given time, 12,000 military officials, soldiers, civilians, brought cholera into the country, right? That killed thousands and sickened a million. And then the US is like, we need to have elections. And people are like, well, how could we have elections? Because they did not like the president that was there, right? So they said, we're going to have elections. And then you had Kenneth Merton, I think it was the US ambassador, threatening the sitting president at the time with the same fate as Aristide if he doesn't like the change that they're going to do to the elections. So they have these election results. The main political party, Aristide Lavala's party, is left out of the ballot. They're not allowed to run. So that leaves a very small amount of people. The US brings in its favorite candidate.
So Aristide's party was legally banned?
Yes.
Holy.
From the elections in 2010, yes. And so then you have, you brought in, and so then this Michel Martelly, and the joke is Michel Martelly actually had not been living in Haiti. He was a US citizen. Back then, US did not allow dual citizenship. And of course, his passport shows up a few days before the elections, right? But it was like the first round was already marred by all kinds of irregularities, misstuffed ballots, burnt ballots, and so on and so forth. But less than 20% of the people voted. And even in that first round, only Michel Martelly came in third place. So you have Kenneth Merton threaten the Electoral Council. And then if you look at the WikiLeaks papers, Hillary Clinton flies to Haiti and demand, and with the help of the Organization of American States. And that's why I'm saying, like, all these so-called international institutions are all part of the US imperial racist system, right? They changed the election results and basically put somebody who did not even make the first round in place. And of course, he wins with 18% of the votes, 18% of people, and then, less than 20% participating. So this is what the US did. So installed this political party, of which only the prime minister, most recent one, that's his same political party. And under Michel Martelly, then you have no elections. And then Michel Martelly puts in after a year of protest, puts in a Jovenel Moise, somebody's supposed to hold this place until he came back, supposedly. He gets assassinated. It's the same, but Moise has no elections. So the last elections we've had in Haiti were in 2016. So we go from having like more than 7,000 elected officials to zero. This is what we are today. Okay, so that's the background. But then to talk about the Global Fragilities Act. So one of the things that happened, and that's why I say Haiti's a laboratory, because Trump passes this Global Fragilities Act in 2019, but it was something that was developed by the conservative United States Peace Institute, which is like about the, how to create, to me, to those of us who know about the Global Fragilities Act, this is actually a rebranding of the Monroe Doctrine. Basically, how to create a space, how to uphold US hegemony, but by making everyone participant in it, right? So it's an act basically saying we're trying to find out, there are all these countries that are fragile states, and we need to help them not be fragile, because if they're fragile, then it's gonna, mess with our security and so on and so forth. So it's basically to say that US military intervention has not been, is ineffective. And what you want to do is have them bring in the work of the US State Department, USAID, that's the NGOs, that's why Samantha Power is there, Department of Defense, in collaboration with international partners, right? So the whole point is to use international partners to basically do the dirty work of the US, right? And so in this Global Fragilities Act, thing, they're focusing on very specific states. So Haiti is the first, the first experiment. It's like Haiti, Libya, Mozambique, and then they list like the so-called West African states, right? But in this region, they want to stave off, really, and it says that to stop Russian and Chinese influence in the region. They want to maintain it, but they also want to hide it. So what it is it's a 10-year plan. It outlines a 10-year plan that will allow for the integration, they say, of U.S. diplomatic, development, and military together, right? And Haiti's the first target. And so, in fact, just last week, they had a whole 45-page, 10-year strategy for Haiti that they removed from the State Department. We realized, I'll send you the link, that they removed from the State Department. So the plan is basically to occupy Haiti, but not to use U.S. resources, to use other places, which is why Kenya comes in, which is why they're using CARICOM to so-called come up with a new plan for Haiti. It's having buy-in from the local areas, local states, like these neocolonial states, like the CARICOM states, like Barbados, Bahamas, and all these places, having buy-in and then using the NGOs, right? So supposedly they interviewed 240 NGOs in Haiti, right, to create the ideological framework for this kind of new U.S. Monroe Doctrine, where you can uphold U.S. hegemony through the ideological work of the NGOs, through the Department of Defense, where you have Southcom, the Southern Command, but also use local puppets to install it so that you don't have U.S. soldiers in the beginning. It basically becomes a proxy operation for U.S. imperialism. And Haiti is the first target. That's why Haiti's in the news, because they really want to use this Kenya force to come in to uphold whatever it is that they're trying to uphold, but they don't want to put boots on the ground.
I'm aware of your time, but since this is becoming such a good conversation, and just that it goes into our archive, I have to ask you, because one of the frustrating things about someone from the left is the complete unawareness of history and politics of Haiti. And partly that has to do with sort of erasing Haiti's history. And we hear a lot about thinking about Latin America, a lot of romanticism about pink tide and, even Nicaragua, El Salvador, Cuba. Obviously, the left focuses a lot. I'm talking about the international left. I'm not talking about the left that actually are there. But we don't hear their grotesque role when it comes to their treatment of Haiti. And it's very shocking because we hear about, Che Guevara, Cuba's role in Angola, from Yemen to Angola to whatnot. But when I read Haiti's history, I find, and it's the mythology of Walter Rodney and Sailor James, the Guyanese, Trinidadians, radicals, working for revolutions and so on. And all of those things are true. But tell us, give us a breakdown of why is Haiti not in this equation when we are talking about radical movements in Latin America and even the Caribbean?
No, your guess is as good as mine, because I wrote a piece a while back, a year ago, and people got mad at me. It's called "The Leftism of the Americas Collapses at the Door of Haitian Sovereignty," right? And so part of that is just like, when it comes to leftism, Haiti should be the marker, because the way that people respond to Haiti is the way that tells you everything. So there are two things I want to say about this. One of them is Lula has a key role to play in the contemporary occupation of Haiti. Lula was the one that offered to lead the military occupation of Haiti in 2004. It was the Brazilian soldiers that had the largest contingent in Haiti, so-called, and to pacify, because that's the language they use, to pacify these Haitians, right? This is So this is Lula. And part of it is like they use Haiti as a training ground because Lula wanted a seat on the Security Council and he was promised this, right? Because Lula, big country, so to them, Haiti doesn't matter. But remember, I don't know if people know this, it is Haiti that actually helped fund and arm Simon Bolivar, right? In the decolonizing Latin America. The only state that always brings this up is Venezuela, right? Always says the important role of Haiti. So Lula has been key, and Lula has been in the core group. So the other thing is these same soldiers that worked in Haiti, that worked as a training ground, end up going back to Brazil, being at, the Haitian experience actually helped propel them, right? So these guys in the military in Brazil that actually worked to get Lula out of power, right? And then he comes back, Brazil still has a seat in the core group. Brazil is in Jamaica right now, working on behalf. The saddest part to me was one day, Lula standing up saying what's going on in Gaza is genocide.
Right.
The next day, he's taking pictures. Anthony Blinken flies in and they're chummy because Anthony Blinken is there to talk about how they're going to occupy Haiti, how they're going to work on a military intervention in Haiti. This is Lula, right? Everyone's provided soldiers for the occupation of Haiti. Mexico co-wrote, was a penholder with the US, 2021, co-wrote this initial mission to bring in an armed military force into Haiti. This is Manuel López Obrador, right? AMLO. Also, Mexico works in cahoots with Trump and Obama for the horrendous migration policies that are happening on the border, the Remain in Mexico policy, where they're basically treating Haitians in particular, right? But also, other migrants coming in Chapatulas at the border. This is, it's AMLO that agreed to these draconian migration policies. And out of all these Latin, and then there's the Caribbean. I mean, these CARICOM, the Caribbean community, CARICOM leaders never had any respect for Haiti, except for the short moment where you had PJ Patterson as the Prime Minister of Jamaica. CARICOM never wanted Haiti as part of its group, right? And at one point I know because they didn't, Haiti had a dictatorship, but CARICOM is 50 years old. Haiti did not join CARICOM to 2002. And as far as I'm concerned, CARICOM has no right to say anything about Haiti right now, right? But they're all neoliberals right now. They're all doing the dirty work of the US, right? So you have that. The only 2, maybe 3 countries that has not harmed Haiti in that region is Venezuela, because under Hugo Chavez, it's Hugo Chavez who was adamant. It was Hugo Chavez and Prime Minister Patterson who were extremely upset after the coup d'etat in 2004 and refused to recognize this imposed military. But it was also Hugo Chavez that did the Petrocaribe funds, where when oil prices were high and Venezuela is making a lot of money from oil, it created this Petrocaribe program for Caribbean countries where Venezuela would provide oil cheaply to these countries where they didn't have to pay back for 25 years. It gave it to them at 1%, right? Interest. They didn't have to pay back for 25 years. And they would use the money from selling the oil, refining it and selling it, and use the profits for development. This is what Hugo Chavez did. There's a video online in YouTube where Hugo Chavez visits Haiti. I think it's 2007. And it's just the Haitians love Hugo Chavez. And you'll see it. They run with him down the streets. It's just incredible.
And given, just to flag this, the oil income is so important for Venezuela. I mean, one has to keep that in mind.
Keep that in mind. And this is late 90s, early 2000s when oil prices were high and they were making profit, and they decided that was their good neighbor policy, right? And the U.S. was extremely upset about that because it cut out the U.S. oil oil companies, right? So there's that, right? And of course, one of the things that Ariel Henry did was Moïse stopped the Petrocaribe program with Venezuela. But Ariel only managed to find, $500 million to pay off Venezuela, a debt that Haiti needs, but they didn't have to pay off for another 20 years, right? So there's that. But the other country is Cuba. Cuba has always been a friend to Haiti. Even now, like, Aristide has the Aristide University. It's the Cuban doctors, and their diplomacy is through that kind of help, doctors and professionals and so on and so forth. And Cuba and Maduro are the only two, and Nicaragua, that are saying absolutely no more foreign intervention in Haiti. I mean, this is, Cuba is a lot less aggressive about saying it, but they're like, we stand with Haiti, we stand with Haitian sovereignty. But Maduro is like, the last thing Haiti needs is foreign intervention. Everyone else is going along with it.
I want to leave you with this final question, probably. One of the things that surprises me about the US left politics, or maybe I'm looking at too much at podcasts or, the Jacobin type journals or even university campus politics. Obviously there is so much about, rightly so much about Palestine, and even a lot about Black activism in US campuses, but it's hard to find Haiti in these campuses within the US left. Is the observation correct? And why is it so?
I don't know why the observation is absolutely correct. It didn't used to be like that. The only organization is the one I work with is the Black Alliance for Peace. And we have a Haiti Americas team. I'm one of the co-coordinators. We're the only ones that actually have been talking consistently, writing, creating propaganda. We have like pages and pages of propaganda, releasing statements about Haiti. What's happening in academia is fascinating because there's a whole Haitian studies movement, which, predominantly they focus on the Haitian Revolution. It's almost as if it's like the revolution happened and then that's it, right? And so there's a way that, I always say this, like, I support Palestine 100%. I do think, and this genocide is horrendous and I think it needs to stop, right? And we've been supporting Palestine, we should, right? Because this settler colonial violence of 75 plus years needs to stop, right? At the same time, if you see when Palestine, what shows up is like the spectacular violence, right? Like 2004, 2006, 2012, 2000, and you see this, right? Thousands of people are dying. Haiti, there's cholera that killed 30,000 people in 2 years. Not even a blink, in the news. Not even any protests. Like, why is it that the UN soldiers are dumping feces in the main water source of the part of? So part of it is like this like ongoing death toll, like thousands of Haitians dying, and that doesn't even make a blip in the media. It's incredible. I mean, we're under occupation and nobody calls it an occupation. Like, everybody thinks it's normal that the US, France, and Canada can be sitting in Jamaica telling us what our government should look like. To me, it's incredible. And I think part of it is the media. I also think under Obama, a lot of left activism just died off. I think there's a belief in the US state that comes with Obama becoming president, even though he was so horrible, like the Porter-in-Chief, Mr. Drones, drone warfare, drone killings. Right, it was under Obama.
Also, Hillary Clinton,
Iraq, Haiti.
Also, Hillary Clinton going to Haiti to change the election was
under Obama.
Under Obama.
She was Secretary of State under Obama, 2010, 2011. And so part of it is like there's a way that, and I don't know if it's race. I don't know if people buy into this notion of like Haiti. I had a colleague say about Haiti, why is Haiti, that place is always a basket case. And this is like, a left, people don't even want to take the time to understand what's going on in Haiti. And I think maybe they're saturated by media. I don't know what it is, but I do think the left, and I should say the so-called left, has a lot to answer for when it comes to Haiti. I do think there's a lot more.
Or even the real left.
The real left, right?
Yeah.
Right, and it's really like the Black radical left that's talked about Haiti. I think it's like, Black Agenda Report, that news always has something on Haiti. Of course, Black Alliance for Peace, but it's just like there's something like I think in the early 2000s, you had a left support of Haiti that was against, with the Aristide movement and so on and so forth. But Aristide was so demonized, a lot of people just left. They stopped talking about Haiti, right? They're scared to talk about Haiti. And so I don't know what it is, but I do think the US in general has become more right-wing over time, less left-leaning, and that includes academia as well. And also, it's just there is a tendency to always talk about internal politics and not imperialism. There's a very difficult thing to bring up imperialism when it comes to talking about Haiti. So I don't know. I like even in African American studies departments, I tweet this all the time. Like, well, where are the Black academics? Why are they silent on Haiti? That wasn't always the case. And during the first occupation, you had Black Americans say, this is crazy. Even during the coup d'etat in 2004, you had Maxine Waters is the one that actually flew all the way to the Central African Republic and came back with Aristide so he could pick up his children. We don't have that anymore. And it's really sad for me. It's really sad to actually acknowledge that there's a complete silence around this country that everyone claims as part of their history, right? This radical history of revolution and so on and so forth, but they don't want to deal with the contemporary realities of the ongoing counter-revolution against Haiti.
It is tremendously frustrating to actually read about history and politics of Haiti, not just because how they have been brutalized by those at the top, but how they have been betrayed by people whose history are the same. I mean, millions of people from Africa were imported to Haiti and Brazil, and yet Lula, the poster boy of the left, and I like him, just does what you just said. Professor Pierre, this was, I must say, a profound education for me, as I began by saying our textbooks, our media excludes these stories. And thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate this focus on Haiti, and I wish you all the best.
Hi, my name is Ayushman. I, along with Jyotisman, have started this platform. The last 2 years, we have tried to build content for the left and progressive forces. We have interviewed economists, historians, political commentators, and activists so far. If you have liked our content so far and want us to build an archive for the left, I have 2 requests for you. Please do consider donating for the cause. Link is in the description below. Also, if you are not able to do so, don't feel sad. You can always like our videos and share our videos to your comrades. Finally, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Summer Solstice Extravaganza, a festival unlike any other in the world. Join us for 5 days and 5 nights in the beautiful Caribbean island of Antigua. Come and full enjoy the pristine, beautiful beaches, the historical sites on the island tour. Indulge in the experience of the cannabis tour. And of course, the sunrise and the sunset hike to Green Castle Hill, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean, amongst the megaliths that align with the stars. Remember that this is an all-inclusive wellness event. To include your plant-based, fully vegan meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Transportation and accommodation will be provided for, plus yoga, meditation, and chalice talk with the Honorable Priest Isaac. plus meet and greet with family and friends, and the whole Rastafari experience Antigua. Join us again from the 19th to the 23rd of June for the Summer Solstice Extravaganza. To reserve your space today, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity.
The Tiger's Nest is a Radio Anu International exclusive program brought to you by the Honorable Priest Isaac. The Tiger's Nest is aired live every Monday through Thursday at 7 p.m. local standard time. Become a subscriber through our website by visiting www.priestisaacinstitute.com and choose between our subscription plans. Or you can subscribe by using the details provided in the link below.
Yes, royal family, blessed love, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, the Mawe Haile Selassie I. We definitely are very thankful for your presence with us. You're definitely here in the nest, the Tiger's Nest, your humble servant with you, the Honorable Priest Isaac. Of course, you know, this is the Institute, the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, priestisaacinstitute.com. And of course, you know, we are definitely here on Radio Anu, the international flavor. We're talking about the universal spice, just reaching out to the international community and the universal frequency as well. A wonderful program as always we have in store for you. And just a bit of surprise maybe to some, we will be officially premiering the full lecture as it relates to Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark this evening on Radio Anu TV, which is the YouTube. In fact, this Tiger's Nest will be premiered on the YouTube as well, just prior to the Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. So make sure you're prepared for that. It's just going to be a one-time premiere, so you got to be there. Well, at least unless you have a copy of the lecture that we did a few strongs ago, Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. That was a beautiful sit down. And of course, every individual that is a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest should have a copy of Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark. Because as you know, once you are a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest, first of all, you'll never miss another episode again. That's really the main theme of subscribing to the Tiger's Nest. Very extremely economical, extremely. I mean, come on, it's like cents. You're paying like a few cents. We worked it out already. I cannot remember the exact amount. But if you take a year subscription, it's like 20-something cents per program. Give thanks. And listen good, eh? Along with the program comes almost everything that's available. And I mean, those of you who were watching the evolution workshop earlier, you would see all of what is available. Definitely all of the books that are available, all documentaries, all webinars that have been done, all lectures that have been done, including Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark, to include Apedimek, the master of ceremonies, to include the Knight of the Black Tiger, to include the true biblical land of Israel, and of course, all of our courses for half of the price. And that goes for our subscribers and definitely our long-term subscribers, without a doubt. Everything is in their package, and we for sure are continually creating. We are continually writing. Again, if you were listening to the workshop earlier, you could see what the meditation is all about. And I will encourage those who were not in tune with the YouTube channel earlier when we were premiering the Evolution Workshop, which was a workshop that was done like about a month plus ago. Well, we literally premiered it today, so you should, take a time and look at it a little later. Hey, look, so many things that you have to catch up on. You're here, and of course Sheba, Aksum, and the Ark in a few, and then you still gotta go and make sure you catch up on the workshop. In fact, we were putting on a video. We put on a video earlier that was done like 5 years ago, just to refresh the mind as it relates to the mystics and the real meaning of the Ark of Noah. So there's a lot to catch up upon, just in case you are, not up to date with everything. Now, this evening, I actually have a double program for you. So, and we're going to go straight into it. We're going to see exactly, how we're going to touch upon it. And before that, let me be clear. To subscribe to the Tiger's Nest, all you have to do is to email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and say, I would like to become a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest radio program, so that I will never miss another episode again. You don't really have to say that. We know that. And that is it. And of course, once you are on the website, for those of you directly on Radio Anu, all you got to do is just subscribe. It's right there. Just, browse the website. Those of you not on the website, visit the website. This evening, we want to speak about Dedan Kimathi. And of course, he is one of the key leaders who stood out when it came to the resistance against the British. I'm talking about in Kenya, 50s going into the 60s, the Mau. And we're going to go into that this evening. We're going to look at the man, Dedan Kimathi, because we don't speak about him too much, even in the conscious community. And also, you'd be surprised even in Kenya, although there's a statue of him, yet still the knowledge of who the man is still kept away from the society. So we're going to be getting into that in a few. What I wanted to do this evening, I wanted to touch upon some Islamic history as such, as it relates to the civilization that they brought to certain parts of the world according to the history that we know. But let me be clear here. We're going to be talking about astronomy, and we're going to be talking about medicine. But let's be clear here. The Islamic world, especially in the area of what you call Babylon, Iraq, it is known to be at a specific time, somewhere between the 8th and the 10th century, like a hub for scholarship, like a hub for somewhat of a renaissance, or not a growth, then a regrowth. A renaissance is like a regrowth. That's why some of our scholars, or rebirth, some of our scholars say that the European Renaissance was not a renaissance, it was a naissance. And realistically, they got their so-called Renaissance in Europe when Islam visited them in the form of the Moors. All right, so as it relates to Islam as we know it, now that's a deep story all by itself, because many times one would argue about the Islamic conquest of, many parts of the Eastern world, because these Islamic people that we relate with Islam, like the Arabs specifically, we consider that these are the individuals that would have taken over a lot of North Africa and Egypt, etc., etc. And then within the Islamic history, there is a lot of mix-up and even, I would dare say, confusion as it relates to who are the Moors, the true Moors, because many times they try to confuse the Berbers with the Moors. But the Berbers now specifically, these are the individuals that would have come in and literally fought against the native people of North Africa, you understand? Because the true Moors now, those who went into Spain, these are the ones that would have civilized Spain from 711 until they left in 1492. So these Moors, I'm talking about the blacker Moors now, these were the ones that would have taken the Europeans out of what they refer to as the Dark Ages. Hence the conversation will arise again over the origin of Islam itself. But again, this is not what we are going to be delving in, trying to, go into the origin, because if Islam, according to those who practice it, is a religion that means to submit unto the Most High, to submit unto Allah, and hence it means that a Muslim is a peaceful man, and that is why Abraham is a Muslim, and all the ancient ones are Muslim because they were submitting unto the Most High. All right, so that means Islam, submission unto the Most High, is something from creation or something from the origin of man, definitely something from the origin of, civilization. If it is such, it doesn't even sound like a religion. It just sounds like the order of nature, if that's what it is. But anyway, down to the language that Islam would have adopted, which is what we call the Arabic. You would have listened to programs where you would have heard scholars, linguistic scholars speak of the origin of Arabic coming from the Kara script, from the central region of Africa. So when we look into all of that, and we understand that, hey, this is more than meets the eye. This could just be an anciency, because remember, we civilized everyone. And really, a lot of the sciences that you see all over, that's why even ones are arguing that Rasta took the locks from the Sadus, and Rasta took the vegan eating from the Sadus, and Rasta took the chalice and ganja from the Sadus. I beg your pardon. I am telling you. All right, give thanks that they preserved it. But again, you return to ancient Africa, and you return to ancient Kemet, you see us rolling the locks on the glyph older than the Sadus. You see us, what does the Sadus give us? You go to Liberia in the county known as Bar. That is where they found the ancient chalices, and up to this day, the ancient people, I showed you that a few strongs ago, still smoking the chalice in bong, still burning the bong in bong. So the point I'm making really is, even though the Chinese seem to be the masters of Kung Fu, we must understand that it was the Africans, the melanated individuals, who taught them the art of Kung Fu. If you go into Mount Song, even up to today, where they were sparring for centuries, you look on the walls, you see them sparring. Most of the individuals are melanated. And just to show you it's not a mistake, some of them are not. you comprehend. So I'm just showing you that even when it comes to Islam, let's just be clear, according to the Islamic philosophy, Prophet Muhammad said that he sees Bilal, he hears, if I'm not mistaken, Bilal's footsteps going into paradise before him. You may say, so who is Bilal? Bilal is the Ethiopian that gave the first call to prayer. Allahu Akbar, wherein everyone would come and submit and pray before the Most High. So then I think it's 5 times a day. In fact, he was the first to give the call to prayer. That is I would call him the priest. I'm sure he would have been an imam, isn't it? Imam, for sure. Bilal. And then Islamic history is quite interesting because it is said from the early days, its survival depended on the humanity of the Nagash of Abyssinia, the Negus of Ethiopia, who would have preserved the followers of Prophet Muhammad even at a time when they were in trouble. And from such would have been the offspring that we know today as the Islamic world. So obviously the Ebonites, black people as we call them, and other terms we use nowadays, would obviously have been an integral part of Islam. Don't try to pretend as if black people ain't got nothing to do with this. We were everywhere. So I'm just showing you now that one of the things that stand out about Islam is science. And science in the sense of medicine and astronomy. Now, this is very serious here, and I would like, as you know, this is the Tiger's Nest. And this is why we come here to speak of knowledge and information and at the same time inspire. I am going to bring to you now, I want to read something here for you. Just make sure you're well comfortable here. And this is coming from the JamariaView.com. And it is speaking of, just pardon me, the Golden Age of Islam, a catalyst for advancements in astronomy, mathematics, and medicine. You follow it? Okay, good. The Golden Age of Islam, which spanned from the 8th to the 13th century, was a period of great intellectual, scientific, and artistic flourishing in the Islamic world. During this time, Muslim scholars made significant contributions to the fields such as mathematics, here it is, astronomy, watch this one, medicine, art, and literature. Islamic values such as the pursuit of knowledge and tolerance played a significant role in these advancements. So this is morality then. We were speaking of that in some program, I can't remember, where we were highlighting in certain African countries, you have the minister of, I think it's ethics, the minister of ethics. So this is morality here. You cannot bring no real science to the table, whether it's medicine, astronomy, obviously religion without morality. It's not just theology and religion alone should have morality. Oh, you're a Christian here, you see that? But Rastaman, you're a Rastaman, you see here, yeah. Every craft should come with marvels. Islamic values such as the pursuit of knowledge and tolerance played a significant role in these advancements. The essay will examine the golden age of Islam and its impact on Western culture. Through this examination, we will gain a better understanding of how the golden age of Islam continues to shape the world today. You see? Serious stuff, right? All right, so it is good that we comprehend this, and this is why, again, the pursuit of knowledge, very important. All right. Muslim scholars and intellects made significant contributions to the fields such as mathematics, astronomy, medicine, art, and literature during the golden age of Islam. Islamic values such as the pursuit of knowledge played a significant role in the Islamic civilization's achievements during this period. The West, in turn, was inspired, and the West doesn't mean the direction, let's go to the West and to the East. West is like a concept, a mindset. Right, good. The West, in turn, was inspired by, that is to show you, pardon me again, but that is to show you the East is the right direction. Good. The West, in turn, was inspired by the Islamic world's values and achievements. This period is historically considered to have started during the reign of Abbasid Caliph Harun al-Rashid in 786 to 809. With the establishment of the House of Wisdom, which fascinated scholars from all over the Muslim world to Baghdad, the world's largest city at the time, to translate the known world's classical knowledge into Arabic and Persian. All right, so you can see there is a gathering there. The period is traditionally thought to have ended with the collapse of the Abbasid Caliphate in 1258 as a result of Mongol invasions and the siege of Baghdad. The pursuit of knowledge was central to Islamic culture during the golden age of Islam. Scholars from the Islamic world translated Greek texts into Arabic, allowing knowledge to spread throughout the Islamic world. Many classic works of antiquity that would have been lost otherwise were translated from Greek, Persian, and Sanskrit into Syriac and Arabic, some of which were subsequently converted into Hebrew and Latin. Let me stop there. I want to highlight this, because I'm not just, this is not the news we're reading here. I want you to comprehend what is being said. Now, give thanks, obviously. And that is why I began trying to show you that. Listen, don't just jump into this knowledge like that. Again, if your head is not on right, you would not even be able to properly identify who it is that really went into Europe and civilized these people. They would, let me put it this way, paint a false picture for you. Now listen, according to Islam, the golden age between the 8th, 13th century would have seen the advancement of medicine, and the central point of this was Babylon, modern day Iraq. So as it relates to removing of the cataract from the eye, Islam has received high praises for that. Certain aspects of different levels of surgery, even bypass surgery and so on, Islam has been given high praises for that. But listen good. Obviously, what they would have done is like many other cultures. They would have preserved, I have to use that term so that we can understand. They would have preserved the knowledge of a time which is more ancient than their time. Definitely before the 8th and 13th century. Now you may argue that Islam is, hey, as I said at the beginning, you know, the original order from creation. Hey, I can rock with that, you know, man. If we're going to move with what it means to submit unto God. But how do you submit unto God in reality? Because I know they got different versions of quote unquote Islam. So I'm not talking about religion. But if we're sticking to, you know what I mean, submitting unto the Nether, unto nature, the cosmos as one, give thanks. And it is seen. Because again, in Islam, we see this strong preservation. I'm purposely using that term. Preservation of astronomy. We see the strong preservation of medicine, herbal medicine, and even down to the point of surgery. Remember Lord Shen, when was he? About 285 or so AD, if I'm not mistaken. In China, he's considered to be the first surgeon for them. But keep in mind that Imhotep was the father of medicine. Imhotep was not only the father of medicine, but you could consider him the father of astronomy. He was the multi-genius. Now, when we're talking of Imhotep, we're talking about, we're talking at least 3,000 years BC. Maybe 4,000 years BC, if we're going to take the dating of Brother Robin Walker, who's doing some marvelous works to me, taking us back to opening up the mind and stop depending on one or two little Egyptian scholar, of Petrie and Gardner and these ones, but understanding that there are other records that we can depend on. And Imhotep is beyond 3000 BC. Maybe even 4000 BCE, and this is the father, the god of medicine. Remember, it is he, Imhotep, who created, we're getting there, the step pyramids of pyramid of Dizosha. And when we say pyramids, we're talking about the Merkuti, for plural, that align with stars, that align with the cardinal points, not just Khufu's pyramid, The temples of Karnak, these monuments established by Imhotep and the like, were built to reflect the cosmos. You know that. So it's not the first time that ones have been naming the stars and observing the heavens when the Islamic world got hold of it. It's not the first time, listen to me good, that we would have been performing surgery to remove cataract, not from the Nile, from the eye. You got that one? Not the first time. But again, it's just like, again, a lot of the ancient art that we can prove came from the continent of Africa has been preserved by many, from karate to kung fu to yoga, to meditation, while the black world running around trying to get a job. And when they get a job, trying to see how many shoes they can fit in their closet and see how many, if they can get the shiniest rim for their cars. Other people are preserving our liberty, preserving our agency. So this is why some can lay claim to it. And you would believe that the Indians invented yoga. And you would believe that the Chinese invented Kung Fu. And you would believe that the Japanese invented karate. And you believe that the Arabs, not even Islam now, somehow Islam has become Arab people. No, take it easy. You're moving too fast. So yes, Islam would have preserved astronomy, not necessarily the people you call the Arabs, And if you are Arabic by nature, this ain't nothing personal. It's all love. We're just trying to wake up our people who are totally lacking the understanding of who they are. You understand? So the ancient science of medicine that has been seen practiced, even in this Islamic world. Give thanks for the preservation. But then again, who preserved it? It's us. Don't let them fool you. You understand? Let me read something here for you quickly before we even run to the other subject. I hope everything is beautiful with you, family. Everything is good on this part here. Now, I'm going to, no, that's not it. Just give me a moment there. All right. Now, just to show you, even before I go too far into that, just to show you that there's such a height that links the the science of astronomy and the science of medicine. There's a 13th century hospital, the Divrigi hospital, which is also considered to be the hospital built alongside a mosque. And it's from the 13th century. And it is located in modern day Turkey. But what is outstanding here is that the mosque, all respect to the mosque, but in ancient time, that mosque was more of a temple, which a mosque is a temple, and I'm not taking away the mosque aspect, but you see, the reason why I'm stressing this, because when you hear mosque, you think, oh, it's 12 o'clock, Allahu Akbar, time to kneel down and kiss the floor. But this was more like an institute of learning. So you had the one building, one half of it was for medicine, and the other half of it was for the craft of understanding the cosmos, for astronomy. So you could see again the depths of the level of knowledge that was being expressed at that time. So between the 7th and the 8th to the 13th, 14th century, I would have to say 7th because there's more to it. Now let me just read this quickly. This is actually coming from National Geographic and highlighting some history as it relates to the Golden Age of Islam. And it says here, this is another article now, 7th century. After the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632, peace be unto him, Islam expands beyond Arabia to Persia, Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and North Africa. 8th century, this is like a timeline, something like chronicling, the events of events. 8th century, Caliph Harun al-Rashid founds the House of Wisdom. We just spoke of that. And of course, of the Abbasid Caliphate. That's why the other article began him as Abbasid, Harun al-Rashid. And he founds the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. The city's scholar translate many ancient manuscripts and medical texts. You understand? Remember these medical texts, these manuscripts coming from where? The ancient world. Coming from Imhotep, coming from King Dzoja. You get what I'm saying? Just like, again, Bodhidharma brought Kung Fu to the Chinese. It's the same thing, so they preserved it. So this knowledge was a knowledge passed down. That's why the Greeks can tell you about the planets and give them names that literally hold to the characteristic of the planet, like Mars and Venus, etc. That's why those of us in ancient astronomy could understand the value of astrology when it comes to, them appreciating the value of the planets. It's just that their max is totally off. So now in the 9th century, Raziz, he's also referred to as, is born in Persia, physician, chemist, and teacher, and he writes many important medical works after later translated into Latin and Greek. So you see it moves on. So it gone into Latin and Greek. The other manuscript article we were reading said that it went into Hebrew. 10th century, Surgeon Al-Zahrawi is born in Cordoba. So you see, we're talking about the time when we're bringing high science to Europe. Inventor of many medical instruments. He writes the first illustrated surgical book. All right, very good. In Baghdad, Ibn Sina writes the Canon of Medicine, a 5-volume work encompassing all known medical knowledge of the time. According to National Geographic. 12th century, you gotta say all of that. Ibn Rushd, he's born. He's a philosopher. He's an astronomer and a physician. He writes a medical encyclopedia known as Collegiate in Latin. in the 4th century, so everything will change now here. Ottoman Seri Fidin is born, a surgeon. He creates illustrated works showing the advanced procedure of Muslim medicine. And as I said, the Golden Age, you know, the 8th to the 13th century. We just spanned some 7 to the 14th, 7th century here of information, just showing you who were the highlight of that century. And of course, there would have been many with them as well. So you are getting a good comprehension of where the Islamic world rests when it comes to the preservation of an ancient art or the ancient arts as it relates to medicine and even astronomy. And of course, don't fool yourself. They're not the only ones who would have been preserving it as well. You could say that, remember there who, as a large religion, which has some level of power, they also would have some level of control over propaganda too. But I mean, remember, all over Africa, we're preserving this. Everybody knows of the Dogons, but it's not the Dogons alone when it comes to the understanding of the movements of the stars. But anyway, so that is why many of the stars that you have in the heavens, like Adhara, Adhil, Ayin, Al-Wa'id, you see a lot of the Al-Tu, Al-Qaid, all of these are different stars, you know, Al-Qaid, yeah, Al-Qaid is a star there, Al-Qiz, you know, Al-Nahir, Al-Nasi, Al-Nitak, and Al-Fahad, and Al-Tef, these are all stars, and a lot of Al, and Difidar, and Duhi, Dobhi, Debin, all of these are Arabic terms, and Elinas, and Inif. So, and you can get their meaning for them, you know. So the point is, it is just showing you that the stars, let me pull up some direct information for you here. Okay, for example, Adhara, the meaning of it is the first of the virgins, and scientific name is Epsilon Canis Majoris, but it's Adhara and comes with a story, the first of the virgin. So with that understanding, again, you can see that Islam, the Arabic world, would have stamped its image as such over a lot of the science of that time. And I cannot move off of this subject without, you know, bringing it home again. Don't lose track, because Islamic history is told. You know, I don't know if it's the Jews telling this in a way, that if you're not smart, if you're not scholarly, if your heads are not in the book, and you got to be careful which book, you would lose the black presence, not just even in the origin of Islam, but even in the Islamic narrative. And all of what even I would have been saying tonight, you as a black person would consider that you ain't got nothing at all to do with that. You think so? Hey, give thanks. All right, brother Dedan Kimathi, we're going to get into that right now. Just make sure you stick right here.
Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity.
And obviously, royal family, you know, that number works better for those who are right on the ground. But for those in the international community, of course, you could still send a WhatsApp to that as it relates to that product. But of course, you could easily, you know, just order directly from the website. Prosperity, definitely very important and necessary for you to have. I chuckled because just today, because we deliver the prosperity on the ground too. So I delivered the prosperity to a brother who was extremely anxious to get his prosperity. And when I saw him, he's an elder brother. I know him from since I was small, not by name, you know, but it's just very small community, small island. So you know people. And I would estimate he must be about 70, maybe 3 or 4 going up there now. So so he told me he went to the doctor as it relates to, of course, his prostate. And he was explaining to me that, you know, the doctor was telling him that, well, you know, your prostate is a bit inflamed or a bit swollen it was in his case. So he definitely got to do something about it. So he got word about the prosperity and he got one. I think that was a while back, maybe about a year or so, he got one. So he couldn't locate me for a while. And for whatever reason, he couldn't contact. He didn't find the phone number. And so he finally got in contact with me. And when I saw him today, I said, brother, well, you saved my life. You see this bottle here? This is the miracle worker. And it's my fault. This is what he's telling me. It's my fault. Because you don't even know. I was in so much pain. And brother, and well, you don't know what I'm talking about, so I can tell you. He said, brother, man, the thing didn't work for years. You don't ask me what thing he talking about, because I didn't ask him, but yeah. He said the thing didn't work for years. And after I used your stuff, man, I felt like a millionaire, but it's my fault. Because I should have come for another one. And that done almost a year now, and I couldn't find you. And he said that after a while, you know, whatever symptoms he was feeling, he said he started to feel it trickle back in. And he said no. He started to ask around until he got the number again, because he know whatever he would have gone through for them years, because it seemed like he was going through a serious thing for a few years. He said no. He don't want to go through that. And he saved the number and he said, brother, I coming back for some more to make sure everything all right, just in case you disappear. And I'm telling you, that is really how it is with everyone. You know, now, obviously, his situation would have been really, really bad from how he explained it to me. And obviously, for someone that is going through a serious situation, sometimes it's better you get 3. Yeah, and you know, use them periodically, and that will definitely assist you, especially when it comes to them swollen prostate, inflamed prostate. You know, some ones may have a severe case of erectile dysfunction, and that, I mean, you know what a severe, I'm talking elephant trunk, brother, severe case. Some ones may not be as severe. It just may need a little help. So it's a different thing. Prosperity is not a joke, you know. This is a revolutionary medicine. I am telling you that. I didn't make it. And I'm boasting on it. And those who put it together, that's a master medicine. No effects on the side effects, just straight effects. Take it from I. You understand? Fellas come looking for you all from all over to get their bottle. I'm telling you, to get their bottle of the prosperity. Ingenious product, man. Fully all natural, man. Yeah, and works. Yeah. So I would encourage everyone to, get their bottle of the prosperity today. So as I said, you could just definitely go straight to the website and make your order. All right, give thanks. Now, international flavor, the universal spice, this definitely is Radio Anu. And of course, we are right here in the Tiger's Nest. Now, before we even go there, let's hear this one. I like this. Tell me what you think.
Family. I mean that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Give thanks.
All right, give thanks. And yeah, I think I was having a bit of issue there with the mic. You got to pardon me there. It is what it is. But hey, what we're going to do now, we're going to go straight into the other part of the program. We're not going to even waste any time. And as we said, we're dealing with a bit of Kenyan history. We're dealing with a bit of Mau history. And we are really highlighting Brother Kimathi, which is one of the, if not the more outstanding leader of the Mau rebellion. So what we're going to do, I'm actually going to present to you an excerpt, I should say, from a documentary that was taken from NTV, directly dealing with Brother Kimathi. And this one was entitled, Who Failed Dedan Kimathi? Now, obviously, I cannot give you all of it, so I'm just going to give you what I can in the time we have remaining. Let's listen.
Did Kimathi inspire other resistances against colonialism on the African continent? What happened to the natives who helped the colonialists arrest Kimathi? Well, this is that story. I am Agutu Rosa. On 21st October 1956, Diragu Mau, whose nickname was Githeme, shot Kimathi. Diragu, seen here on the left side, was a home guard employed on a salary of 60 shillings a month. He had been selected as part of the team sent out to capture Kimathi. He did not know how Kimathi looked like, but he knew he had to be captured because the reward was enticing. A former editor at the Standard newspaper, Mashua Koinange, recalls his encounter with Diragu in 1985. Speaking with KTN News via his cell phone, Mashua says that when he met Diragu, he was a remorseful elderly man who regretted shooting Kimathi. The only thing he had to show for the betrayal against his people was a truck stuck in his compound that was never used. In an article he wrote for the Standard back then, Mashua said that Diragu was reluctant to do the interview, but when he accepted, it was his chance to seek closure. Diragu told Mashua that after days of searching in the forest, one morning at around 6:30 a.m., they saw a glimpse of something. It was a man attempting to cross a ditch carrying a bundle. We shouted at him to stop, but he started running. I fired and missed. I ran after him alone and fired again, but missed as he disappeared into the woods. He followed hot on his heels and caught sight of him as he tried to jump over a ditch. He fired. This time, he got him. I had shot him on his right thigh. He was wearing a leopard skin. His bundle of sugarcane was lying next to him. He was holding a panga in one hand. He studied the man, perplexed. Finally, he asked in Gikuyu, "Who are you?" Field Marshal Dedan Kimathi was Shuri. He answered. Kimathi asked him, "Are you the one who shot me?" Diragu said, "Yes." "Newega, it's okay," Kimathi replied, resigned to his fate and in pain. Diragu was awarded 150 pounds, that is around 23,000 Kenya shillings today. Another officer, Jugingatia, who assisted him in operation, was awarded 75 pounds, which is around 11,500 shillings today. The total reward was 500 pounds. The remaining sum was divided among the team that was involved in the capture. Diragu used the money to buy a public transport minibus. Nobody ever boarded it, only his family. At night, angry residents would scratch the vehicle using stones, writing the words Moridhimo wa Kimathi, meaning Kimathi's shin, which referred to the part of the body that was shot. He tried selling it, but nobody was willing to buy Kimathi's shin. The vehicle ended up rusting in his compound. Diragu later opened a restaurant and it made the same fate. Residents would write on the walls, Moridhimo wa Kimathi. Diragu lived a shameful life. He was treated as an outcast, and the treatment also befell his children, who found it hard to cope in school. In 1986, Diragu died. His fellow home guards combined their rewards and bought a lorry. It met the same fate.
Now, Dedan Kimathi's trial was not fair at all. It was more of a kangaroo court. Kangaroo in the sense, his was a political case. Remember, he was more of a politician, though Kimathi would not have accepted to be called a politician. He would have, although he was KAU branch chairman by 1950s, by 52. So his trial was supposed to be a political trial, like that of Nelson Mandela, whereby you don't hang a political prisoner. You could put him in jail or detention and then release him after you achieve what you want. Yes, but you see, they criminalized it.
The first judgment in the Kimathi case was done in haste, and when he appealed, it was quickly dismissed. An execution report that is kept at the Supreme Court Museum of Kenya indicates that Kimathi was hanged at 6 a.m. on February 18, 1957. The report, signed by a medical officer, indicates that he examined the body of the deceased and found life to be extinct. Death was caused by hanging, and it was instantaneous. The judgment report that is also kept at the museum indicates that Kimathi was in possession of a firearm, a .38 Webley Scott revolver, contrary to Regulation 8A1 of the Emergency Regulations 1953. However, when Diragu shot Kimathi, he said he found him with a panga and a bundle of sugarcane. There was no revolver.
He was accused of having a revolver. By that time, he only had a machete or panga. Like somebody who had a sugarcane sugarcane too, and use the panga to get, it done. And but there in the trial, they added things that were not there, the things that were rumored about him. Yes, again, it was very unfair. They were even fearing a dead man. They buried him, understand, with, yes, yes, with handcrafts.
In her book, Kimathi's widow, the late Mukami, recalls that while in prison, warders would come and tell her about the progress of the trial. They would say that he will be convicted because everyone in the court, apart from Kimathi, was a colonialist or a colonialist sympathizer. A day before Kimathi was executed, Mukami was taken to see him. His hands were not cuffed, and the colonialists had gone to great lengths to confirm that he was the one. One of his fingers on his left hand had been partly severed earlier while he ground grass for cattle. This happened while they lived in Olkalau. Many white people had checked his finger as proof that they had captured the right man. The British colonialists promised Kimathi life, wealth, and acres of land if he disowned the Mau Mau. After all, that was what they were fighting for.
Now, if you notice, what was said there is that the man that even killed him said that when he, not killed him badly, but shot him, said that when he shot him, he had a bag of sugar cane, yeah? And I think they call it a panja, which is like a cutlass, to peel the sugar cane. But when the time came now for him to go to court, he had a revolver. Remember, this is the British government, like I think a year or two or so ago, Queen Elizabeth became queen in Kenya. How many people know that? She was princess, she left England as Princess Elizabeth, herself and Prince Philip. And she went to Kenya and came out of Kenya as Queen Elizabeth, herself and Prince Philip. Yeah, because her father, who was King George, the one of them, I think is the sixth, he would have died when she went to Kenya. So on his death, she became queen. I'm talking about Elizabeth. And as queen, she became queen in Kenya. That's where she get the word, well, Your Majesty, you're now the queen, and she in Kenya. And I always believed I would have done a program on that. That was some sort of, you know how it is with these people. They thrive on the spirit. What level of spirit? That's another thing. It's just like a vampire that knows how to suck the blood, a mosquito that knows how to suck the blood, how to infiltrate and get the energy. That's why they put all of their folly days, unholy days, Halloween, All Saints Day. They know when the portals are being opened. Their Christmas Day, they understand the science of the solstice and the equinoxes. You comprehend. So they know. Easter, they understand all of that science and the equinox again. And they fit all of their folly days around when the energy is really there. And some of these portals, they can bring in good energy and they can bring in bad energy. So this is something that is well understood when it comes to sorcery. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that she was in Kenya at that time. So the Mau Mau rebellion, as you know, was just fighting against the colonialistic British government. The King of England and the new Queen of England, they're just as wicked as anybody there that was breaking into the houses of the Kikuyu and anybody else and bringing them out and shoving them into concentration camps by the thousands upon thousands. I think it's hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of black men they had and women. And of course, they would have killed and raped and robbed. There's no record of none of this. So there was a band of us that said, this cannot work. And we went up into the hills and we formed the government. We literally formed the government. You see, this is it. Many people do not know that when it comes to General Kimathi. He literally formed a government in the mountains. He actually established a parliament. That is why those who are really like Black Power in Kenya would tell you that the real first government of Kenya was that of Kimathi. This wasn't no bomb or whatever you may want to say, how they want to portray him. That this was an intelligent human being. All of them were intelligent. And they decided that they had to take up arms and whatever else they had to take up to defend their people and defend their land. And they grew their locks as a sign of rebellion and a sign of the ancient warrior priest class. And they went into battle. But you're looking at an individual who history has tried to forget, who could have easily been the first prime minister and president of Kenya. Yes, I know Brother Jomo Kenyatta would have taken the scene, but what about Brother, what's his name now? Tom Mboya. Remember, he was assassinated, Mboya. Many people believe that he, as well, could have been the first prime minister of Kenya because he had strong relationships with the Western world and he would have visited Kennedy, etc., etc. So you have to understand the dynamics of Kenya at that time, the 50s and the 60s, and know who all were on the stage. So you don't hear about Kimathi that much, although they speak about the Mau Mau every now and again. But the leader of the Mau Mau was an individual that, I mean, just, you know how history is. You know, just the one mistake or one false move or something, and history can just totally change. Kimathi could have easily become, just like many rebels, the head of the Kenyan government, but that was not the case. But that is what you would get from many elders. So, of course, family, you know, I would always encourage you to don't just be listening and regurgitating what you hear, but do your own diligent research. It is extremely important. Hey, family, again, Sheba Aksum and the Ark. Sheba Aksum and the Ark. We're going to be premiering it on the Radio Anu TV. I myself, I think I'm going to sit in and take it in. So I should be in the chat with the rest of you. Let me hear what you got to say. Come on, Sheba Aksum and the Ark. And make sure you get it live tonight, because it won't be up there, you know, forever. As you know, it's one of our webinars specifically, Sheba Aksum and the Ark. So I would invite you, you know, to come on over to Radio Anu TV, and those of you who are on Radio Anu TV, which is the YouTube, you keep it right there, and you definitely will be witnessing Sheba Aksum and the Ark. So make sure you go and get your spice and get your food and whatever it is you have to get together, because we're going to jam it right now. Sheba Aksum and the Ark. And then afterwards, return back to Radio Anu for the after party. What you say? Hey, family, you don't know if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And as always, you know, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Give thanks. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Bless.
Are you searching for unique handmade Black cultural crafts, t-shirts, and accessories? Look no further. Introducing your ultimate destination for the vibrant and captivating creations that celebrate Rastafari and African culture. At Black Dominion, we bring you a curated collection of exquisitely designed, crafted products honoring the rich heritage of Rastafari, Ethiopia, and the Black diaspora. With our user-friendly website, shopping is a breeze. We ship worldwide, bringing Black culture to every corner of the globe. Visit www.blackdominion.shop today and start exploring the incredible range of handmade Rastafari and Black culture. Find your inspiration, embrace your roots, and stand out from the crowd.
Empress Menon Asfau was born on April 3, 1891, in the province of Ambassal, Ethiopia. She was a prominent figure in Ethiopian history and a key supporter of her husband, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Today, on her born day, we celebrate her remarkable contributions to her country and people. Empress Menen was known for her deep faith and her commitment to helping others. She was a strong advocate for education and played an active role in the establishment of schools and other educational institutions throughout Ethiopia. She was also a skilled diplomat and served as an ambassador to several countries, including Egypt, Greece, and Italy. In addition to her diplomatic work, Empress Menen was a dedicated philanthropist. She established several charities to help the poor and disadvantaged, and she was especially concerned with the welfare of women and children. Her charitable work included the establishment of hospitals and orphanages, as well as the provision of food and shelter to those in need. Empress Menen was also a champion of Ethiopian culture and tradition. She was a skilled weaver and embroiderer, and she encouraged the preservation of traditional Ethiopian arts and crafts. She also supported the development of modern art and literature in Ethiopia. Finally, Empress Menen was a devoted wife and mother. She and Emperor Haile Selassie I had 6 children together, and she played an active role in their upbringing and education. She also supported her husband in his political and diplomatic work, serving as a trusted advisor and confidant. Empress Menen's legacy is an inspiration to us all. Her dedication to education, philanthropy, and cultural preservation, as well as her unwavering faith and commitment to family, set an example for generations to come. As we celebrate her born day, we honor her memory and her contributions to Ethiopia and the world.
Publish, shop, subscribe, follow Rastafari.tv.
10 years ago, Romeo Dallaire led a team of UN peacekeepers into Rwanda on a mission of hope to restore peace to a war-torn land. But the mission failed, and close to 1 million people were slaughtered. Dallaire has always blamed himself for not stopping the genocide, and living with that guilt almost killed him. But now Dallaire has written a book, and while he still accepts some of the blame, he makes it clear there's more than enough to go around. Here's Carol Off with a feature report.
The ordinary demands of life are now a comfort to Romeo Dallaire. Like the annual Quebec ritual of assembling the winter garage, his children, Catherine and Guy, look for chances to spend time with their father. They missed a lot during his years as a soldier, and again during his painful recovery, when nothing gave comfort, but his heart and mind were thousands of kilometers away in another land.
Okay, so I see.
Dallaire's searing memory of his time in that other land is now a book, Shake Hands with the Devil, The Failure of Humanity in Rwanda. He describes the machete-wielding government-sponsored forces who went on a killing spree in 1994, murdering 800,000 people in 100 days. It's a damning indictment of world leaders and UN bureaucrats who failed to stop the genocide. Even to write the story was painful.
I think it's having relived that year in Rwanda and the 4 months of the genocide through writing the book. I mean, I actually had to relive it. You can't write it unless you relive it.
After Rwanda, Dallaire blamed himself for everything. He sank deep into despair. He attempted suicide. 3 years ago, he sat on this park bench and drank from a bottle of alcohol. He's forbidden to drink because of the drugs he takes for depression. The mixture almost put him into coma. It was a low point in his life, but soon after he began to write the book and to give shape to the events that haunt him. He feels the park bench is behind him now. Dallaire has confronted the demons, some of whom were real-life ones.
They were devils. And I couldn't see
literally. It wasn't even just not just using that metaphorically. Literally.
Oh no! I mean, just as I know that there was a presence of a superior being on a couple of occasions present in a physical, vibrating sense to help me go through some very, very difficult moments. That same reality came about in meeting or discussing with those people. I was not discussing with humans. They had erased themselves from that, which created in itself a dilemma. I think a very difficult ethical dilemma was, do you negotiate with the devil, or do you just take your pistol and shoot him between the eyes?
Did you think about that? Did you think at times that you just want to take out your gun and shoot them?
And I describe it at one point in the book where I walked in and for a second or whatever, long enough to be conscious of it, I wasn't sure whether or not my hand would go and take my pistol out or would move to shake their hand. Yeah, is that strong?
In one passage from the book, Dallaire describes a visit to a village, a favorite place he had hoped had not been wiped out by the genocidaire.
They were all gone. I looked out over burnt huts, stump sills smoldering, carrion birds overhead, black lumps of rags moving ever so slowly downstream as others piled up on the curve of the river. I was filled with a sense of gross ineptness. I'd come to paradise in full bloom, and now, on my favorite hillside, I saw myself walking these hills and valleys, crossing streams and sitting in the shade of banana trees, talking without anybody being there, ripped apart by failure and remorse. I'd come to Kinahira looking for a little peace, but peace had been murdered here too. I remember that day.
You are, in the book, it's interesting, at times when you say you shouldn't, there's no finger pointing, there's no help to point fingers and to lay blame. Other times you clearly say, j'accuse. Yes. And so it's an interesting, tension, obviously, within you as to who to blame.
Who do I blame? I blame the lack of statesmanship. I blame the Americans' leadership, which includes the Pentagon, in projecting itself as a world policeman one day and a recluse the next. In fact, vulgarly stating, even in General Assembly, 3 weeks before the Rwandan genocide and civil war starting, President Clinton saying in General Assembly that through his Proposition 25, Presidential Directive Proposition 25, that the Americans will go in only if it's in their self-interest.
Dallaire's main line of communication with the world was through the Department of Peacekeeping Operations at the UN in New York City. Before the war began, Dallaire asked for leave to take preemptive action against those he suspected of plotting the genocide. New York told him to back off. Did you feel in any way let down by the Peacekeeping Office in New York, the way they responded to your initiative?
Yes, I think let down is a bit of a soft statement.
Betrayed?
Well, we're getting closer to it. Undermined, poorly assessed, putting into question maybe my own skills, in the field as the commander, realizing what I was doing and the full consequences of my actions.
Your sense was that they had regarded you as a cowboy.
Well, that came through from different sources, but it was very much like I wasn't fully grasping the depth of risk to my people, and we had taken some high risks previously in moving the rebel battalion into Kigali and a number of things like that. But it seemed to me like I was being assessed as not having thought my plan out appropriately, recognizing that these soldiers are not mine.
On the first night of the war, Rwandan government forces were murdering Tutsi and Hutu moderate politicians. Dallaire dispatched one unit of 10 Belgian peacekeepers to secure the home of Rwanda's prime minister. The Belgians were by far the most experienced of his soldiers, but they were ambushed, taken prisoner, and later tortured, mutilated, and murdered. The whole battalion was pulled out of Rwanda, while Belgian politicians and the Belgian public blamed Dallaire for failing to take care of his soldiers first, Rwandans second. Dallaire has always lamented those 10 deaths, but in his book he says it was, overall, the Belgians who let him down.
Whether they will say that I as the commander, did not accomplish my duty, particularly to those 10, that will very much depend on where their heart and their brain meet, but they will not be happy with what I write. Oh, there's no happiness there. It's blunt and it's nasty and it's.
Why did you decide to be blunt and nasty with the Belgians on this?
Because at the same time, they were my best. They had the potential to be so much more. They helped a lot, other contingents as what they could make available, but they could have been far more than what they were. They could have been a leading atmosphere amongst the troops and the contingents, and then ultimately being indisciplined, haughty, unnecessarily aggressive, bordering on racism, and even at times undermining the advancement of the process. But if the preferred option is to take the Mombasa.
As the death toll mounted, General Dallaire submitted a detailed plan for a rapid reaction force. He needed 5,000 soldiers to dismantle the killing machine of the genocidaire and to stop the Hutu power movement.
Logistic movements.
The UN Security Council rejected his plan. The United States even refused to acknowledge the genocide to avoid any legal obligations to help.
We have every reason to believe that acts of genocide have occurred.
How many acts of genocide does it take to make genocide?
Alan, that's just not a question that I'm in a position to answer.
True that you have specific guidance not to use the word genocide in isolation, but always to preface it with this word acts of.
I have guidance which I try to use as best as I can. I'm not. There are formulations that we are using that we are trying to be consistent in our use of.
But I hold those who could have readily participated in the exercise for overtly, blatantly, callously saying no, we're not going to come in. I think they've got to. The ones who could have got to be identified, and
they are.
Yes,
they are. Who are they?
The United States were part of it. France, the British. I think that elements of the UN Secretariat.
Dallaire finally got his troop reinforcements after the war and the genocide were over. By then, it was time for his farewell parade.
Following Ghanaian military tradition, we exchanged a white baton of command. Then I was escorted off the dais into an open 4x4. 2 long ropes were stretched before the vehicle and all the officers took up positions along them. They pulled me out of the compound to the music of Old Lang Syne. When we came to a halt, Tico helped me out of the 4x4 for the ride to the airport. After a flurry of fraternal hugs all around, I was gone. I left Africa on August 20, 1994, nearly a year to the day from when I had first arrived in Rwanda, full of hopes for a mission that would secure lasting peace for a country that once had been a tiny paradise on earth.
You said once, many times actually, no one can play Pontius Pilate on this.
No, no. No one. Including myself.
Do you blame yourself?
I failed, yes. The mission failed. And they died by the thousands. 100,000s. Yes, there is. That's why the subtitle, the failure of humanity, it failed. It was overridden by the devil. It was overridden by the hatred and the racism and the fear and all the incredible horrific ways that human beings can destroy other human beings.
After Rwanda, Dallaire was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. In December of 1999, when he was 53, Dallaire was told he was not responding to treatment. The Canadian Forces medical staff reported that he was trying to kill himself through work. The Chief of Defense Staff told Dallaire he had to forget Rwanda or forget the army. Dallaire was medically dismissed.
And the medical report said, it was just a very short phrase, and it said, General Dallaire cannot command troops in any operation, or it cannot command troops in operations anymore. And my whole life had been commanding troops. And that's when I fully realized the impact of what Rwanda had done to me, is when I literally was not able to do what my whole career had taught me to do. And it was a terrible shock, but I was able to spend more time on Rwanda matters and so on, and so and on mental health matters, and that just rapidly filled the void. Although I'd love to go back into the field and smell the diesel and the sound of the guns and being with troops, and it's incredible how one becomes lonely for those people.
Dallaire's military family is in his past. His own family is front and center. The children and his wife Elizabeth have worked to put the pieces back together over the past 9 years. Dallaire will go to Harvard next year on a fellowship at the prestigious Carr Center, where he will study and write about conflict resolution. He also works with the Canadian government on war-affected children, and he's filled with a new idealism.
No matter how idealistic the aim sounds, this new century must become the century of humanity, when we as human beings rise above race, creed, color, religion, and national self-interest, and put the good of humanity above the good of our own tribe. For the sake of the children and of our future. Peu ce que veut, allons-y.
For The National, I'm Carol Off.
My name is Dwight N. Hopkins, and I'm the Alexander Campbell Professor at the University of Chicago, specifically at the Divinity School. And I'm just happy and thrilled to be able to share today one of the classics in theology, as well as the classics in the public arena. It's called Black Theology and Black Power, and is written by James H. Cone. James H. Cone, in fact, is known as the father of Black liberation theology, not just in the US, but globally. But before I go into more detail on the book, I think it's good to just give a context for why Cone wrote the book. So he publishes the book in March 1969, Black Theology and Black Power. But properly speaking, we have to go back to 1966 to talk about Black theology as a context for Cone's actual book. You may recall that the Civil Rights Movement begins December 1st, 1955 in Montgomery, Alabama. We know Dr. King was the leader of that movement, but actually December 1st, 1955, the movement was started by Rosa Parks, an African-American churchwoman who refused to give up her seat when she was tired. And so the police were called, she was arrested and put in jail. And then it's actually the Women's Political Action Committee that printed the leaflets and started the protest. But the men and the Black pastors obviously sacrificed. King died, but we have to also give kudos to those church women who were lay people who also played a large part in the rise of the Civil Rights Movement. So what does the Civil Rights Movement have to do with James Cone's book, Black Theology and Black Power? Well, the Civil Rights Movement was one of the major streams from which Cone took his evidence, his creativity, and his theological imagination. And specifically, he took at least 3 things from the Civil Rights Movement. And these were all enunciated by Dr. King. 1, Cone, drawing on King, reinterpreted the Black church as an organizing station to give people spiritual strength to go out and fight in the streets. So that's a big redefinition of the church. I mean, in the seminaries, theologists, we call them ecclesiology, so in case you want to do some homework. Redefinition of the church. The second thing that came out of the Civil Rights Movement, represented by King and then adopted by James Cone, is that the role of the pastor, or the Black religious leader, is not only to preach, but mainly he back in that day, he had to take off his sort of banker Brooks Brothers coat and shoes and put on bib overalls. Bib overalls is another homework assignment. That's for all you from the rural areas. I grew up in the rural areas, so I know what bib is. So a top to bottom blue jeans outfit. And you would brogan shoes. And you would leave the congregation out. The pastor was the leader into the protest movement. You don't run for danger, you run into segregation and fight segregation. Redefinition of the church, redefinition of the pastoral leaders of the church. And the third thing that King emphasized in a very powerful way was the essence of the gospel of Jesus Christ was definitely a spiritual matter. So he always believed in spiritual development. He believed in nonviolence, all those things. But what he brought to the center or the essence of the gospel, that is the word of God through Jesus Christ, is justice for the poor and the widow and the working people. So those 3 things, redefinition of the church, redefinition of the role of the pastor, redefinition of the content of the gospel of liberation of Jesus Christ. Cone took all of those things from the Civil Rights Movement and put them into his book, Black Theology and Black Power. So that's one big strand that goes into this book. Another major strand that goes into Cone's book, Black Theology and Black Power, is the Black Power movement. So if the Civil Rights Movement begins December 1st, 1955 in Montgomery, Alabama, then the Black Power movement begins June 16th, 1966 in Greenwood, Mississippi. These are all big dates and big locations for struggle for justice on the part of Blacks and all Americans. We might recall, or you can read about it, on June 16th, 1966 in Greenwood, Mississippi, there was a march. There was a big civil rights march, and there were a lot of people who came down from New York and California and other places. So it was really a nice integrated community. We shall overcome, the classic themes of the civil rights movement. This time, that march was co-led So on the left on the march stood Dr. King, had his bib overalls, and his straw hat. And on the right of the march in front, so is locked arms rather, with Dr. King, is Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael was the chairperson of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which is acronym is pronounced SNCC. Now, usually all these civil rights groups be together, linked arms, we shall overcome, black and white together, and you can see in the march there are whites and blacks together in the march. But when nighttime came and they stopped to do a rally on a flatbed truck, because you got to pitch tent, you keep people going, rile them up, get the emotions going, energy. Carmichael, when his turn came, he jumped on that flatbed truck and said, "What we need now is black power. What we need now is black power." And he just go, black power, black power. And all the young people were just going, wow, and you had an integrated crowd, and part of that crowd was singing "We Shall Overcome," which is the civil rights movement anthem, and others were saying, black power, black power. Literally, the black power movement literally grew out of the civil rights movement on the part of the youth. The youth wing, SNCC, and Stokely Carmichael represented that voice. And probably one of the most significant themes in this book is that for the first time, black theology and black power were pulled together in one text. Or to put it another way, Cone was able to do a theological interpretation of the movement for black lives, the movement for black power, the movement for civil rights for so-called black people back then, which had never been produced before. Cone took some themes from the black power movement, just like he took some themes from the civil rights movement and wedded them together in this text, Black Theology and Black Power. What were some of those themes? That the gospel of Jesus Christ, as thought about and preached and practiced in theology, was black. Obviously, this was a huge interruption, not only in the white churches, but also within black churches, particularly the older generation of Dr. King. He makes this claim on two levels, theological levels. One is that if black people are made in the image of God, imago Dei, then God has to be black. Sort of makes logical sense, right? If black people are created by God and they're made in the image of God, then God must be black. The other theological level he makes it is based on location. It's divine location. His read, that is James Cone, his read of the Christian text and the Hebrew text is the following: that Yahweh in Exodus 3 heard the cries of the oppressed ancient Israelites who were enslaved in Egypt, literally slaves, and Yahweh heard their cries, and Yahweh offered a covenant that if they were to obey Yahweh as absolute, then Yahweh would deliver them into a new land, to milk and honey and peace. So Cone said, well, yeah, following on his slave ancestors, they have the same theological interpretation. Well, that means black people. We're going to be liberated because God loves us, and God's love and being with us makes us black. So it's a love and a location of God that makes them black. So what does that say? It says that Jesus has a preferential option for the poor and the oppressed. And Cone would say, what does that mean? The Exodus, Yahweh hears the oppressed in Exodus 3, and Jesus speaks out in Luke 4 and Matthew 25, and he says, how do we apply that to black people's existence today, particularly in the context of black power? So what Cone said, well, wherever black people are struggling for liberation, Jesus is there. So Jesus has to be black. That is the second person of the Trinity, i.e. God and the Godhead. So that's what he meant by God is black. So black power is saying everything is black. Even Stokely Carmichael, who wasn't known as a secularist, mentioned about a black God. Maybe rhetorically, but at least he mentioned it. So the point here, of course, is that nothing is abstract. Nothing does not have, everything has a context. And so black people needed power because they existed in America and they didn't have power. It's also important to talk about what the original definition of black power was, because it's changed from different people all over for the last, 40, 50 years. The original definition of black power in the United States, as enunciated by Stokely Carmichael and his colleagues in SNCC in Mississippi, with two things. One, black workers and rural peasants, using their words, should own the land they worked on. So it was a land-based power. The second part that Black Power introduced into the civil rights movement was that wherever, Carmichael said, wherever the majority of black people lived, they should have the majority of political positions. This was the original definition of Black Power. The definitions are based on land and voting because Carmichael and his youth colleagues, they were embedded in rural Mississippi for over 2 or 3 years in one spot. Whereas King, and he played his role, he was flying around and moving to different, conferences, California, New York. But these youth men and women felt that black people needed power, land, and black people needed power as far as the political realm. So Cone takes out of Black Power this emphasis on a black culture. You need to have an adjective, black, in front of everything, hence Black theology. He also took from Black Power their emphasis on Pan-Africanism, that black people in the United States were part of the larger diaspora. Now it's sort of called Afrocentrism, but then it was more Pan-Africanism back in the 60s. So Cone took that into Black theology and Black Power. And also he took into Black theology and Black Power the militant dimension of the Black Power movement. But if you get to the heart of the matter, there's the various chapters. The first chapter of the book really gives one of the best, for that time, definitions of Black Power. He talks about the cultural parts, the political parts, the economic parts, the communal parts, really, and of course has a little bite, right? Because if you read about the history of Black Power, now it's all on video, the whole thing is documented. You can see there's always a little sharpness to Black Power because they're really fighting for Black Power. So his first book has a little of that edge, but as an academic and a theologian, he lays out the various themes in that first chapter, defining what does Black Power mean. And the second chapter, and this is a very contentious claim, but his second chapter is on liberation theology. And a lot of people they just get stuck on the first part because it's a really it can have a little sharp edge, that first chapter, but if you go through that to the second chapter, it's literally defining liberation theology, classic liberation theology. So in that sense, one of the major significance of Cone's book, as he was one of the first to write a book. I mean, there have been articles and conferences, Medellin in Colombia in 1968, and others as well, but he wrote the first one in 1969. And he goes on to lay out various publics. So again, many times back in the 50s and 60s, you, a theologian, properly speaking, didn't speak to a whole host of different publics. There is some overlap, right? In fact, our own David Tracy here at the University of Chicago was one of the first to talk about properly as a theologian, the importance of major publics. But Cone speaks maybe to a little broader public than the Tracy, but nonetheless within the Tracyan genre, talks to the Black church, he talks to academics, he talks to biblical scholars, he talks to the white church, he talks to the media and politicians. Quite a feat, I would say, even today as a theologian myself, to be able to speak to all those audiences with some type of context and theme and thread to hold together. It's pretty an amazing accomplishment even for us in 2022. How might some of these themes impact us today? That's a major issue. And again, not to get into left, right, or center in terms of posture, but to speak more in terms of an academic trying to understand phenomena, let's put it that way. I think today we have some parallels because we have a lot of movements, much more integrated movements, I should say, particularly amongst young people around issues of Black questions. So that's a parallel there. But I think today's situation is probably a little more broad and richer, and not necessarily better richer, but just richer because you've got movements today, queer movements, you've got women's movements, you got all kinds of movements, right? The climate movement's huge, although we had Earth Day in 1971, but it just seems like this period is a very effervescence and bubbling period. So I think the United States is in another flow period. We used to use that term when there were very creative, sometimes scary transitions in American culture. I think we're probably seeing that on a broader scale than when Cone wrote Black theology and Black power, because primarily then in 1966, it was the Black movement. Although other movements were there, but that was a big focus. And to a degree, the Black movement here has spearheaded a lot of issues too, particularly as we know, the summer of 2020. Another thing is the role of women was always there in the civil rights movement. The roles of women was always there in the Black power movement. The role of women was always there in larger society, church and family, et cetera. But today, I think more and more, even though we're still going up the mountain, we're still going up the mountain on the issue that many more African-American women, and women in general, relatively speaking, are fighting with a little more community and support. There are always obstacles, as many of us know, literally today. But I think that was a big difference. Back then, women couldn't, not only could they not preach in the pulpit, they couldn't put their foot in the pulpit. They couldn't come up and put their microphone recording in the pulpit. There were places where women couldn't go. In particular, I'm thinking about in the southern part of the United States where I was from, which always has had that sort of Black Belt South, post-slavery, Black church imagery, right, where I come out of. I think that's a big difference today. I have 2 daughters, so I'm very thankful for that. Also, I think today the movement is much more connected to the global. So what happened in 2020 just spread across, I don't know what the figure is, was it like, 100 countries or something? The issue of climate, whatever your position is on it, is spread globally. And obviously a big difference between Cone's time in 66 and 69 and now is the rapid prairie fire move of social media. Social media. For some of us who are alive, people didn't find out till 2 days later that Dr. King had been assassinated. Today, my daughters would like, are you crazy? Are you a caveman? We didn't have social media, and the television went off at 11 o'clock. I'm dating myself. But that's some of the contrasts that Cone's generation had to do with and compare to today. But I do think one of the similarities is this text still has resonance to the various publics today. Chapter 1 on what it means to be a part of Black power or a progressive movement, focused on African American, but also integrated struggles. The importance of speaking to multiple publics, I think, is so key. Ecclesial, that is church and religious, broader civic public, as well as the academy. And oh my goodness, his chapter on the media is very relevant today, speaking to the media. Those are some of the connections that we might learn or use when we talk about Cone's book back in the 60s and today's situation. What about how this might have impacted my own thinking and informed my own thinking? So here I can talk about a little theological biography, but also just structural biography. I was, so when I graduated from college, I was going to go to business school. But I wanted to take some time off and give back to the community. I had a high school that was very bourgeois, college was very bourgeois, 9 years in the Boston area. So I said, well, before I go to business school, I'm gonna go to the people. And I really, on a more Southern Hopkins tradition, we grew up, each one teach one, lifting as you climb, always service. I mean, if you can hear my father in my head now, always serve. So I said, 9 years of bourgeois elite education, I've got to give back. And of course, I came out of the Southern Black church. So I said, well, okay, so literally a friend of mine from college, we drove down from Boston to Cambridge, to New York City, and we moved in, we just went into an abandoned building. At that age, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? And we just camped out and started helping people, old school organizing. And then 1 year, it was supposed to be that 1 year, then go to B school, turned into 5. I said, I can't leave these old Black people. They can't write checkbooks. They've never been downtown. The churches need help. And oh my God, some instances of police brutality. History repeats itself. No heat in the winter, no air conditioning in the summer, elevators. So I got to help these people. So 1 year turned to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. And then one summer, my friend who had come down with me 5 years prior from college to do organizing in Harlem, he gave me a 2-page goldenrod Xerox of an article. And I still have it at home in my we had file cabinets then. We didn't have the cloud, so all our stuff was in. And so, it's New York City, it's August, it's hot. I said, okay, give me an article. So I sort of skimmed at it, then I put it away. And something moved me, literally, to about maybe 4 or 5 days later, 7 days later. So let me look, what did he give me? And I hadn't thrown it away. And I looked at it, and the title of the essay is The White Left Must Deal with Racism. I was like, interesting. And then I looked at it, so this black guy with a big afro. I was like, who is this guy? Then it talked about him being ordained, but also fighting for justice. And I said, oh, wow, church is fighting for justice, and it's a spiritual location? And then he talked about this thing about seminary, which I thought was a typo for cemetery, because I'd never heard of a seminary. And some people still think seminaries are cemeteries. Not me. I love my experience. And then stuff about black theology and civil rights and black. And I just said, my goodness, I'm going to give the guy a call. I mean, I know at major research institutions like Chicago, we're big. In the summertime, we're like faculty, we're gone, because we're going to spend those 3 months writing a book, traveling, recharging our batteries, planning our next courses for the next year or two. We're not going to be in my office. We're not going to be in our office for the whole summer. So I was like, who knows? I'll give him. I called him. He picked up the phone in his office. And he said, hello? I said, yes, Dr. Cohn. Yes. And I told him how. He says, well, can you come here day after tomorrow? I said, yes, doctor, I can be there. So actually, it's so funny, because where I was living in Harlem, you go up the hill to Teachers College, cross the street, and there's Union Seminary. I've been there for 5 years, had never been to Union Seminary. So I just go up the hill, Teachers College, cross Broadway, and went up to Brown Tower, the 6th floor, where his office was, and we started talking. We talked for about 4 or 5 hours about church, about religion, about theology, about black power, about all he was working on. And after those 4 or 5 hours, literally, so of course it's the summer, so there's no classes or anything like that. So he had the time, I had the time. He said to me, you go downstairs to the 2nd floor to Reverend Bonnie Roseborough's office. She is the one who admits people into the MDiv program. And you tell her, I told you, you're starting the MDiv program. And I went, okay. Then I come here to go to seminary. And that's what happened. And I read this book and that essay, and it impacted the course of my entire academic career. So it had a deep, deep reflection. And my story was not unusual for many African-American young people then. They had followed the critique of King and the church, and they had followed Stokely Carmichael's and the youth movement's exodus out of the black church. It wasn't that they weren't religious, or even some still believed in Jesus, but they just said, we can't go with this black church. We're not, we're gonna have black power, right? We're not gonna turn the cheek anymore. So a whole generation of young people left the church because of what they understood at the young age, right? This is not happening, black people. We can't do this. But what Cohn's book did was he brought a whole generation of blacks back into the church with this book, Black Theology, Black Power. And he basically said that the slogan, the movement, the effervescence, the challenges and opportunities of the Black Power movement, not only were they not antithetical to the gospel of Jesus Christ, he said the Black Power movement itself is the essence of the gospel of liberation, Jesus Christ. And you can imagine all hell broke out, particularly in the academies, and even some black churches that we're distant, no, we're getting away from black theology. But that little equation about Black Power movement and gospel of liberation of Jesus Christ brought a whole generation. It brought me back. I mean, I could give names of people, which I won't, because I wouldn't have enough time to list them, over the years, particularly in the 60s and 70s and 80s, brought a whole generation of African American, particularly men, back into the church as well into the seminary. So it was an amazing run, amazing journey. There have been, Cohn's book has started this whole thing, and he had a specific plan. He had a very specific plan on what he wanted to do with black theology and black power. This is the first book, right? And I think he may have published maybe 14 or 15 more since then. But his plan was he was going to make sure that the academy and the broader churches and the broader societies understood black theology and black power. And he had a plan, and there was 3 parts, at least 3 parts of this plan. 1, produce PhD students, so you'd have literally generations, and I'm considered a 2nd generation. I got my PhD in MDiv with him, so I'm considered part of the 2nd generation of James Cohn. You got to have generations, PhD students. Second, write books. And so he wrote like 15 books or so. And the third thing is to globalize it. And he went all around the world, Asia, Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Pacific, Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, Southern Europe, everywhere, and talking about Black power and Black theology, Black power, and what it meant. And thanks to that strategy, it's still a text that people are still, reading and maybe using. I know for a long time, and maybe still, maybe less, maybe more, churches were using this book. I've taught Bible study with this book. I've taught small community things, even on the south side of Chicago, using this text. Conferences have been built around the book as well. And other things Cone has done since March of 1969 when this book was published. If you're interested in following up on some of these issues we talked about based on Cone's Black theology and Black power, I can suggest at least 4 books. One, Cone's last book, Said I Wasn't Going to Tell Nobody. The last book of Cone, sort of his test, he knew he was dying of cancer. So he rushed and finished up his last book. So it's sort of like his last will and testament, theological autobiographical reflection on all he's done and how it's from the Black theology and Black power to the end. And it's just a very, very moving and very insightful and a very good summary. One of the things that Cone's book sparked, maybe in a reaction to his first book, Black Theology and Black Power, was the absence of Black women. Book 2, Dolores Williams' book, Sisters in the Wilderness. Cone was critiqued, oh my goodness, from his first book, Black Theology and Black Power. He began to get a pushback, necessarily sort of just critique on the gender issue. One of the great texts is by Dolores Williams, and it's the only book she's written. So look her up, and you can read her book, Sisters in the Wilderness. As I understand, those Black women scholars, church leaders, and public intellectuals who created women's theology, they were trying to do a couple of things. They were trying to provide a space, both a theological space and a physical space, where Black American women could come together and celebrate theologically and ethically, particularly in their writings, the unique gift that God had given them as African American women. So, but at the same time, they felt that their wholeness, theological wholeness in their very being, was being fragmented, because one camp wanted them to say, no, you got to stick with us and claim your gender. And the other camp said, well, you're Black. It's part of the Black church and Black family. He says, no. Black women were saying, Jackie Grant and Katie Cannon, Dolores Williams were all saying, we are in the image of God, and we are holistic in our creation. So we're going to be Black and woman. And womanist theology arose out of that. And then, if I may share 2 of my books, which you might want to look at. One is called Black Theology, Essays on Gender Perspectives. The other book of mine, which is a companion volume, but it's separate, independent, stands on its own, is called, similar title, Black Theology, Essays on Global Perspectives. Well, that's the end of our sharing now, and I hope you enjoy this along with the other parts of the series.
It's not a question of not having the natural resources. It's not a question of not having the funds to do it. But yeah, we just don't have the right leaders.
Hello, everyone. Today we're diving into a topic that challenges the narratives surrounding the African race. Joining me is Dr. Irolo. She's a scholar and an expert in international relations and decolonial studies. We explore the origins of the negative labels that are often pinned on African people, from slavery to poverty and even to corruption.
Have we risen above it? Of course. A lot of that does not make it much to media, but we are rising above it.
We discuss the origin of Pan-Africanism.
There was a recognition that we were going through an oppression. And that oppression was similar because of the color of our skin. For that reason, it was necessary for Black people to unite to fight this oppression.
The role of the African Union alongside the successes and criticisms of the African Union.
My answer to that is that if it went in the direction that Nkrumah was talking about, the OAU would have been a very powerful institution. But the organization was created exactly the way African leaders wanted it to be, a loose organization without much authority.
Also, Dr. Rulo offers some insights into a holistic approach for African economic integration.
There needs to be a single foreign policy that guides the way we interact with the West.
I hope you enjoy it. Almost instantly, once you mention the African race, the first thing that comes to mind is slavery. It is struggling, it is oppression, it is every negative thing you can think about that the race has actually faced over time. Some of them overcome, some maybe not overcome yet, but we are often presented in the light of our weakness. Why do you think that is so?
Okay, so I will start by saying that I am not an expert in every discourse on Black race in general, because that's a huge umbrella over people that are very heterogeneous. And by heterogeneous, I mean that, you know, there are Africans and there are African Americans and there are Afro-Caribbeans and, you know, there are Afro-Germans and all of that. So I cannot speak broadly about these people's experiences, but I can touch upon how maybe over time there has been some relationship across these groups.
Absolutely.
So why is it that it's been negative? And I'll speak from the perspective of slavery maybe later on. Some of the scenes that we see today, even in the media. Have we risen above it? Of course. Like even while the slave trade was going on, there are lots of accounts, and we can, find these from books. There is a book by Sylvanie Diouf, on the slave trade and how Africans either resisted passively or actively to it. And these are resources that account for how we have resisted. There is an agency to even the experience that we had as Black people. So we have, we've been fighting, we have been trying to rise above it. You find African Americans or just like, Africans, Afro-Caribbeans across doing great things in their specific fields, but also kind of like, coming together in other ways through entertainment or education, so we are rising above it. A lot of that does not make it much to media, but, there are several instances that this group is rising and will continue to rise.
Right. I think I agree with you on the last point there totally, actually, that many of the things going on in the African continent or even among the African race, they don't really make it to the media. A classic example of them, which we don't have to dive into that topic yet, or maybe at all, is the case of the war going on right now in Sudan. Every time I think about that war, the attention it's got from the media is almost nothing compared to the wars in the Middle East, or the war in the Middle East, the war between Israel and Hamas right now, or even Russia-Ukraine war. Compare that to the one going on in Africa, it's absolutely no media attention that is given to that. If anything at all, you get maybe 5 seconds of media attention in a month compared to the other two wars going on around the world. But let's not dive into that. Let me follow up on one of the things you mentioned there. Slavery has been before even the colonialist came to Africa. Mm-hmm. Slavery has even been locally in Africa. Mm-hmm. In fact, let me use some local words here. So I am from the southwestern part of Nigeria. I'm Yoruba tribe. One of the words that I find in the Yoruba language is the word Iwofa. Mm-hmm. And another one like it is the word Eru. The two of them actually, they date prior to the colonialist in Nigeria. And I'm taking Nigeria now as a microcosm of what goes on across the African race. Even before we were colonized, we traded in between ourselves. In fact, it was well known, right, that if you, for instance, if you were caught stealing, you're most likely going to be banished from the village and you will be sent as a slave somewhere else. If you owed someone, you're most likely going to pay with your child prehistorically in the culture. But when you think about those kind of factors, maybe alongside of the other thing that you've studied in your area of expertise, what was the trait in the African race that made slave traders attracted to the African race at the time that they were attracted to us? And there were many of them, right? There was the Spanish, the Portuguese, and of course the British that came our way. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I'll start off by saying that, if even the slave trade wasn't explicit to the continent, slave trade slavery has been part of human existence for the longest time. It did not just happen in Africa, it happened in Europe, it happened in other parts of the world, that people were engaged in the act of slaves or slave trading. So yes, like it was there before the colonizers came. It wasn't unusual when there were wars between, groups or kingdoms that, prisoners of war ultimately became slaves, or in other words, or in other situations ended up in the military of the other kingdom. So those things were common across history. It was also common that when you were in debt, that a way to pay off that debt could be a form of slavery. So these things were already happening. They were happening in Africa. They were happening in other parts of the world. It's not explicit to the continent. However, the reason, the transatlantic slave trade comes in and makes a difference is that the volume changes. These were like one or two people who were, sold into slave trade as a result of debt or as a result of war. And then the sub-Saharan slave trade came still, taking people in millions across the Sahara and into the Gulf. But the volume of the transatlantic slave trade was much more, now taking millions over centuries across different parts of the world. And why was it? What was it about Africans that made almost made it seem as if they were the right subjects of slavery?
Right.
And we can we see a lot of that in the in the discourses of race, and when race came into into the discourse of politics. The first term race was used earlier in the 15th century. And at the time it was mostly used to refer to ethnic groups, nothing in terms of your skin color or your characteristics attached to your skin color. The first time that race now almost becomes politicized in the sense that it was used to characterize people's skin color and the way they behave was a Swedish scholar, Linnaeus, who comes and starts categorizing people and attaching attributes to skin color, the Mongoloids, the Caucasians, and saying, talking about like the Africans, and how they're darker skin, they are more aggressive, they're stronger. So from that discourse of race, conversations around the Black man being stronger and more resilient in terms of hardship became a thing. And science, unfortunately, helped, imperialism a lot in the sense that when the idea of expanding and conquering other parts of the world, became the core policy in a lot of imperial countries at the time, race became attached to politics. And then the idea slowly started to grow that, okay, if you had a plantation and you now had these Africans who were perceived to be stronger and much more resilient, then they are the best people to be used for such work. So yes, like, a lot of these started when race became part of politics and part of imperialism. And in order to legitimize imperialism and colonization, the African as the lesser being and as the more resilient one in terms of working became the scapegoat for such a trade. So this is just, it's a huge conversation, it's a large literature.
Absolutely.
But this is it in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's the strength that became the weakness of the group. I mean, the African visible group now. It's the strength, like you said, the resilience of the people, and partly the aggression of the people also that made the continent attractive to the slave traders at that time. But one of the things that is not often mentioned also in literature, or maybe it's not well documented, is the fact that slave traders didn't just come into Africa and say, oh, everybody follow me, and here we go to Europe, and you're going to be working on plantations in the far ends of the earth. And then everybody just submitted themselves like fools. History often portrays slave trade like that, or it's people trying to run into the woods in Africa to escape from the men who were sent to get slaves from that part of the world. But history does not actually say some things accurately, in the sense that, take for instance, I was watching this documentary that was released recently, Journey to an African Colony. It was actually released by a Nigerian lawyer, a notable one. And one of the things they described in that documentary was the fact that Africa actually, or in this case, Nigeria specifically, put up a good fight against the slave masters. In fact, it was wars that broke loose. In fact, Africa had weapons before some of the colonizers, especially even the British, had some specific weapons. So they gave them a run until they were overpowered, and they were not overpowered until there was internal betrayal among the leadership of the time. I don't know if you would chime in on that. I'm not an expert in this.
I'm not an expert on it either, but there are lots of resources out there that can really nuance the story of slave trade. So yes, like, of course, like, the Europeans didn't just show up on the continent and say, match onto the boat and follow me. There are research that has talked about, the role of commerce in that, the role of, missionaries, unfortunately, in the slave trade. And then the fact that if you, as a leader of a kingdom, for instance, and we can look at, like, even the Dahomey Empire, which was under Oyo Empire at some point, a lot of those decisions were made, not right, not ethical, in terms of the fact that people were given away into slavery, but a lot of those decisions were made in order to protect kingdoms. And if you were the leader or the king who attempted to fight back, you could fight back and resist, but there were also accounts of people fighting back, or leaders, kings fighting back and losing their kingdoms, and having kingdoms being burnt to the ground and people taken away forcefully. So again, there were people who were complicit to the slave trade. But a lot of that complicity was as a result of the political dynamics and the relationship between them and the Europeans. It was either you fought, and in some cases, won fights. There were instances where, African kingdoms fought There is Asantiewa who fought the British when the officials came and tried to sit on the golden stool. So there are these accounts of fights or wars happening to push back on European imperialism. But there are also stories of them fighting and losing, and then losing their people in the process. But let's not forget that there are also stories of kidnapping, that happened, and people, would be kidnapped while sleeping under the tree or something. And so slave trade happened. The acquiring of slaves happened in different ways. And I think we are yet to really show those nuances. Historians are trying to really present the different stories of slave trade, but we haven't done that effectively yet, and we need to take account of all those forms of slave trade.
Right. So one of the things that emerged post-slave trade, I think specifically in the 1900s, early 1900s, was the philosophy, or if you would say the Pan-African ideology. I don't know if it's an ideology or a philosophy to call that, but you've written about that because I read that in some of your papers. Would you just briefly define what Pan-Africanism is?
Okay, so in simple terms, I would say Pan-African or Pan-Africanism started as a movement. We know that it started in the U.S. By the Du Bois and the Writings. And the idea behind the movement was that there was a recognition that Black people across the world were experiencing the same oppression, and that the oppressor was the same. The European or the colonizer, the European colonizer in the case of Africa, and then the European or Spanish or French or British colonizer across the world. There was a recognition that we were going through an oppression, and that oppression was similar because of the color of our skin. So for that reason, it was necessary for Black people or Africans across the world to unite to fight this oppression. So we would see an institutionalization of that movement starting from the 1900 Conference of Pan-Africanism, and that continued until 1945. The earlier movements from the 1900s had Black Caribbeans and African Americans speaking about Pan-Africanism and speaking about the need to band together to fight the oppressor. But it was the reason the 1945 Pan-Africanists, the Manchester Conference was very instrumental, was because it brought in Africans. That's where you see Kwame Nkrumah coming in as a secretary in the conference, being mentored by Du Bois and a whole other, African nationalist leaders across the continent. So that was a realization that we need to expand this movement. We're all, like Black people across the world, going through the same experiences, and we need to fight the oppressor as a single unit. That is what Pan-Africanism was all about.
All right, and just to be clear here, you mentioned a few things here. You talked about the fact that Pan-Africanism actually did not even originate from the shores of Africa. It originated from the U.S., you said, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So the heroes of Pan-Africanism, you mentioned some of them. Du Bois was one, and Kwame Nkrumah was one on the shores of Africa in Ghana. And then you had other people like Malcolm X, actually, who was also a champion of that cause, right? But let's also put a clause here, because one of the things I see flying around, especially much more in modern time, is the fact that Pan-Africanism is, you see some self-proclaimed Pan-Africanists who call themselves people who reject the idea of Western education. I don't think that aligns perfectly with the idea of Pan-Africanism, does it?
So could you clarify further? So a rejection of Western education in terms of like the forms of Western institutions and...
Yes, exactly that.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Like I find that really interesting. I haven't heard about this discourse, but no, that's not what Pan-Africanist movement is all about. Pan-Africanist movement, as it started, with the Pan-Africanists in the U.S. and then later on in collaboration with Africans and on the continent, was a recognition. And at the time, like they were fighting, the end of slavery, and then oppression of African Americans in the U.S., and then realizing the need to also end colonization, because they felt that the continuation of colonization would be the continuation of oppression of the Black man everywhere else in the world, and that was why the movement expanded. So, in the 20th century, it was mostly to end slavery and oppression through colonization. It would go further into the 60s to become something else within the continent of Africa. But the focus at the time was what the continent was going through, which was the fact that it was still on the colonial rule of foreigners.
Right. So let's take this a little forward. Stemming from Pan-Africanism is the more organized institutions that were formed from the Pan-African approach to problem solving for the African race. And you've written extensively a little about it as well, about the African Union. The African Union is one major institution that was founded on that philosophy for the African race, right? If I pick on two-tier purpose that I actually picked from your paper, the first one is the quest for the African integration, and the second is to achieve complex domestic and international agendas. That was part of the document that was written for the formation of the African Union. I actually looked into the original document as well. I think there were 14 purposes that were defined when the institution was formed. It also evolved from OAU, right? Organization of African Unity, if I say that correctly. But chime in on this purpose and how Pan-Africanism evolved into an organization like the African Union.
Okay, so like I talked about, the Pan-African movement, 20th century, all the way on to 1945, we start seeing the presence of, strong Pan-African nationalists, and to point to those who were against Western education, a lot of them were educated outside of the continent. Sometimes, even when I teach, my students are like, okay, why is it that all the nationalists or, the Pan-Africanists of Africa, almost every single one of them were educated in the West? Why is it that they were the one who led this movement? It's Kwame Nkrumah, it's Amilcar Cabral, it's the likes of Thomas Sankara, even the one that we don't want to hear about, Muammar Gaddafi. So all these people had some form of interaction outside that they brought in and started this movement. And I always say that when you become other and you interact with your so-called oppressor, or you're in the space where, for the longest time, you've been made to think that these people are way more superior, and you start to interact with them. And a lot of that interaction would make you realize one or the other. So it could either make you realize that, okay, maybe what they're saying is true, and they're the superior ones, and, that is why they're ruling over us, and they have this upper hand because they're a lot more civilized than all. The other thing could be that you come to the realization that they are no better than you. They are equal to you. They are humans, you're as intelligent as they are. You are as analytical as they are. And I think that is what really pushed these continental Pan-Africanism, that a lot of these people finally had a chance to be educated outside of the continent and engage with the so-called, the better or civilized, as they had branded themselves to be, and realized that, oh no, they're no better than us. We are all the same. Actually, we've always been the same, but we've been, brainwashed into thinking that we are lesser beings. And then that really ignites a fire to really show the rest of the continent that, we can take over power from these people and we can rule ourselves. So we see Nkrumah come in 1945, becoming one of the secretaries to the Manchester Conference. And for Nkrumah, after several conversations in that conference and really engaging the colonizers, from him, he was convinced that the right path towards freedom and freedom from colonization, freedom from a possible neocolonization, and he says this in his book, Africa Must Unite, is that we needed to band together as Africans and form a single African nation with a single currency, with a single military, with a single foreign policy. It was only when we united as, almost as if he was pushing for an United States of Africa. And it was only when that happens is when we will be able to overcome colonization and overcome potential forms of neocolonization. So we would see him, collaborate with Sekou Touré and try to begin the little formations of a potential United States of Africa. And then we'll see the Ghana, Mali, Guinea Union, which didn't last long but broke away. And he'll bring in more other people. Abdel Nasser, they formed what we now know in the field as the Casablanca Bloc. This is the bloc that pushed for the United States of Africa. However, there were other, other members of the continent who felt like it was too aggressive to leave colonization, to become independent and give up sovereignty immediately to an entity. And they thought that instead of taking that radical approach, it would make more sense to do a bottom-up integration, where we start with economic integration and then slowly build up to, political integration somewhere in the future. Nigeria was part of those who would form the Monrovia group. There was a Brazzaville group, but it was mostly Francophone. They wanted to retain ties with France. But these groups also agreed that a bottom-up approach was better for the continent. So as these two blocks were kind of negotiating on how should we unite, how should a Pan-African ideology be institutionalized, the compromise that was made was to create an organization that will now take that bottom-up approach. That organization became the Organization of African Unity in 1963. And the main agenda of the OAU was to, first of all, end colonization in all its forms on the continent. And that was what they focused on when it was created. And when that ended, with the end of apartheid in South Africa, there was a need to come back to the table and discuss how do we move forward from here. And this is when the new challenges that our continent faced led to the need to transform the organization from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union. So much goes into this, but this is it again in a nutshell.
Right. I'll just pick on one or two portions of the things you mentioned there. So an icon like Kwame Nkrumah has been thoroughly criticized by many, even though revered by many as well, for his wisdom and his plans for the continent, not just the continent, the race actually. But one of the criticisms that he gets is that he wanted to govern Africa as a whole. And alongside such criticisms is what we see in the way someone like Francis Nyerere, the former president of Kenya, criticized the African Union as well, calling them, I think he called them a committee of tyrants or something like that, or a committee of dictators. Yeah, I think that was what he called them. And partly I think he's right, because it's the same set of leaders who have also facilitated different atrocities, including slavery in the past, who were forming this union. I will exclude people like Nkrumah and a few others there. But critics have mentioned this kind of factors with respect to the formation of the OAU that led up to the AU as well. That narrative has not changed till date. It's still the same crop of people that we see in the AU right now. For instance, you're talking about the leadership in AU. You're talking about people like the president of Uganda, Museveni, who has been there since 1986, the year I was born. You're talking about the South African president. You're talking about Nigerian president, people who manipulate and doctor elections, who have set the stage for them to be perpetuated in power for such a long time. Like, when you put all of that side by side, the purpose of the AU in the way you described it, economic integration and then geopolitical integration, what is the hope for the AU?
Oof. What is the hope for the AU? Okay, so I'll start from the beginning when you talked about Kwame Nkrumah. He's usually regarded as the good African and a bad Ghanaian. And that was because he put a lot more emphasis on a united Africa. And a lot of Ghana's resources went into helping other African states during decolonization. They suffered economically for it. It affected Nkrumah's reputation along the way. But even in his speeches, and I remember one of the speeches, and whoever wants to look up can look up the All African People's Congress of 1958, and I think there's snippets of his speech on YouTube. When he talked about the United States of Africa, yes, the rest of the leaders were afraid that because of the kind of his reputation, the fact that he was very much respected, the fact that he was one of the most powerful Pan-Africanists. Again, Ghana was the first sub-Saharan African country to gain independence that he was trying to lead. But in that speech, he makes, he also kind of like mentions clearly that, his dream was to have a United States of Africa with its capital, and because they were also afraid that he was trying to locate the capital in Accra in Ghana. But he talked about...
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, he talked about locating the capital centrally, maybe somewhere in, the Democratic Republic of Congo, which was almost in the middle of the continent. So even when he spoke about it, it didn't seem, and this is my impression of him, I might be wrong, it didn't seem like he was trying to put Ghana, as the capital or the beacon of these United States of Africa. He mostly wanted it to be, maybe run through an institution and locating the capital somewhere in the middle of the continent. They didn't go into details of if there'll be a president or a prime minister or whatever. So maybe the conversation would have been different. But the talk about location was to be in the middle of the continent. And yes, even in academia, a lot of political scientists usually use the phrase of the club of dictators because, over the years, the continent has several dictators Some of them continue to attend OAU assemblies, without repercussions. Some of them ended up being chairpersons. Idi Amin used to be a chairperson of the OAU.
Right.
So you can think about, these sorts of people being the chairperson, yet you know what was happening domestically. And my answer to that is that the OAU became what the leaders wanted it to be. If it went in the direction that Nkrumah was talking about, the OAU would have been a very powerful institution. It would have been an institution with an authority to intervene in domestic issues. But the organization was created exactly the way African leaders wanted it to be, a loose organization without much authority. And that is why when it was created, even as the OAU, the non-interference norm and sovereignty was one of the strongest and most important pillars for them. So for them, it was important that, the institution would not interfere in the domestic politics of member states, understandably so, considering that a lot of these countries were coming out of colonization and, just relinquishing sovereignty at the time was difficult. But, that became one of the reasons the organization then and now continues to be weak. We do transform to a norm of non-indifference. When, after what happened in Rwanda, with the genocide, the leaders came back to the drawing board and said, okay, we can't let that happen and just sit back and do nothing because we were upholding the norm of non-interference. So they shifted to a norm of non-indifference, where in cases where there was a genocide or abuses, against human rights abuses, then the organization could intervene. But I believe the reason why, and we can talk about, there's so many issues that the OAU has, achieved. Like they haven't gone without achievements. They've had some successes, but there is much room for improvement. But I believe that one of the reasons the organization is so weak is because it was created to be weak. That was how it was created. And it doesn't have much authority over domestic politics. It's done better over the years to engage domestic politics, but it's not as authoritative as it should be. And that was what Nkrumah was envisioning.
Right. So let me read to you. Of course, you know this better because you wrote this, because I picked this from your paper. So you mentioned in your paper the successes of the African Union. The first one you mentioned there is that they've been able to build a common African position that is focused on global issues that include COVID-19, civil conflicts, and other developments within the African Union. And the second one is that they broaden their scope to promote cooperation and development. Now, the failure, the key one you talked about there, is the promise of regionalism is unfulfilled. And I think by that you're talking about the integration, in this case, in the position of strength within the African Union. Just before I actually ask you about this issue of integration, I think one of the things we should emphasize better is the integration of the Caribbean islands within the African Union. I may be biased about this, maybe because I'm married from that part of the world, but I think that has actually prompted me in recent times to study better about the West Indies generally and be able to understand the history. I think the documents also, even on Wikipedia, showed that alongside the 5 blocks within the African Union, it's been suggested that the Caribbean islands should be integrated as a 6th block into the African Union. I think there will be a lot more economic benefit if that is done. What do you think about that?
So there is a 6th block in the African Union.
Is
and
that
the
right?
sixth block is African diaspora. And by African diaspora, it means every person, every group that identifies as African outside of the continent. So there is a sixth block, like there is a 5, regions within the continent, and then there is a sixth region, which is the African diaspora. And the organization, and this is, one of the successes that I'll talk about, that I would stress is that, they have strived. There are departments within the African Union that is created to engage diaspora. And this could be Africans living in the diaspora or Africans who are from the diaspora, who are from other countries. There's been some engagement, African scholars. I know that sometime, I believe it was 2008, if I'm correct, there was a time that, African scholars across the world were invited for a dialogue, again, on the whole issue of African integration. So they are part of the, of the organization, but I think maybe there is room for improvement to promote this sixth region a lot more and have people know that, there is actually a chance for you to contribute to building the continent as a result of being a member of the African Union.
Right. And just before I ask you about one of the suggestions you made in your op-ed, actually, when we talk about the African Union, I think there is a tendency that we could have to quickly dismiss it, especially when you talk about African Union to the Western nations. It's like, oh, those group of jokers, right? Or those dictators, committee of thugs, autocratic leaders. You can almost just, at the wave of your hand, just dismiss the entire idea. But when we talk about the African Union here, we're talking about, it's not one country, it is 55 member states, right? Is that correct? 55 member states. Yeah. And when we're talking about 55 member states, we're talking about 1.3 billion people that especially has a young population. We're talking about a place of abundant human resources, abundant natural resources. 60% of world's arable land is found in that union. About 40% of minerals right now that will support the development of green energy that the world is talking about extensively right now is found within the same region. And you're talking about a country like Congo, for instance, that has about half of what the world needs for the manufacture of the lithium ion battery. They have the cobalt in that region. So you're talking about a lot of resources embedded within this region. So the issue with integration here, especially when we're talking about the way you described it, the bottom-up approach, the economic integration within the continent is something that ripples on the rest of the world. This is not an African race thing or an African thing. Would you agree with that?
You mean the benefits of
absolutely yes, the benefits
to the rest of the world? Yeah, the rest of the world has built their economies on the back of African nations. And I'm glad you mentioned DRC, which again, you talked about things making it to the news, doesn't make it much to the news, but the struggles that they are going through are struggles that can be traced back to colonization. And the fact that certain leaders were empowered, this began with the assassination of Patrice Lumumba. And since then, the country has been in chaos because, the types of leaders that were in power had to be supported, by Western nations. So we can trace that all the way to colonization, and it continues to be a problem today. A country that's supposed to be one of the richest countries on the continent, but for some reason has been, it's pervaded with wars over its natural resources. So yeah, we tend to forget these people. So yes, the world has really built their economies on our backs, and I think that is why Kwame Nkrumah's plea in the 60s become even more important today. I sometimes when I read him, I feel like there was a premonition in his, in what he wrote and what he said. And you can see today that if we do not unite, we will continue to face forms of neocolonialism, and we can clearly see it in a lot of our politics today. So the world is benefiting from us, but we as Africans are not benefiting from our resources, and that's why we need to strengthen our institutions. And when we talk about the African Union, because I do work with them closely, I do talk to people, bureaucrats of the African Union, I would want to also kind of like remind our audience that we might have, 55, African leaders in the assemblies, that, a lot of them have, baggages, reputational issues. And we can talk about our president, the Cameroonian president, Ugandan president. A lot of them have, a lot of baggage. But these, although is made up of these questionable leaders, the institution is run by the most intelligent group of people that I've ever met. The bureaucrats who work in the different departments, be it in the Department of Peace and Political Affairs or in Economic and Social Development, like whatever they focus on, APSA. These are like the brightest minds of Africa. And when I talk to them, that they know what's best for the continent. They know the solutions to the problem. But at the end of the day, the final decision makers is the assembly, which is made up of the heads of states and of governments. So we have great minds thinking about how to integrate, coming up with protocols and proposals for further integration and economic development. But you need to match that with political will. Political will in the sense of leaders who are not thinking for themselves, but are thinking for the benefit and welfare of their citizens, to support that and pass that in the assembly. And I think that's one of the challenges that these bureaucrats are facing.
Right, I totally agree with you. So when you mention all these, now put it side by side, what you proposed in your op-ed, the proposal you gave there is a single document approach. And I want us to talk about that for a little bit. When I think about this single document approach, the way I interpreted it when I read your work was that I think we have to ditch all this extensive bilateral agreements that we've signed over the years, and AU coming into a point that they're able to actually battle with world powers from a position of strength, and a document that represents the interest in this case. And by interest, we're not talking about political interest. We're talking about the possibility of an average African, an average Congolese, an average South African, Nigerian, a Kenyan, who has sufficient economic strength to maintain their daily life and be able to project for a better future for them. That is my own interpretation for that. But I think that's at best a naive interpretation. So I will let you discuss that.
No, so some people might stone me, but again, that idea is not a novel idea. Is not novel because that is also what Kwame Nkrumah was preaching. He was preaching it in the context of a United States of Africa, but I think we're way past that. Forming a United States of Africa right now will be close to impossible because we have we are so far along beyond the colonial era. There's a whole lot of like nationalist sentiments that will make that impossible. But how can we leverage the institution that we already have to benefit the people? And by people, I don't mean the leaders, but the grassroots. And in that op-ed, I propose a single African Union foreign policy. And that single African Union foreign policy would mean, like you said, instead of negotiating, Guinea-Bissau signing a bilateral agreement with the UK, or Senegal signing a bilateral agreement with the EU, why don't we have an African Union foreign policy that governs the way that we interact with all these regional organizations and states? We're already in the making. So I'm talking about a document that will support institutions that we already have. We have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement with its headquarters in Accra. That is pushing for economic development, something that was talked about all the way in the 80s with the Lagos Plan of Action. But it took us several decades to create an institution to start implementing that. And it's still a struggle because there are a whole lot of things that need to be put in place nationally for economic, for goods and services to flow freely across the continent. So we have that. We have that institution. We have, a chairperson for it. Why don't we create an economic foreign policy that guides the way that institution interacts with the EU, with the US, with China? So it's no longer, because again, we need to think about small states, big states in the context of the African Union. Nigeria and South Africa, are the stronger economies of the continent, and they have a lot more, leverage when it comes to negotiating with the West. But smaller states, like Cape Verde, for instance, would have lesser negotiating power. So imagine, instead of leaving Cape Verde to go along and do its own bilateral agreements, why not do it through the AFCFTA with a single foreign policy?
Absolutely.
And say, the US, if you're going to do anything on the continent, you have to talk to the AFCFTA. And, when they agree, then we can implement. So there needs to be a single foreign policy that guides the way we interact with the West. We have seen over the years that whenever we kind of we've talked about the common African position and how, we have been able to push or project our voices in global spaces. The AU wrote the Esluwini Consensus, and it was a single voice on how it was necessary to change the design of the United Nations Security Council, which still looks like a very colonial institution with the West being at the helms of power and having veto powers. So we have seen the power of speaking as one voice. Why don't we use it in the way that we interact with these nations on all spheres, of our foreign relations with them?
Right. I totally agree with you. Like when I think about an institution like the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, I hope I got the name correctly. I think actually that might end up being, if not the biggest world trade organization, bigger than World Trade Organization. I think it's a major strength that the AU has that they could actually leverage on that has not been leveraged well. But I think I'll probably bring you back another time when we're going to focus on this, the economic benefit from the AFCFTA. I think we'll be able to dive more into that. But let me pick on two more issues here. You've talked about the integration from the perspective of using a single document. And I think this, the way you described it is accurate. It's like African nations or the African race, including the Caribbean islands now, sitting down from a position of strength and saying, America, this is what we want from you, and this is what you're going to get from us. Europe, you're going to get this from us, and this is what we want from you. But a lot of times I think we're so disorganized. We go into organizations and institutions and even diplomatic relationships. We go there without purposes. In fact, I wonder sometimes what goes on in the minds of our diplomats when they show up in those meetings. Like, what is your bargaining strength that you're going with? Or it is whatever they say, we're just going to react to it. And I think that's the position we've taken for the most part. And I think if I use the words of Professor Lumumba, he said, that has made Africa become a market, but not a factory.
Yeah.
It's just where everybody comes in, they grab what they want to grab, and they drop a little bit of money, and they use charitable donations and whatever, aids and whatever to support the nation, and they go away. That's how they picked from Africa. But now, one of the issues that the African Union is facing right now is immigration. There's a whole lot of that. I'm actually surprised. I didn't read that from all the readings I did recently about the sixth region that you mentioned, which you called Africans in diaspora. If I go back to the history of the development in India, for instance, India developed based off of immigration. India also had a brain drain period in which most of their graduates from their world-class IIT institution began to move to the United States and Canada and some parts of Europe. But what you find is that people begin to go back and begin to strengthen the economy, especially in tech right now in India. And I'm actually surprised that part of what is going on in East Africa, I'm saying many things together now, but I trust your judgment to be able to unpack all of these. IIT actually from India began to establish, or at least they're working on it, to establish campuses. They're starting with Tanzania, and I think it's probably because of the historical bonds that India has with that part of the world in Tanzania and Kenya. It's another brand that India is bringing now to Africa. And you also look at the relationships with BRICS, which I wouldn't let us go into BRICS today because I think that's a rabbit hole that will likely not come out of. China, India, Russia, they've become the neo-colonialists that Africa will be expecting to have in the next few years. In fact, I think that has started already. Go to Jamaica, for instance. Every time I go to Jamaica, the whole construction industry is taken over by the Chinese. Almost like their own people don't have any wherewithal to build anything for themselves anymore. The same thing goes for Ethiopia. Some of the resources were even going to be taken away from them because of the loans. And Africa comes from this position of, weakness in that whenever you talk to the West is, oh, by the way, you're going to come to the IMF for loans very soon, and we may not grant you anything. And it's the reason we're kind of putting this fix, the fix of weakness. I don't know what you make of all these in the sense of, how does the AU leverage on the power of the economic wherewithal that is in the hands of Africans in diaspora and be able to ensure some level of integration into Africa and also cause developmental changes there?
So on the topic of the diaspora, the AU has an organ or a department called the CEDO. I can't remember the full name now, like my brain is all over the place, but like it has to do with also the diaspora involvement in the activities of the AU. But again, I think one of the challenges that it might be facing is promotion. So it needs to promote more to know that this organ is within the African Union. I know the last time I spoke to one of their heads, they had said they had a database on, different diaspora groups who were interested in contributing to the works of the African Union. So maybe they need to do a lot more work in terms of promoting, to have a lot more diasporas involved in activities happening within the African Union. But yeah, we hope that we are not going to be experiencing the sort of colonization that we experienced, in the 18th century, all up to the 20th century. We are not going to see it as that, but like the fear of Kwame Nkrumah is a form of neocolonization. Like you said, the China comes in and, takes on a project, brings in its people, expects you to pay up. And if you don't, like, there are repercussions that might include, wanting to take ports and all of that. Those could be attributed to forms of neocolonization. And if heads of states are not, kind of like focused on how to evade some of this situation, we might see ourselves being indirectly controlled by foreign nations once again. And again, this is why I say the African Union could be that institution that really ensures that doesn't happen. And I think the unique thing about our regional organizations on the continent is that we have the African Union as the umbrella, but we have 8 other regional economic communities that make up sub-regions of the continent. We have the ECOWAS, we have the SADC, we have the IGAD, all of them. And they're also doing work within their own regions, to push for economic cooperation and development. Let us leverage the institutions that we have. We have the African Peer Review Mechanism, which is actually the first monitoring institution on governance anywhere in the world. We need to leverage such, agencies. If APRM monitors a governance or election process and makes, recommendations, how seriously do heads of states take it? So back to your point about the role of negotiators and diplomats, like sometimes I feel like the challenge is not in the quality of negotiators that we have, because we have really smart people on the continent. What the problem we have is a political will. We lack that political will. We do not have leaders who are visionary. After the age of the Nkrumahs and the Abdel Nassers and the Patrice Lumumbas and the Sékou Tourés, all of them.
The post-independent generation.
Exactly. The next thing that was a little close to that, and we saw that during the transformation of the OAU to the AU, was, the Thabo Mbekis and the Obasanjos. They were the one who came up with, who started kind of like approving these ideas for, the NEPAD, the New Partnership for Africa's Development, the African Peer Review Mechanism. All these happened during their time when they talked about, a need for an African Renaissance, a need for African solutions to African problems. But at this time, we've lost those crop of leaders. We don't have them anymore. I don't know if we're going to have them in the future. Or when they would come again, because it seems they come in, in clusters at specific times in life. But we would need those crop of visionary leaders who are really interested in transforming the continent and integrating the continent for the benefit of the people to make changes happen. We have the people, we have the minds, we have the bureaucrats who are well trained, who know their job, who knows what is right for the continent, but we are lacking the political will. And because the institutions that we have currently are not authoritative, it's going to continue to be a problem.
Let's begin to wrap up like this. When the war in Russia-Ukraine broke out, and I know people will come after me and almost stone me, like you said earlier, about some of the strong opinions you gave there. When the war broke out there, as devastating and disastrous as that is, and I do not minimize the impact of wars on people's lives at all, but maybe my cynical mind told me something, that an opportunity just opened here for Africa, or for the African Union again. And why do I say that? Russia has a hold on oil, and Russia has a hold on agriculture to some extent. That is the supply of grains and fertilizers. Ukraine does as well. And as soon as that happened, we had this issue with grain being transported to a large part of the world, Africa especially. And let's not forget the fact that Africa has 60% of the world's arable land. But the excuses we've given is, oh, we need to now go back to Russia and talk to them. And then Russia invited our leaders to come. And then G20 decided to absorb African Union. And then that's what we are expecting that is going to solve the problem with grain for us. I thought in my mind, maybe I'm naive again, which I don't think I am, that I thought this is an opportunity for us to actually become a world producer of grain and find a way to actually be able to transport it to the rest of the world. That is how economics are built. In fact, data shows that when you have economic downturns, people get rich from it. And I thought, oh, this is actually a chance for Africa to get rich here. But no, the narrative is the same. Now we have inflation in astronomical levels across Africa right now. It has destroyed the economy in Africa right now. I don't know what you think about that, especially with the whole interactions that is going on right now with Russia and Africa. I think Africa also, especially the leaders, have been forced to take sides. It's either you take the European American side or you take the Russian side, and you know it's either you're for us or you're our enemy. That's the way it's been told. But we had a chance for growth. We had a chance for development there. But I think we blew it. I don't know how you respond to that.
We've always had that chance. We have the bulk of natural resources that the world needs. But one of the problems that we have is that a lot of those resources, we export them as primary resources, and we are, we're not thinking about creating the facilities necessary to transform those, primary resources. And by primary resources, like I'm thinking things like, cocoa being transformed to chocolates. I know Ghana started its own kind of a chocolate factory. But there should be more of these ideas of, producing or remanufacturing our own primary resources into final goods that now can be exported to other parts of the world. We're not leveraging that. Again, it boils down to why and who are the leaders in power, because it's not a question of not having the natural resources. It's not a question of not having the funds to do it. But yeah, we just don't have the right leaders. We have had that opportunity. I would even go as far as arguing since the existence of the continent, because the natural resources have always been there. But we've never used it. Rather, we find that our leaders are happy to, not that the G20 is not a good thing, because we live in the world is becoming a global village, is becoming globalized more and more, and international relations have become part and parcel of politics, and it will continue to be. So those relationships are important. But we need to build from within and then go out. We know that we still have flaws when it comes to our own integration on the continent. I talked about the fact that even moving goods within the continent is a problem. The question of a single African passport has been on the table for, how long now, and it's never been implemented and materialized. Imagine if, and I know that there are also some Africans who will be against it, but I'm the Pan-African who would say, let's let go of the borders. Come on, people. In the first place, we did not create these borders. These borders were created by our colonizers. Absolutely. Dividing a lot of ethnic groups, who were supposed to be together. But now they find themselves in different, countries. These are not natural borders. These were created. Let's let go of them. And let's leverage, the continent for the benefit of everyone. Have a single passport. Make it easy for goods and services to move across the continent. There is a beautiful, graph, and I can't remember the organization that had it out, that to show, probably the African Union, to show how much trade happens between Africans and with Africans and the rest of the world. And it was so fascinating to see how much, we trade with other parts of the world and so little with our neighbors.
With ourselves, right?
Yeah, on the continent. So, the more you observe is, the more you're wondering, like, it's almost like a continuation of a divide, a rule. The fact that we'd rather trade or, interact with outside than with ourselves. And that's why you see the continent, not progressing. We have leaders who have, refused to take these issues seriously, to develop their continents. We know the challenges that come with outside. We know that there are still, the sort of like unequal policies, when you look at like, IMF, World Bank loans, what's happening in the World Trade Organizations, there's global inequality when it comes to our relationship with the West and with Western-controlled international financial institutions. But we can start from inside with the institutions that we have, that we've already put in place. So what's stopping us? And the major challenge there is that we have the wrong leaders.
Right. There's a whole lot more that I could really bring up and we could chat about, but we don't have the benefit of endlessness in time. Yes. So we have to wrap it up on this note. I wish there were two more things I could talk to you about, but I'm going to bring you back another time. Hopefully I didn't bore you too much on this conversation and you will give me another opportunity to have you back here. One of them that I would have actually loved to follow up with you about is on the issue of protests. And I saw your paper that you wrote about that as well, because what happens when there is economic hardship is the people will protest. But our history in Africa is really awful about protest. And I've read a little bit about that. And I hate to say that a lot of times we function like dictators, or in its best form, where our leaders are autocratic in their disposition towards the people. And I'm not surprised, because many of those tendencies were actually left in place by the colonialists. In fact, our first reference that I know in the 1900s to protest is the Aba Women's Riot. That ended up in 1929, that ended up in the massacre of several women. And then you have the other protest of 1947, the Abeokuta Women's Revolt as well. It was the imperialists of the time who actually unleashed the police on the people. Until date, that's the template that we're running with. In Nigeria, in the rest of Africa, I think the exception will be in places like in the Caribbean island. Not too much as well, but they have that exception. But I think I would rather bring you back so we can talk about this. And I hate to say that this issue is going to be relevant very soon again, because we're going to have another protest coming in the shores of Africa. I don't know which country is going to come from. Another coup maybe, but...
We're still dealing with the current coups. So.
Right. So I will let you give a few seconds for your final thoughts. What should the average African mind across the world be thinking about from this conversation? So just in a few seconds.
Because to end the conversation, we'd have to come back with, because if I start on the process, we're going to go on for another hour. But just to the Africans around the world, I would say, and I'm one of those because I'm Nigerian who is currently not living in Nigeria. And, you know, we know that there are so much hardships, and a lot of us were forced to leave and, you know, remain outside because, you know, there was nothing to hold on to back home. So I would say, don't forget your Africanness. You know, for me, my mission in life has been that wherever I am and whatever I'm doing, how am I giving back? I'm currently an academic, teaching. So how am I giving back through my teaching? How am I, contributing to the discourse through my research? And I hope that we can all think about that. And I know that there are little pockets of conversations, and I think it's a continuation of this divide and rule. So we really need to decolonize our minds. I was on a podcast where there was a banter between, Afro-Caribbeans and Africans and African Americans. And I'm like, about like how we hate each other and what we hate about each other. These are the conversations that don't unite us, that don't help us, that would actually, benefit neocolonial powers, because the more we are divided, the more we can be exploited, and the more, kind of like stagnant will remain. So I would hope that we somehow, as a group, move beyond those colonial mindsets of how we are different and how we're not, and focus on how we can grow as a group of people, ensuring the the growth and benefit of the continent for all. So strive to be the African who gives back.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. And I'll keep that in mind as well, because I belong in that group as well.
Yes, you should.
Right. So, thank you. Right. I appreciate that. So thank you very much, Dr. Rollo, for joining me today, and to everyone who's watching and listening to this up to now. Thank you very much also for your time and your attention. That is not taken for granted at all. And don't forget to show some support to the work that has been done on the channel as well. Follow, like, and subscribe to the channel as well. And Dr. Rollo, I will look forward to chatting with you again very soon.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasant conversation.
You're listening to Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice.
Today's guest is everything from a Grammy-nominated artist to a financial literacy guru. I'm Rosemarie Miller here with Ryan Leslie, who will talk all about the music industry and how to manage our money. Thank you so much for joining me today, Ryan.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So we are all trying to make some money, save some money, make our money, make some money. And you have a wealth plan, which is what, a financial literacy club?
Yes.
What gave you the idea to create
It's
this?
a club, I feel as though really when we grow up, we are taught almost culturally that finances are, and there's actually a moniker for it, personal finance, right? And so we're we are caught in between, should we share what's happening with our finances? Should we keep it a secret? I know for me growing up, it was, hey, you don't talk about how much you make. You don't talk about how much you have invested, how much you have saved. What I found, though, is that when you can make the journey a collective journey, the pathway to, let's call it understanding of what's actually happening, the ability to have a sounding board where you have a community of folks that are concerned and have some care and consideration for your financial well-being, this can really make a massive difference in the achievement of, let's call it exponential compounding. So that's really what the premise of Wealth Plan was all about, is the fact that when I decided I wanted to learn finances, I wanted to not rent a Bruce Lee movie and teach myself karate. I wanted to learn directly from someone who actually did it the right way. And so Wealth Plan is exactly that. It allows me to, based on what I've been able to achieve, now be able to give back in a way that allows me to be a one-on-one mentor and hopefully make an impact that's not just going to be for the person I'm mentoring, but for a family, for a generation as well.
So speaking of generations, how can someone who, we got no generational wealth, how can they get to that point?
Yeah. To get to generational wealth, so much has been said about it, right? It's such a simple concept. It's the eighth wonder of the world. It is compounding. And you can start, it's really just about starting. So listen, when you think about compounding, you think about it over time, the wealthiest investors, or maybe the most well-known wealthiest investors, the ones that are on the Forbes list, the ones that have done it in the financial markets, those investors are those who started small and just consistently compounded over time. Now, I know that there are so many, let's call it, apprehensions when it comes to the stock market. It can be a very sort of, it can be a very sort of opaque, scary place to be, right? And when we look at statistics, when we're able to actually remove the human tendencies that will make an investor lose money, when we're able to remove those human tendencies from our decision making, we're actually able to have smooth sailing when it comes to compounding. So what does that mean? That means that we should be able to drive our decision making with data and statistics. The best data around a company that you want to own is just the fundamental data of how the business is actually performing. And the beauty of the public markets in the United States of America is that every 3 months you can get a very, very clear earnings report from every single company that's publicly traded. And if you want to actually, let's call it, reduce your risk and volatility, you can just invest in an index. And the S&P 500, we hear it talked about all the time, but the reason we hear about it all the time is because when you look at the historical statistical data of being invested in the S&P, a time horizon of 20 years or more means that you have a 0% chance of loss. So if you can take losses out of investing in the stock market, how much more at ease can we be when taking our first steps? And so when we think about generational wealth, and that's the question you're asking, it's about getting started as early as possible. And that means that even if you're starting later, let's say you're starting in 30s, 40s, 50s, you know someone in your family, could be a son, daughter, niece, or nephew, that once you've acquired this knowledge, each one teach one. And it's the ability to actually show how your money is working for you to those who are coming up after you. And once they can, let's call it develop, but not just develop, but master a sense of how to actually navigate the financial markets, you find that starting earlier delivers exponential results over time when it comes to compounding. And what's compounding? It's just incremental gains, 100,000 or even 10,000 or 1,000 that grows by 10%. That percentage is equal for everyone across the board. So if you stay invested for a year, you got $1,000 and you get a 10% return, you're going to make $100 on that 1,000. So go ahead.
what would you tell someone who, I don't know, they're 70 years old, they're doing this, they got all that time.
Yes.
What would you tell that person?
So you're saying someone who's starting much later.
Much later.
Right.
Yeah.
Really, there really is no difference to the strategy, right?
Okay.
Because obviously starting at 70 is much later than, let's say, someone learning at 24 or 25, right? The vehicles into which you can invest remain the same. So the S&P 500 has been around for 70 years. You have to get started. They say the best time to start investing was 20 years ago. The next best time is today.
Yeah. Okay, so eliminating losses, if there's a way to do that, why isn't everybody doing it?
I would say, you know, amongst the folks that are actually a part of my wealth plan club, really the reasons that I hear for folks who haven't done it is because they were never introduced to this concept. And even though the concepts are very, very simple, they require no more than middle school math to understand, if we look at our educational journey from the time we're in middle school to when we get to high school and when we get to college, most of our education and training is really focused on making us dependent on the capitalist system in which we live, living paycheck to paycheck, deciding that we want to go out and actually, you know, go take on a large amount of debt, which is collateralized by a home, the American dream. The difference, though, is when you look at stories of folks that have really made it, and I'm talking about multi-billionaire status, they got started very early, and they got started in a different way. And what they did was actual real ownership without having to leverage debt to acquire the ownership. What does that mean? If you've got $100,000, you can actually put $100,000 down on, let's say, a $400,000 house, right? You're actually taking on $300,000 in debt. On the flip side, if you have $100,000 and you invest it, let's say, in Apple, this isn't financial advice, but if you were to invest that $100,000 in Apple, the difference there is based on the actual brokerage system that we have in the United States. Not only do you actually own outright the piece of the business that you bought when you spent $100,000 on Apple, the brokerage system will actually allow you to be your own bank, which means that if you've got $100,000 in Apple, because it's been such a well-performing company, the brokerage will actually allow you to borrow against that asset, and it's collateralized by the asset. So in some cases, I work with folks who have got $100,000 in Apple, but they might need, you know, $70,000 to start a business. Well, they're able to actually leverage $50,000 of that $100,000, start the business, and pay themselves back. All the while, they never had to sell any of their Apple stock. So while they spent a year, 2 years, 3 years developing that business, growing that $50,000 investment, hopefully into $250,000, Apple stock that they own for that $100,000 is working in the background over those 3 years as well. And if we look at just what's happened this year in Apple stock, it has actually achieved new all-time highs. And that is really the byproduct of excellent leadership, excellent product, excellent services. You find that those businesses, productive assets that we own, they are going to outperform over time.
So in your opinion, what's one thing that sets a good investor from a great investor apart?
Yeah, so a good investor from a great investor. I know there's so much that's been written about this, but I would say that it's really just about automating and removing emotion from your investment decisions. I would say that really there are 3 human tendencies that I come across in working with the folks that come to join our Wealth Plan Club, and that's fear, greed, and ego, all right? So fear, very, very simple. There's 2 sides of the coin. Fear of missing out. Oh my goodness, I see, and let's go back to Apple stock. It's at all-time highs. Oh my gosh, I need to buy right now. And there is, let's call it a disconnect about how the stock market works. When a company is running up, it doesn't mean that it's always just going to be a straight line up. There will be times where investors may take some profits off of the table. So fear of missing out may cause an investor to overpay for an investment, right? Because they're chasing, right, a concept or an idea. But also fear of losing money. So maybe because of their fear of missing out, they might buy a company at 300 or 400 a share, and that company might come all the way down to 250 or 225. And that fear of losing money will cause them to sell, as opposed to actually allowing the company the time to actually grow and develop as a great investment. So fear, greed, which kind of drives the American capitalist system in general. And so our desire to retire earlier, to make more money faster, that sort of feeds into this frenzy in some cases that we may find in the markets. And then also ego. There are a number of folks who may all of a sudden say, well, I've watched all the YouTube videos. I've looked at all of the interviews that Rosemary's ever done. I've read all the books, and I just know where the market is going to go. And as Warren Buffett has said so aptly, the markets can remain irrational longer than most investors, or really any investor, can remain solvent. So even if you do actually know, and you feel like you know, and you're like, there's no way that this company can keep going down and down and down and down, I'm just going to keep buying, I'm just going to keep holding on. What Warren is really saying is that the markets can remain irrational longer than you can continue to buy into that investment. So really, for investors that are just getting started, my recommendation, and once again, not financial advice, but what I've seen work very, very well over decades and decades, is just creating an automated way out of every paycheck or anytime you get paid to actually own as much of the American financial ecosystem as possible. And if you don't have an idea of what exact companies to pick, just buy a basket of 500 great companies like the S&P, or buy a basket of the top 100 technology companies. If you feel like, hey, technology is transforming the way that we live and interact, we can buy the NASDAQ 100. It's not very, very expensive, and you can do so by just automating it. The beauty of index funds is that they actually are, they're set up in such a way that you don't have to do the buying and selling. So when a company is no longer worthy of being in the S&P, the index will automatically rebalance. It will allow a different company to come in, so that you're always really in the best investments, the best vehicles for your capital.
So I'm curious, what are your thoughts on cryptocurrency?
My thoughts on cryptocurrency, well, I've had an incredible journey with crypto. If you check my Twitter all the way back, I would say 2013, I said, pay me in Bitcoin. So all the way back, we're talking 10 years ago now. Yeah. And there was a time where all of my royalties, all of my revenue, I was making sure that people were actually paying me in Bitcoin all the way back then. So when I was earning the bulk of my revenue in Bitcoin, it was really trading at about $125 a coin. Fast forward to now, it's about $30,000 a coin as of today. And so I've had an incredible journey there, but I've mostly stayed invested in the flagship cryptocurrency, which is Bitcoin.
So do you ever suggest cryptocurrency to any of your clients?
Well, I actually never suggest an investment. What I mostly do is just teach them about all of the different vehicles. And we're talking about even complex derivatives in some cases, how to buy and sell promises in the stock market to earn more on your capital. I just want to make sure that I educate and really just provide a framework, let's call it a framework through which they can view their investing journey.
So you mentioned you wanted to be paid in Bitcoin for your royalties.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if you saw, but Snoop Dogg recently had a big issue with the streaming industry for musicians.
Right.
So could you talk about that? I want to know, how are artists getting paid with streaming?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. You can really just do a Google search and say, how much do I get per stream? And it's going to tell you it's about maybe 0.005 cents, if we want to call it. So
point,
like a half a penny or so on every single stream. So when you think about how streaming is actually working, where you can release a song and get millions and millions of streams, you just multiply those millions of streams by that percentage of a penny that you get for every stream. Now, the bottom line is that the music industry has needed to evolve. We don't have physical CDs. Maybe if you're a collector, you still have some physical vinyl. But at the end of the day, really, we want to have the entire library of all recorded music right in our pocket on our mobile device. And so companies like Spotify, and you can buy Spotify, you can own Spotify if you believe in that. Companies like Apple Music, they provide those platforms, Jay-Z's Tidal, provide those platforms so that you actually can make your playlist. If you have a running playlist, you have a playlist for romance, you have a playlist for a wedding, a party, you have the ability to do it.
I want to know, is streaming better or worse than going through a record label for artists?
Well, record companies, they actually are streaming their artists as well, right? Okay. So the bottom line is that whether you're signed to a major or you're releasing independently, you have the same opportunity to distribute your music globally through the streaming platforms. And there are a number of aggregators. One of my favorites is Steve Stout's United Masters. You don't have to be signed to a major label. The major label is really to have some infrastructure and to have some capital behind your release. But if you've got your own infrastructure and capital, you can literally press 2 buttons, go to an aggregator, go to a distributor, and literally within 1 week, your music is available globally.
So are you at all afraid of AI's disruption in the music industry? It has its pros, but it definitely has its cons. Is it going to put some people out of business?
I believe that technology is already sort of transforming really every single aspect of our lives. And I always have approached technology from a place of embracing the technology, understanding the technology, and understanding the ways that human intelligence is differentiated from artificial intelligence. In so doing, obviously, we're the ones that came up with AI. In so doing, we can understand how we can remain valuable as the landscape changes. When you look at the headlines, I think I've seen, in some of the Forbes headlines recently, that if you can be a great prompter for ChatGPT, you can be earning 6-7 figures per year. And so it is about understanding where the opportunity is. And that opportunity is really in embracing the technology, understanding the technology, mastering the technology so that you can actually benefit from it. And I believe that that goes for any industry that may, want to put new and emerging technology at arm's length. What I found is that great companies that lean into research and development, they find that they're able to accelerate their place in the future of what our economy and what our world is going to look like.
So that sounds like skills-based learning. That's a skill, learning how to do a prompt. Yeah. And I know you're a Harvard man and you're all about education, but what do you think the value of a college degree will be in the near future?
For me, when I think about my time at Harvard, man, some of the buddies that I have there, my buddy Taj Clayton, my boy Mark Price, my brothers Diallo and Bashir, folks that I met during Harvard, my other buddy Lex, these are all folks or people that I met through colleagues at Harvard. One of my longtime partners, Rashid Richmond, his sister was at school with me, his sister Afra. I believe that being in that ecosystem with high performance critical thinkers is the true value of that college experience. So anyone that you ask, whether they've gone to Cornell or whether they've gone to USC, whether they've gone like my sister at Cal Berkeley, there are relationships that are built there in the formative years of our lives where you find potential business partners, potential collaborators, lifetime and lifelong friends. And I believe that that's really sort of a priceless exchange for the tuition that we pay. Now, the other reason why I'm never really worried about tuition is because when you can master what we were talking about at the beginning of this conversation, you can take a very small amount of capital and over time compound that capital to cover whatever expenses you may have accrued in student loan debt, et cetera. And I think, a lot of what I've found is people necessarily either A, just don't want to learn it, B, they have maybe somebody in their family lost some money in the stock market, says, oh, I don't want to touch that at all. But what we find is that being uninvested is actually losing you money, right? Because all of the headlines, at least the current headlines, are very, very focused around inflation. The cost of goods and services are going higher. So that means that a dollar today is actually really retains less purchasing power. So you've got to find some way to crack the whip on that money and make it do some somersaults and make it work for you. Otherwise, what you'll find is the same $10 that you wanted to spend on a quick run to, one of the bodegas uptown, that $10 is buying you less and less and less. So that means that you need to make sure that whether it's with our Wealth Plan Club or just on your own or with someone that you trust, you have to figure out how to actually make the money that you earn and work so hard for. You have to figure out a way to actually make that money work for you. And that's what we do at Wealth Plan.
So other than Wealth Plan, what's next for Ryan Leslie?
Listen, this, I think, for me, has really become I think it will be a part of my legacy, what I'm doing at Wealth Plan. It's tremendously rewarding to unlock a financial future that someone may have almost completely overlooked. And the way that we work at Wealth Plan is it's very individualized and tailored. So it's one-on-one. And it's for folks that actually, like me, when I first was seeking out a mentor, they want that personalized attention. They understand it's called personal finance for a reason, and they want to actually have someone to show them the way in a real way, one-on-one, step-by-step, hand-in-hand. And so that's what I've been doing. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a stockbroker. All I can do is show folks what has made a multi-million-dollar difference in the returns in my portfolio. And because of those returns, it gives me the latitude, it gives me the opportunity outside of obviously running my venture-backed company, Superphone, right, which is about technology. We can talk about that a little bit more. Outside of doing that, it provides a very, very rewarding aspect to my life because what's the use of being wealthy on your own? You want to have folks around you who once, let's say we can turn 100 people into millionaires. Well, that's $100 million of financial power that we can put behind the initiatives, the change that we want to see in the world. So I believe for me, this is a piece of everything I'll be doing for the rest of my life is teaching in this way. But on the flip side, I've always sort of had this concept of being of service. So when I was in the music business, the first jobs that I had, even though I wanted to be in front of the cameras, was to actually be behind the scenes as the producer. And so for me, it was about providing the highest level of service. If somebody needed 3 song ideas, I'd give them 9, right? And then once I was able to get in front of the cameras and was starting to tour, I would listen to feedback from audiences, especially when I was overseas. And they say, well, God, artists will come from overseas and they'll get on stage and they'll do a backing track and they'll be out of here in 30 minutes. Like, it's God's gift to mankind that they got on a plane to come over and perform for us. And so for me, in that spirit of service, I spent the extra money to bring the band out, and we would play 2-hour, 3-hour, in some cases, marathons, 6-hour sets. And so people could understand Ryan's about delivering a higher level of service. And so I started to get a lot of folks that would say, hey, Ryan, I want to make it in the music business. And the music business is really sort of tied to, let's say, just a little bit of serendipity. You're not able to just say, if I make a song and I put this much money behind it, it's going to go. If that was the case, everybody would have a hit. So the way that I can give back in a way that is objectively valuable is really twofold. Number one, success really happens at the speed of communication. So what we do at Superphone is we put a layer of technology on text messaging and a layer of technology over our phones, which allows me, currently I'm on text with more than 130,000 people. I've had those conversations, but it's not just about the text, it's also about the ability to layer that on a phone system and to do it personally. We've all heard about call centers. You call up Delta Airlines or you call up somewhere, there's call centers and they're redirecting your call somewhere, or you're talking to a robot. My belief and the belief that we have at Superphone, and the reason why we have a patent on some of the technology that we're building for automated digital conversation management, is because my belief is that when we can unlock, like if I was to ask you right now, how many contacts do you have in your phone? You might not know offhand. But if I gave you your phone and you scrolled all the way to the bottom and you said, oh, well, I've got 300 contacts, 500 contacts, 750, 1,000 contacts, the reality is you're likely only engaging with maybe 3% of those contacts, right? Because we like to keep our circles small. So what I'm doing at Superphone is my way of being of service, not subjectively. Because if someone doesn't like my music, then I can't really serve them.
Being
Go
of
ahead.
service.
Yes.
That's what's next. That's what you're going to continue
That's
doing.
what drives what I'm doing. Absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining me today, Ryan.
Thanks, Rosemary. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Well, the significance of race in the story goes before Haiti, right? I mean, like the enslavement, where you equate blackness and enslavement, which happened, right, by the 1800s, right? And then consolidated through racial science, right? The European races, the rise of anthropology, racial science, and so on and so forth. Before that, right? And those enslaved were not just Africans. It's only when you internationalize race, when you equate slavery, Africans and blackness and slavery, right? So you have that. But I do think it is important that to think about the fact that you had this black country defeat the most powerful set of countries in the world at the time and overthrow a system of enslavement that was normal and part of international law, right? And so, you know, Frederick Douglass had this great quote. It's just like, Haiti's black and the world has never forgiven Haiti for being black, right? And so, yes, race is very much a part of it. You know, one of the things that is so clear in like the continuation of the way that Haiti is treated by the world, right, is that you can see is the role of the Western media, right? So you can look at Western media representations of Haiti from the revolution to now and see the exact same tropes. And so you have, you know, the way that they represent the Haitian Revolution is like, these Haitians are killing all the whites, chopping off the heads, raping all the white women, and so on and so forth, right? It's like this kind of thing. 1921 justice.
Standard colonial and racist trope.
Right. But, you know, Haitians, you know, because they practice a particular kind of religion, the Haitians will do, you know, we even have the Vatican saying this, you know.
Yeah. When I begin with thanks for presence, as always, glorifying the ghost and of that, give thanks to the Father and Mother of creation. Of course, your presence is well appreciated as well. Welcome to the Tiger's Nest. Of course, this is a radio program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 7 p.m. sharp, Radio Anu. The international flavor, the universal spice. I am your humble servant for this evening, the Honorable Priest Isaac. Of course, as always, ready to take you to another level, to take you to another dimension, and I'm sure you would agree that's usually what takes place here on the Tiger's Nest. I got to repack this challenge here. But hey, family, give thanks. We have another wonderful edition and session for you this evening. actually I had a few topics on the table. I had to choose what I wanted to talk about. And then even tomorrow evening, I already had it secured. There's so many things, man. So many things that I want to bring to the family. Some of the programs would be, up-to-date happenings. That's why sometimes the up-to-date happenings take precedent over, let's just say, the historical classes. So I may have a subject I want to touch upon, maybe for months now, and then something happens in the news, or something is happening in the cosmos, or something I would have detected taking place, whether it's astronomical or geological or something. And of course, that topic or subject would move aside because I could speak about that another time. But this is hot. This is hot off the press, or the presses, whatever it is. So that's how it is sometimes. So, there's so many things to speak about. I know earlier you would have seen the clip, many of you, as it relates to Russia or the Ukraine, the Russian Orthodox Church, declaring holy war. Well, I must say that's not the topic for this evening. Believe me, that is not the topic. In fact, you see, when we speak about those things, those are not the preferred topic. But of course, in this age of enlightenment, you got to know all angles of the truth. But that's not necessarily the topic. I just was highlighting that as somewhat as a breaking news, but that's what has been happening for some time. This evening, I wanted to actually continue with the discussion somewhat as it relates to the true Israelites. Now, I'm not going to necessarily get into the Hyksos situation today. In fact, today I wanted to speak about the Beta Israel, the people that they call the Falashers, and the reality of them. And listen, this is going to get interesting, because as it relates to the Falashers now, the Beta Israel, because Falashers is not even a term that they really like. They're the Beta Israel, the house of Israel. And the story as it relates to them and the Lemba people of Zimbabwe is that these people somehow came out of Israel and came to Ethiopia and came to Zimbabwe. And that is why, even in the Ethiopian case, many of them went, quote unquote, back to Israel. You see, this is why you need real historians on the case. This is why you need free thinkers, people that have an open mind, so we don't get caught up in religion and caught up in philosophizing and caught up in legend and belief and these sort of things, So I want to get into that this evening, and there's so many things on the table I really want to touch. I don't think I'm going to touch it all this evening, but what I'm going to do, I want to begin here. Yeah, we're going into this right away. I want to begin here as it relates to the Lemba people that I've been telling you about for the whole strong. The Jews of Zimbabwe, Southern Africa, they're more spread abroad more than Zimbabwe. And they're the ones that would have, some legend says, brought the Ark of the Covenant to Zimbabwe. Now, we all know that Africa, we have done so many programs in Africa being the Holy Land, not just the Holy Land for us as Africans as such, the biblical Holy Land, the Mount Sinai, the Mount Zions, Kenya, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, the Lemba people, the Ark of the Covenant, the Jerusalems, all of these different vibrations that hover around Africa that are very biblical. Talk about the half of the story that has never been told. Let's listen to this.
We start with a very interesting conversation with anthropologist and filmmaker Dr. Malka Shabtai, who is here with a very special guest, Dr. Robson Origa, researcher and scholar in Zimbabwe and a leader of the Lemba people. Welcome to the show and welcome back, my friend.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. So first of all, please introduce us to the work that this gentleman is doing and why put him here on our show.
Dr. Rabson Uriga, my friend, is the leader of the Lemba tribe in Zimbabwe. This is his first historical visit in Israel. He came here to get a grant from Ben Tzvi Institute, who just initiated for the first time grants for research in diverse Jewish communities. And I visited in Zimbabwe with the community 5 years ago, and right now we are collecting experiences, meetings, ideas to continue our collaboration with the group.
Wow. So tell us about your work, not only as a community leader, but also in the university, and explain the very unique link between the Lemba people and the Jewish people.
Thank you. Greetings to your viewers. We have a work that is that involves myself as an insider of the community. We started long back when I had an encounter with Professor Matiba, who was then a retired professor in linguistics in South Africa. He was a leader in the South African side, but then he was always visiting his relatives in Zimbabwe. When we met, as a researcher, he said, well, why can't you consider working with our communities so that we can come up with more and more information for later generations. And that was the beginning of the whole thing in 1994. And we started working together for a long time. And when I came back from South Africa, because I was studying in South Africa, when I came back to Zimbabwe, then I started working with the community, organizing the community, doing research in terms of our customs, in terms of our history, in terms of what could be done for the community.
You also wrote a book, which I'm going to hold up here as well. If you could explain, for those, obviously it'd be a great read for people to buy it and read it, but explain what it is about the Lemba customs that goes back so far to the history of the Jewish people.
Yes, as an ancient community which hails from the ancient kingdom of Israel and came to Africa via Yemen and established themselves in southern Africa, we have customs that goes back to pre-rabbinic Judaism, if I may use the term that is there.
Of course.
In terms of sacred times, in terms of rituals, of which the central one is circumcision and keeping of Shabbat, observing the coming of the new moon, celebrating Pesach, of which the word that we grew up knowing is Pesach, and also celebrating the coming of the new year and many other sacred times.
So interesting. So you've also, obviously you do a lot of work in Africa, Ethiopia, I mean everywhere. You're everywhere all the time. Explain why this Lemba story is such an important component. We know about many different communities throughout Africa that feel a connection to the Jewish people, but the Lemba actually has a Y chromosomal connection to the Kohanim. Could you explain that first from an anthropology perspective?
Yes. We are all very much familiar with the stories of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. But the Lemba case is different, is unique. First of all, because of their origin that is most directly connected to King Solomon. Now, there is more things to be explored, but this community has a very long history of moving around, of migrating from place to place, of searching their Mount Sinai and the relatives that have been spread out throughout all over the places. And as other Jewish communities, many have been lost to Christianity, to Islam. But there is a core of people that have been holding to their identity and origin and want to continue and go on with it. And we are witnessing now this process that it's happening in front of our eyes with leaders like Dr. Rabson Uriga and other people in South Africa and Zimbabwe, and with the assistance and sometimes interference of international Jewish organizations. And now we are trying to build up a bridge between Israeli people, I would say, not the established establishment yet, and this unique community. Because as I always keep saying to you, each of these communities are part of our general Jewish history, and we need to find a place and the correct definitions and opportunities to be more inclusive, and not only and not keep thinking that there is one way to be a Jew and all should follow. They were there before us.
Right, right. Also, the Lemba people, what is the belief that
I had all intention this is just about a 9-minute interview, and this is not even the the main course of tonight's program. But I had all intention of just making it run through. But she made a key point there. She said that they were there before us.
Thinking that there is one way to be a Jew and all should follow. They were there before us.
Right, right. Also, the Lemba people, what is the belief that the community was part of the diaspora, the destruction of the Second Temple into Yemen? What is, explain the historical perspective?
Well, what we know is that our living in the Yemen for all those years led to the development of movements between the Lemba and Africa, ourselves, and the Indian side. It is very possible, on the basis of the story that have now become a text among the Lemba, which says we were crossing from Yemen via Wad al-Masaila into Africa, and the boat in which we were sailing in broke half, and the other half reached Africa. We don't know where the other half went. So after researching and reading the Book of Wales, it mentions of the B'nai Israel in India. They have also a similar story where they are saying, we don't know where the other half went. And as I link with the members of the B'nai Israel community, we are kind of saying we have found each other. The other half is in Africa, and the other half...
Your long-lost brothers and sisters.
and all that. So it is one of those stories that explains the background of our historical setting in Yemen, and we lived in a place called Sena. And then in Sena, as I checked in history, I found out that there's a place called Sena in Yemen, and Wad al-Masaila, well, it was corruptly explained as Pusela. If you get to South Africa, you will get places called Pusela, because they kept on the places where they are coming from. And also in Tanzania, as well as in northern Mozambique, there are places called Sena. And in all poems that we do, or that we, as praise poems or in remembrance of our ancestors, we mention the place Sena. So there are so many Senas around as you go back to Yemen. And by the way, the name Lemba, in one of the old maps, you'll find out that the name Lemba is, there's a place on the old or ancient maps on the western side of the Dead Sea.
Thank you so much for coming on. I wish we had more time, but I'm wishing you a really successful trip here in Israel, and I hope that everybody's welcoming you.
All right. Give thanks if you don't have no more time. We have all the time here in the world. Hey, family, give thanks for your presence with us, and nice interview. Give thanks for the good doctor there himself, of the Lemba tribe specifically. And again, so who we had there? We had, his name is Dr. Rabson Wariga. That's Dr. Rabson Wariga. Of course, you could do your own research on him. And he is a chief member and a leader of the Lemba Jewish community there in Zimbabwe. And he was also with an anthropologist, which is Malka Shabte, a Jewish anthropologist as well. Now,
So listening to that interview, and I just want to kind of clarify where we're going here. And this is going to take us into the second half of the program. So we would not even stay that long here, just to kind of give an idea before we jump to the other aspect, and then we'll put everything together. So now you have as the anthropologist said, the different types of Jewish community. And I'm listening to the language here. The world has come to realize that they're diverse Jewish communities. You must understand that it is supposed to soak down in the mind of everyone that there is a main Jewish community. Just think of this good. Now, you were listening to three people. You didn't see nobody, but you know you were listening to two white ladies and a black man. Now, I'm not saying that to be whatever word you're going to pull up, but this is reality. You don't even have to see them. You could just listen to the voice of a person and know who they are. You understand? Good. My point here is that you know that we are in the world where these Jewish people, again, run the media. And this is why somehow, in the mind of most people, these people are the Jews. We're talking about the Falashas, the Beta Israel of Ethiopia. A lot of people don't know about them. And if you're going to tell them there are other Jews outside of these Jews, they're going to tell you nothing, because you're making it up until they learn about the Beta Israel or the Falasha people. And then the Lemba people, I mean, that's rather worse. Most people don't even know about the Lemba people, the people in Zimbabwe, who are the Jews of Zimbabwe. And then he just mentioned the Bene Israel people in India. That's another set of people that say that they are the children of Israel. So my point is, as a historian, the Ashkenazi people who just recently came on board with this are not the only people on the planet that lay claim to the tradition and the ethnicity of Israel. In fact, these other people consider themselves Israel before the people that we call Israel. But somewhere along the line, something got into the water. Somebody began to drink the Kool-Aid. I don't know if it is the education system, but somehow these original Jews from Africa, from Ethiopia, from Zimbabwe, even those in India who would have been there before the Ashkenazis, somehow they believe they're supposed to return to the Jewish people that have kidnapped Palestine. Somehow they believe they are offsprings of, like we, the black Jews of Lemba and Beta Israel and the Indians of Beni, we are the branches somehow. Yeah, psychologically. In your subconscious, you are the branch or one of the many branches coming out of this original Jewish tree, which is Benjamin Netanyahu. Listen to the narrative good. Okay, all right. So why is everyone trying to get to Palestine? Why is your story saying that you came from Palestine? Lemba, I'm speaking to you. We did a program about 3 strongs ago when the professor was speaking about Africa, Southern Africa, being the real Bethlehem and Jerusalem and Mount Sinai over there in Kenya, Mount Kenya and all of that stuff. All of the maps that show the biblical presence in the land of Africa. And then, of course, the true biblical land of Israel, where we use the Bible itself and the description that the Bible gives and totally knock Palestine, out of the park for a home run. Grand slam business going on here. Meaning that the true land of Israel is Africa, plus Arabia. Don't get me wrong, including little Palestine too. But to try to fit that, the whole story in that little piece of real estate, because you would have kidnapped the real estate almost a century ago, soon, and created a whole amusement park for tourism, because Israel was one of the most tourist visited spot in the world. And even in the midst of all of its confusion, it's still up there because they created an amusement park. Over here is Jerusalem. This is where Solomon's temple was. This is where David was crowned. This is where Jesus was born. This is where he was crucified. That's an amusement park. They created that to tell a story so you could visit there, so pastors could carry congregations there. I know people that went there with the church saying they're going to the spot to see where Jesus was born. So obviously they have been bamboozled, hoodwinked. Yeah. The wool have been put over their eyes. Because nothing goes so. And the rest of the world has fallen for the trap. So now you have original Jews. The lady just said so. They were before us. She just said that. I don't know what made her say that. It reminds me of Sister Crouch when they were interviewing Prince Hermes, when she just jumped up and said, and your grandfather is quoted in the Bible. What's wrong with her? Wow. I tell you, when the devil wake up, brother. Yeah. So the lady just said so. The anthropologist just said that the African brother, Dr. Wuriga, his people were before ours. They were before us. She telling that to the news reporter. They're before us. What's wrong with her? And then the ethnicity is something else. Because he's given a story of how they left Israel. Now the story never said they left Palestine. The story said they left Israel. All right. Specifically Jerusalem. We have to keep all of that in mind because the full Africa is the true Israel. So they left the Jerusalem, which doesn't necessarily mean it's in Palestine. But they left Jerusalem and they went through Yemen. All right, fair enough. And when they hit the sea, coming through the Indian Ocean, I believe it would have been, the boat burst in two. Now, when a boat break into two pieces in the middle of the Indian Ocean, you know how large the Indian Ocean is? And one half of the boat sailed to Africa, and the other half of the boat sailed to India. Now tell me, again, for those who come to the class regularly, obviously, we're not denying that there's some historical truth somewhere there, but obviously there has been a few scoops of allegory added to that legend there, or to that story. That's how you get legend. Add a few scoops of allegory and a dash of symbolism, and you get a legend. It doesn't take away from the reality of the story, but come on, man, a boat breaking two in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And half of the boat went to Africa and half went to India. And that's why you have the Beni Israels in India and the Lemba Israels in Africa. No, Israelites, pardon me. And you know, not because we speak about African heritage, you know, I'm not a fan of trying to make everything black. If it's not black, it's not black. King James is black, and who else we don't say black? You know, anybody that had a black butler, we feel they're black. not running to make everybody black. Soon we're going to say the Vikings were black. I'm not. Hey. My point is that even in my own research, the Bene Israel in India, you have some very dark Indians. And I wouldn't deny at all that that would have been their origin, but I have not, in my research, come across any, writings or even pictorial evidence that they were the darker type of Indians. So when you look for the Bene Indians today, it's usually, the Indians as Indians, because you do know they have different complexions all across the color scheme. When it comes to Indians, you have some very white Indians and you have some extremely black Indians, and you put them together and they're the same Indians. It's something else, and you just go through from the white to the dark. I don't know if they have, I'm telling you, that is something else, because they don't have black-white people. A white person is a white person. They may have a white person that's a bit browner than the other white person, but they ain't got no black-white person. But they have black people that border white. And when you see them, if they stand next to a Caucasian, one of the darker Caucasians is almost the same skin tone. But when you know them, you see a brother or a sister, you didn't even think twice. You know it's a black person. It's an interesting thing, It's an interesting thing. And as I said, for the Indians, Chinese too, or Oriental people, I should say, Oriental people, because within the Orient or that part of the world, you have some very dark people. But the dark Indians are much more popular than these other ethnic groups, or Chinese, Japanese, whatever. So we all know, go to Sri Lanka, black people, charcoal people. And northern India, you get almost pale people, white almost, but you can see that they're Indians. So anyway, the point I'm making is that the tradition of the Bene, I may have to do some more research. It is not something that, jumps out in your face that, hey, but these were the darker Indians. But I wouldn't doubt it, because that's their origin. And the Israel tradition is a very deep tradition. That's why I tell brothers, don't get caught up in your burning Bible thing and you want to throw everything. Many people throw away the baby with the bathwater. And this Israel light is so deep, it's scientific, it's cultural. That's why many people try to claim it. You get caught up because Benjamin Netanyahu and Golden Age and these people would have kidnapped it and ran away with it, and then they would have supersized it and all of that. And then they run the media, CBS, NBC, everything they run, CNN, it all belongs to them. So they obviously can push their agenda. They don't even have to pay. You understand? So the whole world has fallen for the trap. That's why the book, The True Biblical Land of Israel, is so important. It's not just a theological thing. It's not just a religious argument as such, not even just a geographic argument. It's a political argument. Because the people, the Ashkenazi, Karzanian people from Poland and Russia that call themselves the Jews today, the Jewish people today, has constructed that idea not to just confuse the world theologically or religiously, but politically as well. Yeah, better Israel. Let's go to Ethiopia now.
It was a mission for the storybooks. Smuggle thousands of Ethiopian Jews out of a country ravaged by famine and civil war.
A desperate cry for help reveals a lost community of Jews in Ethiopia.
Almost immediately, the mission took on the status of myth. Everyone came out looking good. The Jewish state, which stopped at nothing to bring its people home. The Mossad agents, who risked their lives to save fellow Jews.
Okay, hold on. Before we go any further, something I should have mentioned too, getting into this. Yeah, and this one is coming from Unpacked, by the way. I know you were getting comfortable with that, but let me just say, hear what he said: the Jewish government would stop at nothing to get the Ethiopians home. But what else he said? The Mossad, people risking their life to get, and people losing their lives to get Ethiopians into Israel, not back to Palestine, but into Palestine.
These words confusing us now. Listen. The Jewish people, the reason why they are trying to identify with us. They have no identity. They are not the real lights. Is really Jewish? Is fake? Is fake lights? What are you trying to tell me? And they know that. They know that. They know that there is not real. They know that. So they're saying, oh, other Israel brothers, come and join us. Come back home and be with us. You see, vampire loves fresh blood. That is why the killer, even in the slavery days, when the old master was sick and he was dying, what would he do? He would get the little innocent baby boy, tell the maid or the butler, go and get 5-year-old Charlie for me, and put Charlie on the ground on his back and lift up his shirt and put his feet, the sole of his feet, on Charlie's belly. Why would the slave master do that? Because he knows that the little innocent, little black, little bouncing baby boy Charlie has energy, has the frequency, the remedy. He put his soul, the sole of his feet, on his belly, because he knows that is where the energy will rise up into him so it can heal him. That was something that they would have done all of the time in slavery. You understand? Even when the old man is dying, they call for a young black virgin to go and comfort him in the bed, because he knows he will get energy from her to revive. Bloodsuckers, you call them. Mosquitoes, vampires. So these people understand the vampire vibes. So they know there is fake, not really is. And what they decided to do is to say, hey, get the real people, get the true Israelites, and let's fool them and let them believe that they came from up here. I mean, Ethiopia is the true Jerusalem Rasta, the true Bethlehem is right there. Zimbabwe, Southern Africa, where humanity began. But yet still, even those that have that origin, the original stamp on them, are now being bamboozled, hoodwinked, to believe that they are again a branch off of the tree of the not Israel. Let's continue.
It was a mission for the storybooks. Smuggle thousands of Ethiopian Jews out of a country ravaged by famine and civil war.
A desperate cry for help reveals a lost community of Jews in Ethiopia.
Almost immediately, the mission took on the status of myth. Everyone came out looking good. The Jewish state, which stopped at nothing to bring its people home, the Mossad agents who risked their lives to save fellow Jews, and the Ethiopian Jews themselves, who trekked thousands of miles across the desert in the hope of reaching Zion. It's a good story, but it's also incomplete, because this version leaves out the broken promises, the secret agreements, and the tenacity of an ancient community in the face of unimaginable danger. So what really happened to bring Ethiopian Jews to Israel? No one is entirely sure how Jews ended up in Ethiopia. Some claim they are from the tribe of Dan, who made their way to Africa sometime during the First Temple period. Others say they are the descendants of Egyptian or Yemenite Jews, and some will tell you that they are the children of the Israelites who accompanied the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba back to Ethiopia. No matter their origin, Ethiopian Jews are proud of their heritage, which is why they call themselves the Beta Israel, a house of Israel in the mountains of East Africa, preserving an ancient form of Judaism.
In our consciousness, we have who is a Jew, what is a Jew, and never we stop to see Ethiopian Jews from their perspective, from their language, from their paradigm.
Because of their near total isolation from other Jewish communities, they believed that they were the only Jews in the world. Some didn't even know that the first temple had been destroyed. They continued to observe Shabbat, keep kosher, celebrate Jewish holidays, circumcise their sons. For over 1,000 years, the Beta Israel practiced their faith freely. But when Christianity swept through Ethiopia, the Beta Israel's newly Christian neighbors tried everything to destroy the Jewish community.
Okay, let me just say a quick thing there as well. I think this is a very important point because we're just trying to cipher out the reality here. Now, as he just clearly said, at a certain time, at least from their perspective, the Beta Israel people, the Falashas as they call them, didn't even knew that there were other Jews outside of their community. And community doesn't mean village, their people. And that could have spread very far, all the way down into southern Africa. Because, I mean, listen, Ethiopia in general, remember that we're talking about even the Solomonic lineage. We understand that the people of the Beta Israel, according to the legend, would have, their forefathers would have come with Menelik I, which is the son of Solomon. But family, if we're going to say, for example, and I hear this point made all of the time, that, for example, the Lemba, they still keep up traditions of the children of Israel, like, for example, circumcision. The point was just made here too, as it relates to the Falashas or the Beta Israel, that they keep up the same tradition as the Israel of the Bible, which is circumcision. All right, but family, I mean, you can see on the walls of Kemet circumcision before the story of Israel even came into existence. And that is not biting Israel. Israel has a timeline. Everybody knows that. Even if you are an Israelite, an Israeli, a Jewish, whatever, you know that Israel is the son of Isaac. Isaac had a son named Jacob, and he had another son named Esau. Esau became Edom, and Jacob became Israel, and Jacob had the children, and that's where Israel began. So it didn't begin in the garden with Adam and Eve. You know, it has a timeline. Not too long ago. So the point I'm making is the circumcision. Not that I am an advocate of that at all, but the practice of circumcision, cutting off the foreskin of the penis, is an African tradition. So the Lemba would have been doing that before, well, surely before the Ashkenazim, but the Lembas would have been doing that even before the tradition of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. No disrespect to Abraham. Maybe Abraham was a Lemba too. I'm trying to show you the Beta Israel. They would have been doing that long before even any biblical scriptures were put together. And again, that's not a bite on that. That's just the reality. So we know as the Beta Israel, we know as the Lemba people, we need to stop leaning on the Ashkenazi as if they are, you know, the fountain, and we are, you know, we are happy to be one of the streams running off of this source. It's impossible. She just said in the interview prior, they were before us. I wonder how many people got that.
Massacres, forced conversions, enslavement, isolation. And they gave the community an ugly nickname, one that has followed them to this day: Falasha, stranger, invader. It's an ironic slur for a community that had lived in Ethiopia since before Christianity even existed. And yes, it's a slur, because it was explicitly meant to remind them of their status as an unwanted other. But the Beta Israel fought back. Their history is rich with legends of Jewish power, like the story of the mighty Queen Judith who sacked Christian kingdoms. And though there is no explicit evidence for the legend of a Jewish monarchy in Ethiopia, the historical record is clear on one thing. The Beta Israel were mostly autonomous until they lost a major battle against their Christian neighbors. An eyewitness described the battle as the Beta Israel's Masada, a reference to the mountain fortress where Judean rebels made their doomed last stand against Rome. The Beta Israel warriors chose death over slavery or forced baptism, but those that remained clung to their faith. They prayed to return to Jerusalem and make sacrifices in the Beit HaMikdash. This vision sustained them over the next 3 centuries of persecution. Today, we think of Zionism as a political movement, but the global Jewish community has been yearning for Zion since the first exile. In 1855, a small delegation of Beta Israel put those prayers into action. They trekked through the desert until they reached Jerusalem. Once they arrived, this small group was greeted by a council of Jerusalem's rabbis. It was supposed to be a meeting of equals. Instead, to the Beta Israel's surprise, the meeting ended with a strange declaration. After some discussion, the rabbis pronounced the Beta Israel to be quote-unquote authentic Jews.
It's not meeting between, sorry to say, black and white, or between new immigrant and veteran. This is a meeting between two categories, two models of Judaism. And we don't say that he authentic and he more authentic. We are human beings.
This was the first time, though sadly not the last, that the Beta Israel community was forced to confront the fact that even their fellow Jews might see them as strangers.
Okay, but even before we go to that, and I think that was a point that I should have brought up even on the Lemba, although I intended to come back to all of that. Now, what stands out about the Lemba people now, hear this. This is why you got to be careful with knowledge, information, history. What stands out about the Lemba people, and those of you who would have studied this history, you know exactly where I'm going, is their chromosome. The DNA of the Lemba people. Listen to how the wicked world is so devious. The DNA of the Lemba people is an exact match to the DNA of the Israelis. Now, I mean, I may not be a genetic scientist, and it's not even about me denying that, because they say we have, how is it? I think they say we have 99.999% similar genes as some strange animal. Not even a chimpanzee. There's some weird animal they say that we have the exact amount of genes, some makeup. But anyway, listen, my point is, listen to my point. My point is not to get too scientific. I cannot even prove how close the Lemba is to the quote-unquote true Israel, whoever these true Israel is supposed to be. And you know who the true Israel is supposed to be. The point they're making is that when you test an Israeli blood, and you test the blood of the Lemba people. Remember, the Lemba people, black like midnight, you know, man. The Lemba people, just as black as other Africans that may not genetically align themselves with Israel and even look alike. But anyway, science says that the Israeli people, the people them that murdering the Palestinians, they have a similar DNA structure to the Lemba people. And that is what makes the Lemba people a bit more authentic than the other groups of people on the planet that say that they are Israelites. So you see who the standard bearer is. You see who the standard bearer is. So we have all these different groups of Israels, some of them the lost tribes. But we are highlighting that one of them is closer to the real deal than the other. So how you know which one of them is the real deal? So the better Israel, I guess, is not as close to the real deal as the Lemba people. I will ask the question one more time. So who's the real deal? Is fakies. So that's, again, propaganda at work here. So they are the standard. And everything else is the branches. You have to live up to their expectations. That's why we don't rush to be saying Haile Selassie is God. I understand the philosophy, but the concept of God is something designed and he's supposed to live up to that standard. No, man, let God live up to Haile Selassie standard. Let's see what standard God is on. And if God not living up to Haile Selassie standard, it's all right. He can go to sleep. It's Haile Selassie we dealing with over here. Hey, Rastafari, let's continue.
Despite this odd reception, the rest of the Beta Israel community was determined to reach Jerusalem. But their next journey ended in disaster. Many Jews died en route from starvation and disease. Jerusalem seemed farther away than ever. But then a Frenchman
was right there. They need to read the book, The True Biblical Land of Israel.
And disease. Jerusalem seemed farther away than ever. But then a Frenchman came to visit. See, when the first Ethiopian Jews arrived in Jerusalem, prominent rabbis began calling attention to this unknown community. Who were these Jews, isolated for centuries, practicing Judaism in the East African mountains? So a Jewish organization sent a representative to Ethiopia. At first, the Beta Israel dismissed him, afraid he was a Christian missionary sent to trick them. But they changed their tune when he mentioned Jerusalem. Halevi returned home impressed by the Beta Israel's profound faith. When he asked his organization to send more resources to Ethiopia, they declined. Sure, the rabbis in Jerusalem said the Beta Israel were quote-unquote authentic Jews, but they still saw them as different from other Jews. Now that their curiosity was satisfied, most Jewish organizations moved on. But not everyone shared this apathy. In 1923, one of Halevi's students teamed up with Beta Israel leaders to establish a Jewish school in the Ethiopian capital. Boys and girls alike flocked to the school, eager to soak up as much knowledge as they could. Some even left their villages to study in Europe and Jerusalem. Previous generations had tried and failed to make it home to the Promised Land. Finally, it seemed that the Beta Israel's moment had arrived. For over 20 years, the Beta Israel studied, prayed, and waited for the opportunity to come home. But the Promised Land was busy fighting for its life. The new state of Israel was already surrounded by enemies and buckling under a tidal wave of Jewish refugees.
Two former American vessels carrying nearly 4,000 Jewish refugees arrive at the port of Haifa, Palestine. Jammed like cattle on the rusty craft, the fugitives end their bleak voyage, which began at a Black Sea port.
Let me just say this, family, because sometimes you have to put things into context for people to understand, really. So we're dealing with the time when Israel was just founded, actually. And remember, so, I mean, prior to this, the Beta Israel, as was said, thought that they were the seed, because they were the seed. But these Ispaikis came in and started to kill the Palestinians, and they took over the land, and they just created a new place and said, this is Israel. Now remember that the Beta Israel people, they're very religious, eh? I'm telling you, if it's one thing with the Ethiopian paradigm, religion is serious there. And they believe anything that's written. I'm telling you, you could see that amongst the faithful. I'm not asking you. And when I say they, I'm not saying they, no, I'm separating myself from my people. I'm talking about my people. You think the Southern blacks in America, you think they're religious? Nobody religious like the Ethiopians. Nobody religious like the Ethiopians. You hear that story I gave you the other evening about Michael the Archangel taking the lion and flinging the lion into the stone and the lion's still there? Trust me, that's how the story goes. You know, legend, you call it a legend, but that's our history there. We don't call it no legend. You're the one that call it legend. That's the facts. That's the truth. The dead donkey spoke and told the man that the lion was lying when the lion told the man that he didn't eat the donkey. They believe that. That's church history there. You know that? So that's the mentality they have. I'm not dissing no one. I'm just showing you the mentality. So when you have a mentality like that, and it comes from a religious point of view, we can take you back to Jerusalem. Yes. Yeah, you ready to go? You live in this barren land of Ethiopia. Imagine that. We have fought back the invaders, the Philistines, and we've taken back Jerusalem. Remember, the fellow just said a moment ago, they were not even aware that the second temple was destroyed, because that's propaganda. What second temple? That's the first 9/11. That's the same time they were making, what's the name of the movie there to make marijuana look like a mad drug? Reefer Madness. All of that was taking place the same time here. Propaganda was running the world. And we fell for it. But listen to who didn't fall for it.
Gurion knew that the Ethiopian emperor didn't want any Jews leaving the country.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Now, I wonder why. I wonder why the emperor would not want any Jews to go back to the promised land.
So because he wanted to maintain good relations with Ethiopia, he didn't insist that the Beta Israel be allowed to come home. But no one asked the Beta Israel what they wanted. So they took matters into their own hands. Some young, healthy Jews made the grueling trek to Israel. But not everyone could risk the 2,000-mile journey. Anti-Jewish persecution was getting worse. The Beta Israel were caught between two very bad choices: stay put and suffer, or walk to Israel, risking death with every step. Beta Israel leaders begged the emperor to do something about the constant persecution. He didn't. So they turned to any Jewish organization that would listen. And some did, sort of. Jewish institutions sent money and doctors. They established schools and agricultural settlements. But Ethiopian Jewish leaders had had enough of these half measures. They wanted one thing and one thing only: to return to Zion. But Zion didn't want them. Some in the Knesset believed that these poor immigrants would be a drain on Israel's resources. Others were concerned that the Beta Israel weren't really Jews. In 1973, Israel's Minister of Interior even tried to deport the handful of Ethiopians who had braved the dangerous journey to Israel.
Why you telling me that I am not Jewish? And the first generation, they are very proud. They know who I am. They know I am Jewish. I know I am. I never can feel in fear about my identity, about my authority.
It was only when Israel's Sephardic chief rabbi declared the Ethiopian Jews to be fully Jewish that the tides began to turn.
פברואר 1973, בתגובה לשאילתה הלכתית, הרב עובדיה יוסף, אז הרב הראשי הספרדי, פוסק.
So you needed the rabbi now to somewhat bring that into reality. So Israel now recognizes Ethiopians as Jews.
State officially adopted the position that Ethiopian Jews were indeed Jews and entitled to citizenship. In not a moment too soon, things in Ethiopia were getting dark. Emperor Selassie was deposed in 1974. His replacement banned all minority religions, including Judaism. Ethiopian Israelis watched the situation deteriorate with growing alarm. They insisted that world Jewry and the State of Israel take action. American Jews matched their efforts. So Israel sold weapons to Ethiopia's new leaders, hoping they'd allow the Beta Israel to emigrate. But when news of the arms deal leaked, the Ethiopians backed out, afraid of alienating their Arab allies.
So I mean, you could tell what happened after that. So you hear what he said there. The Israelis were given Mengistu guns, aircrafts, tanks. It didn't just stop there. Israel, so-called, was one of the countries that backed the Derg government and the coup, for obvious reasons. Because it's after 1974-75, you had Operation Moses and Operation Solomon. And this was when you had several aircraft carrier jets as such. Those big army jets, I think that's what they call them, coming into Ethiopia and airlifting thousands of Ethiopians. I think they made space in these carrier jets by taking out everything, even the seats. People had to sit on the floor. I don't know how many trips they made. But I know they had an Operation Moses and an Operation Solomon. Now, everyone in the world knows that those who returned or went to Palestine have been mistreated up to a day like today. This is always in the news when it gets applied. When it leaks, or depending on where you check the news, that the Ethiopian Jews, there are more Falashas there than they were in Ethiopia. When I say more, I don't mean the amount of. They are considered, that's where they are the Falashas. Remember, Falasha means stranger. One that is disregarded. Their right name is Beta Israel. We in Ethiopia, we consider them Beta Israel. But now that they went to, well, many of them, to so-called Israel, they have been mistreated. They are the lowest of the lowest, They are the underdogs, the underclass citizens in Israel are the black people from Ethiopia. You better believe that. And obviously, they still have to fight and join the army and kill Palestinians, or else they themselves will go to jail. But the emperor of Ethiopia was against that. The emperor of Ethiopia, the descendant of Solomon, didn't want them to go. Why? Because he knows much better. Why didn't he go? He's a descendant of Solomon. Why didn't he pick up his whole family and say, let's go and live in Israel. Let's go back home and forget about Ethiopia. Remember, Haile Selassie I was the individual that changed the name of the town of Adama to Nazareth. Now, Nazareth is the biblical town where Christ grew up. And again, when you look on an ancient map, there are many places in Africa that have the biblical names: Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Sinai, etc. So this history is deep. There's a lot to be unraveled. And I think the emperor naming the city Nazareth is part of the unraveling. Because Christ was born in a cave in Ethiopia, according to the Bible, on the west side of the River Nile. You get what I'm saying? So these Jewish people who just came the other day, Johnny come lately, Brother Khalid Muhammad calls them, who wanted to set up the kingdom of Israel in Uganda. That's where they wanted to set up Israel, in Uganda. But that didn't work. They wanted to set up Israel in Argentina. I always ponder what kind of philosophy they would have created if they got through in removing whoever they had to remove to set up Israel in Argentina. Argentina, South America. But you see, even if they did that, our people would have still fallen for that. The Lemba people would be swimming the Atlantic Ocean to get over there. The better Israel, they would have done the same to get over to Argentina, because that's where Solomon ruled, etc., etc. If the Ashkenazi people would have taken Argentina for Israel, to me that would be really off the wall. But somehow they would have got through, because we fall for everything. Not anything, everything we fall for, everything. All they'd have to do is tell us, and we believe. Reefer madness. And just, well, that's what it is, we believe. Whatever they tell us, we believe in. And they tell us some strange things. So, in reality, family, the Bible says, woe be unto those who say that they're Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. That's them. And again, I must highlight the little trick. They're the real Jews, and then all of these other so-called Jewish communities that has been there before them are somehow the offspring of them. They're the Jews, and the rest of us are the lost tribes. That's the name they give to the rest of us, the lost tribes. They even tell us which tribe we are. the Falashas are the tribe of Dan. Imagine that. But I thought they were the ones that came with the house of Solomon. I would believe they would more attach themselves to Judah. Menelik the first. Or from the house of Solomon with Menelik the first. And we're risking our lives to go back to them. And they're not risking their life, but they're pulling us to them so they can suck us, our fresh blood, just like any old vampire would do. They need us. They need us to certify themselves. They have no certification. We are the ones with the certification. We are the Israelites. They need us to save them. The lady just said it, and I will end with that, or seal with that one. They have been there before us. Not even there. They are before us. Yeah. Hey, give thanks, Royal Family, for your presence with us. Wonderful program that we had this evening. I have a special one for you tomorrow. You just got to make sure that you are here. Hey, we give thanks again for all those who would have taken the time to come and sit and sup with us. As we say each and every round, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And I mean, this is a perfect example of that. I'm telling you, no offense, but the Lemba and the Falashas and even the Bene people, not the Falashas, the Beta Israel. I mean, if you know your Bible, brothers and sisters, and you do not know your own history, yeah, you'll be killing yourself to get to Palestine, to join the Israeli armies to go kill your brothers. Definitely. Hey, family, I'm going to seal with a bit of what we touched on in the beginning. For those who do not know, we were listening to Lula Jemima Pereira speaking of a bit of the history of Haiti. You know, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Yeah. And that is very apt for this situation too. Tiger's Nest, give thanks, Royal Family, Holy Manuel, Selassie, Rastafari. Hey, keep it locked. Read your idea.
Aristide, the president that the U.S. President of Canada removed from office, was like a voodoo practitioner. This is like the Vatican saying this is like 2004, right? But then the other part is, you know, there's a New York Times headline, 1921, that says, Haitians ate a U.S. Marine, right? Stuff like that, right? And so you have like this, you know, the language of bandits, savages, or, you know, the language is like, well, you know, the U.S. occupation of Haiti in 1915 was done by U.S. Marines from the South. And these were some of the most racist people to go and pillage. And even you have the Secretary of State saying things like, well, you know, if we, you know, these people, if we leave them alone, they're going to revert back to savagery. It's like going back to the heart of Africa, right? So Haitians have always been seen as like too African, too black, and too savage, right? And so that's part of the narrative. And so that's why today, it's so easy for the West to say, you know, I'm seeing headline like there's cannibalism, gangs, bandits, and cannibalism in Haiti, right? The representation of Haitians as like hyper black and African really plays into the role in what people are willing to believe about what's going on the ground. And it's almost as if whatever's going on in the ground, of course these people, you know, are eating each other and shooting each other because they're black. That's what Haiti's always done. And even black countries in the Caribbean area have these same views about Haitians, right? They treat Haitian refugees in terrible ways. They have these stereotypes of Haitians and these weird African people who speak a weird language and have a bad religion, right? So race to me has been central to slavery. And when it comes to Haiti, we cannot talk about what's happening without talking about race, without talking about just, you know, the way that white supremacy works through and the particular kind of anti-blackness when it comes to Haiti.
Who in the world is Anwar Sadat? Well, Anwar Sadat was an Egyptian president and statesman who served from 1970 to 1981. He was born in 1918 in Medabalcom, Egypt, and was a member of the Free Officers Movement, a group of military officers who overthrew the monarchy in 1952. Sadat rose to prominence as vice president under President Gamal Abdel Nasser, and upon Nasser's death in 1970, Sadat was elected president. Sadat is best remembered for his role in the 1973 Yom Kippur War, in which he led Egypt to victory against Israel. His leadership was key in negotiating a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel, the first of its kind, in 1979. Sadat's actions earned him the 1978 Nobel Peace Prize, along with Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin. Sadat's presidency is also remembered for his economic reforms, which included liberalizing Egypt's economy, increasing foreign investment, and ending state-run monopolies. Sadat was assassinated in 1981 by Islamic militants while attending a military parade. His legacy is one of peace and economic reform, and his courage and leadership remain an inspiration to many people.
Bridget Jones is the Director of African American Studies at the Belle Meade Plantation Museum in Nashville, Tennessee. As a native of Memphis, Tennessee, Bridget was consumed with the difficult history of the South as a child and used that curiosity to propel her to graduate from Tennessee State University in 2014 with a degree in American and African American history with a particular focus on Southern racial studies. Bridget is a 2019 graduate of the Smithsonian Institute National Museum of African American History and Culture Interpreting African American History Fellowship Program. She has also been locally featured on Channel 2 and 5 in Nashville for her work, as well as being published contributing to writing for the Nashville-based Tennessean newspaper and Belle Meade Living magazine. I also found out last night it's also been on NPR. Maybe some of you have heard that as well. And so please help me in giving a warm welcome to Bridget Jones.
Oh, thanks, y'all. So, in my true Southern fashion, hey, y'all. So I just first want to say thank y'all for allowing me to come and for bringing me out here. I have been enthralled with the city of Chicago since I arrived. Y'all got some food in Chicago. I have eaten good in Chicago, and as a Southerner, I really appreciate that. But a little bit about me, which you did not hear. Like I said, I'm the Director of African American Studies at the Belle Meade Plantation Museum in Nashville, Tennessee, which is a very interesting job to work at a plantation in 2019 when you're Black. If you didn't know, that's a little different. So it's definitely been an eye-opening experience, and it's allowed me an opportunity to really dive deeper into slavery from the academic perspective. How did slavery continue over time, and what have been the effects of slavery over time down generational lines, which is really what we're going to hone in today, which is why I've entitled the presentation Tennessee Slavery, Perspectives, Parallels, and Psychology, because there are multiple perspectives that go into the legacy of slavery. There definitely are a lot of parallels in between the antebellum society and today's society, and there's definitely a psychological component to all of that as well. So go ahead and begin. What is slavery? If you did not know what slavery was, it is known as the peculiar institution. It was dubbed that by former Vice President John C. Calhoun. Now, American chattel enslavement is what we're going to focus on And of course, that also includes Native Americans in that time period as well. So approximately 1619 until 1865 is the time period that slavery is really interpreted for. 1619 has been argued among academics solely because the Spanish brought Africans into America as early as the 1500s, but that isn't really what's discussed. So I like to just pay acknowledgement to that. Now, one of the biggest things that I get all the time when I'm talking about slavery on a bigger scale is, well, America wasn't the only people to have slaves. And yes, we know that. America is not the first to do it. The history and the legacy of slavery traces back centuries into biblical times, but it seems that the United States, the institution, seems to have been perfected as stated by the U.S. Constitution.net. Now, how was Tennessee involved? You know, as a native to Tennessee, the one thing that I was taught as a child growing up was, I mean, yeah, this is Tennessee, but we ain't Mississippi. I would be like, is that good? So, Tennessee is involved very deeply into slavery. 25% of the overall population of Tennessee was enslaved by 1860. That's a whole lot of people that was enslaved by 1860. 25% of white families in Tennessee owned slaves by 1860. That is not to say that everybody owned 300 and 400 people. Slaves are expensive. They are property. So in many cases, a lot of families just own one or two. And if you couldn't afford to buy one, you could rent one. Slaves are property. The same thing you can do with your car today, you could do with a person back then. The Harding and Jackson family of Belle Meade would have been among the top 4.5% of slaveholders in the state of Tennessee by 1860. They were literally the cream of the crop in their heyday. Now, being at the top of the totem pole affords the Harding and Jackson family a lot of luxury in their life. With that being said, let's see what Belle Meade looks like. Yeah, that is the Belle Meade Plantation. Belle Meade Plantation was owned by the Harding and Jackson family for 99 years. 5 generations of Harding and Jackson family members will own and operate the Belle Meade Plantation from 1807 until 1906. The house you are looking at is 10,600 square feet. The height of the property was 5,400 acres. That's 8 square miles of land owned by one family. That 8 square miles of land is technically 3 different neighborhoods in Nashville today, with Belle Meade, the city, being the top, well, in the top 4% of the wealthiest zip codes in the entire state of Tennessee. So the generational wealth that was established in Belle Meade in 1807 has not left to date. Now, Belle Meade was also not your typical plantation. Belle Meade wasn't typical because they didn't grow a cash crop. When most people come to Belle Meade and they get on my tour, they're like, where's the cotton field? I'm like, oh, I hate to burst your bubble. There are no cotton fields here. Belle Meade ran as a premier thoroughbred nursery. They didn't just raise regular horses. They raised the best horses. If you bought a racehorse in the 1850s or 60s, your racehorse came from Belle Meade. In fact, for the past 26 years, each and every horse to race in the Kentucky Derby has been a descendant of Bonnie Scotland, which was owned by the Belle Meade Plantation. So the legacy of Belle Meade as a stud farm is definitely a large legacy that has not yet really been compared to any other legacy in the horsing industry. Now, the Harding and Jackson family. These are some very interesting men. When I told you it's owned by 5 generations, only 4 of them will run it. When the Harding and Jackson family loses their money around 1900, it's going to pass down to a 2-year-old. I have a 3-year-old, and I can attest that they don't really run plantations very well. So, of course, he's not going to be the one managing that property following the fall of the estate. So, to begin, first up, have John Harding. John Harding is the founder of the Belle Meade Plantation. He migrates from Goochland County, Virginia, around 1798. When they arrive in the Tennessee area, they're going to be meager farmers. They brought about 4 slaves with them from Virginia into Tennessee. They are third-generation slaveholders from Virginia. This legacy of slaveholding is deeply entrenched into the legacy and the history of their family. They weren't new to this institution. Now, John Harding will establish Belle Meade as a 250-acre tract of land in 1807. He named that land for what he saw. Belle Meade means beautiful meadow in French and Old English. And if you were to come to Belle Meade today, you could still see remnants of that beautiful meadow. It's a gorgeous area. Now, John Harding is going to manage the property from 1807 until 1839. In 1839, he's going to pass it on down to his son, William Giles Harding. General William Giles Harding, to be specific. He is a Confederate general. That general title is going to come from a generous donation that he gives to the Confederacy. Yeah. Now, William Giles Harding is going to manage the property from roughly 1840 until 1886 at his death. This is the person that's going to see Belmead through the Civil War and the majority of the antebellum era. Now, John Harding, his father, he's going to establish the plantation. He's going to help to build the plantation. His son is going to maintain it and turn it into the thoroughbred farm that it was known to be. Now, following the death of William Giles Harding, it's going to pass on down. Where we at now? All right, there we go. It's going to pass on down to this guy here. That's General William Hicks Jackson. The only reason it passes down to William Hicks Jackson is because William Giles Harding has 2 daughters. Sadly, in that time, ladies, you could not own property. You could not manage property. So when that property passes down, it doesn't go to Celine, his daughter, it goes to her husband, General Jackson. General Jackson is from a little town known as Jackson, Tennessee. It's about 45 minutes away from Memphis. He's going to migrate to Nashville, looking for a horse, actually. He's going to come to Belmead in search of that horse. When he sees Celine, he leaves with the horse, her, and the whole plantation. So, great business deal. Yeah. Now, General Jackson and Celine are going to manage the property from 1886 until both of their deaths. That's subsequent 1896 and 1903. Following their deaths, it will pass on down to their son, William Harding Jackson, who dies 3 months after his father. So, very, very fast digression of the plantation. Around 1890, the estate is in about $90,000 worth of debt. That debt is accumulated in numerous ways. Of course, the Civil War plays a really big role in that. You lose your entire labor force. You now have to pay people that you did not have to pay before. You also have things like the stock market crash of 1894, the beginnings of prohibition. Tennessee is going to outlaw pari-mutuel gambling, which is going to push horse racing out of the state of Tennessee into Kentucky. That's supposed to be the Tennessee Derby, y'all. Now, once he passes away, that estate is going to fall to his 2-year-old son. Unfortunately, he can't manage the property, neither can his mother. Mr. Richardson, his mother's father, will sell off each and every acre of that land in efforts to clear that debt. It will be cleared by 1907. A new family is living in the Belmead Plantation home. That house will go through 5 different owners from 1907 until 1953. And in 1954, it is donated to the Association for the Preservation of Tennessee Antiquities. Say that 5 times fast. When they donate it, it will then turn into the museum that we have today. So Belmead has successfully been a museum since 1954. An interesting tidbit is that I am the first African-American director in the history of that museum since 1954. So that tells you a lot about the plantation industry. Thank you. Now, the heavy stuff. One of the biggest things that I like to do is to let you guys help me be the historian. I spent a lot of my time at Belmead flipping through old documents, old family letters, trying to pull out references of what an everyday life was like on August 7th, 1854. And some of that stuff is very, very interesting. But since I focused primarily on enslavement, one of the biggest things that interested me at the beginnings of my development of Journey to Jubilee was runaways. I think runaways are interesting because I think the revolt of slavery, the resistance to slavery, is something that we don't really talk about a lot. People tend to shy over resistance as if it didn't happen. People resisted and revolted way more than we talk about, and some of those stories are extremely interesting. Ben here is the very first runaway to leave Belmead. He leaves here in 1817. Now, Ben is a blacksmith. Now, being a blacksmith is a very big job. If you did not know, slavery happens in hierarchies, just like any other social institution. Blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, bricklayers. At places like Belmead, you would have horse trainers, jockeys, and hostlers. These specific types of enslaved individuals are known as skilled laborers. You see, a skilled laborer is going to cost you a little bit more money at the slave auction. Anybody want to guess why they're going to cost you more money? They're going to make you money. Absolutely. Because they're going to make you money, that means the skilled laborers are usually some of the most entrusted people on the property. You see, because you're a skilled laborer, you may be able to live what's known as a quasi-independent life. Quasi-independence means that you are definitely still a slave. You're just not always bound to the same sets of rules and regulations. You may can come and go a little bit more freely. You might not have to live over in the slave quarters. They may give you a better house just for you and your family else on the property. You see, Ben, that quasi-independence didn't affect Ben because of where he lived. It affected him because of where he worked. The blacksmith shop at Belmead did not sit on the side of the property that the house was on. It sat about 100 yards east, which means that it was not under the watchful eye of John Harding. That means that Ben is 100 yards away every single day working in a blacksmith shop without his master watching over him each and every day. You see, the blacksmith shop also sits in front of what is today known as Harding Pike. Harding Pike is a very busy street that runs directly in front of the Belmead plantation. Historically speaking, the Harding Pike used to be the Richland Toll Pike. And the Richland Toll Pike was owned and operated by the Harding family. Oh, yeah. So that means that if you put your blacksmith shop on the side of your personal road, that is amazing marketing, man. Yeah, as people rode down that road every single day in need of farm tools, in need of horseshoes, whatever they needed, they could get directly from John Harding's blacksmith shop. But since John wasn't the blacksmith and Ben was, that means that Ben was 100 yards away, meeting new people from new places every single day. What do new places and new people bring? Information, new ideas, new ideals, new ways of viewing things. Things like slavery. Yeah. There's a strong possibility that Ben could have met someone patronizing the blacksmith shop that could have given him the clues he needed to actually make his escape. Because let's look at it from their perspective. Escaping your plantation ain't something that you wake up and do on Tuesday because Monday was real hard. It actually took a little bit of planning. It took some help. In Ben's case, he would have had to think about things like, what season am I leaving in? What time of year is it? What is the weather like? What direction am I going in? It's illegal to teach a slave to read and write. So they got to still figure out how they're going to get where they're trying to go without any of the necessary skills to make that happen. Now, to piggyback off of what season it is, let's look at that from their perspective. If any of us had to escape a plantation today, it would behoove us to leave in the spring, summer, or fall. You got better weather. You can see because you got more daylight. It's going to be a scenic trip. In actuality, if you're being hunted every single day, would it be smart for you to leave when you have more daylight? Probably not. You also have to remember that they're running from slave-catching dogs. The only way to throw off your scent to a slave-catching dog is to wade through water or find some mud. In the South, that equals a swamp. So now you got to think about the water moccasins. And in the South, all the mosquitoes that carried the malaria that could have killed you before you left your state. The best time to leave your plantation is the winter. You have longer periods of darkness. It aids for an easier escape throughout night hours. You don't have to worry about as many of those bugs anymore, but you have another devil to fight. What is that new devil? It's cold outside. That means you got to figure out how you gonna huff it on foot. All the way through Tennessee, into Kentucky, through Kentucky, into Ohio, and through Ohio until you cross the Ohio River, because you ain't free till you cross that water. The Ohio River is the Mason-Dixon line, and until you get across it, you are still a slave. Those are the things that Ben would have needed to know before he left Belmead. With that being said, somebody had to help him figure those things out. Now, as you read through the Runaway ad, if you are able to, you'll see that Ben is described in the Runaway ad. Let's see if we can find it. He's described as tolerably black. Tolerably black. Anybody want to take a guess on what tolerably black means? Oh, yeah. He's light bright. Yeah. We're going to remember that because we're going to come back to tolerably black at the end here. Now, Ben could have went to two separate places based on what the Runaway ad says. He could have went back to Virginia where he was purchased, or he could have went to Ohio to find his freedom. Well, since Virginia is also a slave state, it wouldn't be too bright for a fugitive slave to leave one slave state, then go to a slave state. Ben was never captured nor returned to Belmead. Let's all hope he found his freedom somewhere above the Ohio River. The next slave to leave Belmead is Ben's replacement. Yeah. His name was Ned. Ned got to Belmead 6 months after Ben left. Ned left 4 days after he arrived. Yep. So that means that Ned decided that he got to Belmead and he wasn't going to do any of the stuff that they asked him to do. And the thing is that when Ned was there, that early period of enslavement at Belmead from roughly 1807 until 1820, those early on slaves, they have a very different life. You see, those early slaves are the ones that had to clear all the original 250 acres of land that was purchased. They do all that for free. They chop down every tree, they build every fence, they build every outbuilding, they build their quarters, they build the mansion, they build what will become a 26-mile-long stone wall still standing in Belmead until this day. I bet it was back-breaking labor. Ned clearly said he wasn't going to do it, so he left. But Ned did not just escape. Ned stole a horse when he left. Yeah. So that means Ned's charge isn't just escape. It's theft. Let's separate these crimes and look at punishment. One slave stole from Belmead in the 1850s. He was given 80 lashes for his crime. Okay, let's combine that with escape then. You see, there's another ad in the same newspaper that I used to find Ben and Ned's ads in. Oh, but that other ad was from a much more important person of that era. Y'all might know him as former President Andrew Jackson. Yeah, you know, they called him the people's president. In his runaway ad, Andrew Jackson is issuing a $100 reward per 100 lashes up to 300. That means that if you can find him and you will beat him 300 times, I'll pay you $300 to do so. That's in the weekly newspaper. It's one ad of many just like it. I only single it out because of who wrote it, not what it says. I'm pretty sure that Ben and Ned couldn't read the paper, though. I bet they knew the punishments that were common for the crimes they committed. They knew that when they left, they couldn't come back to Belmead, so Ned was never found either. Let's hope he also found his freedom somewhere above Ohio. The final slave leaving Belmead, I haven't tracked down his ad yet. His story comes from the mouth of William Giles Harding around 1870. He's sitting in a barbershop. That barbershop is owned by a local mulatto man named James Thomas. He is the son of a Nashville court judge. Now, that barbershop is frequented by all the wealthy white men of Nashville at the time. James was a well-known barber. He's going to leave Tennessee after he's freed from slavery, and he'll go on to become a St. Louis entrepreneur where he'll write a book about his time as both a slave and a free entrepreneur. In that book, he describes William Giles Harding coming into that barbershop one day and recounting a slave named Will leaving Belmead in 1844 to make his way to Buffalo, New York. Now, if you did not know, Buffalo, New York used to be a haven for free black people and fugitive slaves because of how close it is to Canada. You see, Canada was known as true freedom because if you could get across the Canadian border, you couldn't be brought back into America as a fugitive slave. Canadian law protected you. Now, for some strange reason, William Giles Harding decided that he was going to hop on a train, go to Buffalo, New York, and bring his own runaway slave back to Nashville. When he got to Buffalo, he began his search inside of a black barbershop. He's quoted as saying that he had never been met with such a cold and indifferent manner before ever in his life. Yeah. When I usually have younger people on my tour that don't really understand the terminology, I frame it like, okay, look at it this way. It's 1844. He's a white slave owner in a free state in a black barbershop asking a room full of free black people, have you seen my runaway? I bet they were real cold and indifferent. Supposedly, he's so off-put by the treatment he's receiving, he decides he's leaving Buffalo to go back to Nashville without the fugitive slave. And this is where his story got a little bit troubling for me as a historian. You see, before he could board that train and come back to Nashville, William Giles Harding said that that fugitive slave had come to the train station in search of him. Yeah. He said that fugitive slave ran up to him on the platform at the train station and said, now, sir, I heard you was in town. I had to see you before you left. I was like, this man is bold. And let me tell you why he's bold. You see, by 1793, the Fugitive Slave Law had been passed. The Fugitive Slave Law of 1793 made it completely legal to chain any black person on the spot that could not prove on the spot that they were free by producing their free papers. You see, if you didn't have your free papers, they can chain you, sell you, send you wherever they want you to go, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is the entire premise behind the book and the movie, 12 Years a Slave, and that's a true story. Now, digging even deeper into that would be to know that by 1850, that law had been amended as a result of the Missouri Compromise. It became the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Now that gave the federal government the ability to intervene on behalf of a slave owner in the capture and return of a fugitive slave. That means that wealthy slave owners can now go petition the Supreme Court to get their property back. It issues a $50 fine and up to 1 year in prison to any person caught assisting a fugitive slave on their trek to freedom. So that means that the federal government tried to make escaping impossible and kill the Underground Railroad. So logically speaking, why would a fugitive slave that made it to freedom run up to his master that was only in the free state to find and bring him home? Better question. Why didn't William Giles Harding bring him back? He sat in that barbershop and said that he left that man in Buffalo, New York. That don't make too much sense either, do it? Leaves me with two remaining theories. One, that conversation never happened. Or two, my favorite, it happened, it just ain't happened the way it was recorded and told is happening. Yeah. You see, the recording and the telling of the history and the legacy of slavery is where stuff got a little bit tricky. Because if most black people back then can't read and write, your next logical question should be, well, who did the recording of the history and then who did the telling of it? That takes us into the lost cause. Has anybody ever heard of the lost cause? Oh man, few people, I see some nods. The lost cause is big business in the South, especially with the interpretation of Southern history. The lost cause is an alternative history to the history of the South. It sounds crazy, I know. I'm gonna break it down for you. The lost cause was first made public in 1866 with the publication of this book by the same title. See, the lost cause is brought out of the state of Virginia. That man, E.A. Pollard, wrote that book. To give you insight into the book, I'm gonna quote an excerpt from it. The book says, that odious term slavery, which has been so long imposed by the exaggeration of northern writers and upon the judgment and sympathies of the world, is properly applied to that system of servitude in the South, which was really the mildest in the world and which did not rest upon acts of debasement and disenfranchisement because it elevated the African and was in the interest of human improvement. So that would mean that the lost cause is a negationist theory that promotes the idea that slavery was good for black people. Oh yeah, it elevated us and pulled the barbarian of Africa out of us and made us almost civilized human beings, as the book also quotes. Yeah. The lost cause begins to promote the idea that the Civil War was never fought over slavery. You see, when I was a child growing up in the South, I was actually taught that the Civil War was fought for the states' rights. The first time I heard it, I was like, that ain't what my mama said. No. You see, that's interesting though, because it's partially true. Just states' rights to do what? Yeah. If you were to actually pull up the succession paperwork for the 13 states that succeeded from the Union, 6 out of the 13 even list slavery as being the reason they were succeeding in the first paragraph of the document. But the book, for some reason, didn't include that little interesting tidbit of information. The lost cause also begins to prompt the start of new organizations all throughout the South. We now know these organizations to be the sons and daughters of Confederate veterans. Most popular one, the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah. Those organizations are the ones that came together and they began to erect all those monuments in the South. What's interesting is that those monuments didn't go up until after slavery in the 1870s, but they continued to go up until the 1960s. Those are the same monuments we're arguing over in 2019. You see Nathan Bedford Forrest, Robert E. Lee, Jefferson Davis, Silent Sam. Those monuments were erected because white Southerners in that period believed that those men had been heroes, y'all. They were fighting for what they believed in. They dubbed it good old-fashioned Southern heritage. I'm Southern. Whose heritage? Now, the lost cause, the most interesting thing it begins to do is to interpret how do slaves feel about slavery. But they missed the mark a little bit because they only focus on one type of slave. They talk about the loyal slave. You know about the loyal slave. You see, we've been taught the loyal slave through Mammy and Sambo and Uncle Tom. You know, they do all the shucking and the jiving. Yeah, we know the loyal slave. Belle Meade has quite a few of those loyal slave narratives that we've told wrong for far too long. So now I'm blessed with the ability to tell it right. First up is Susanna Carter. See, Susanna Carter is not just your average slave. Susanna Carter's a house slave. Not only is she a house slave, she is the head house slave. Her title is the head of domestic staff. Susanna Carter has two conflicting stories about how she came into the world to begin with. One story comes from the plantation that gave her to Belle Meade. The other story comes from her family. Yeah. What we know to be a fact is that Susanna Carter comes to Belle Meade from the Carnton plantation. Carnton is the home of a man named Randall McGavick. Randall McGavick was the 11th mayor of Nashville. Randall McGavick's home was the site for the Battle of Franklin during the Civil War, and it served as a Confederate hospital also. Needless to say, today, Carnton is a big Confederate memorial site. If you were to go over to Carnton today and ask them who Susanna Carter was, they'd probably tell you that she was a slave born on their plantation, and that's all there is to the story. That's only interesting because if you go talk to Miss Carter's family, they're going to tell you something a little bit different. You see, they, for some reason, believe that Susanna Carter and her siblings were born free and biracial. Yeah, they believe that Susanna Carter's father was an Englishman and that her mother was Native American and black. They believe that for some strange reason, Susanna Carter's English father left his free biracial children in the care of Randall McGavick to go on a business trip. Supposedly, their daddy died on that business trip, so Randall McGavick illegally enslaved Susanna Carter and all of her siblings. Today, we don't know which one of those stories is true. The only thing I can tell you for a fact is that in 1849, Susanna Carter arrives at Belle Meade in the last will and testament of Mrs. McGavick. Her last will and testament reads, "To my infant granddaughter, Mary Selina Harding, I give and bequeath my servant girl, Susanna. So should that child die before me, I then leave the girl Susanna to my daughter, Elizabeth Harding, wife of William Giles." Which would, by our standards today, mean that in 1849, at about 14 years old, Susanna Carter was a baby shower present. She's deeded to an infant, and she gets to spend the rest of her life referred to as the trusted house slave of William Giles Harding. Susanna Carter is given a rare opportunity post-emancipation in 1886. You see, in 1886, she's going to be interviewed in the dining room at Belle Meade. She's interviewed by a man named Charles Dudley Warner. He's a Northern author that had come down south. His plan was to document the Southern condition post-emancipation. Putting that simply, are we treating people better since we freed the slaves? When he arrived to Nashville, you couldn't come to Nashville in that era and not stop at the premier thoroughbred nursery in the nation, especially the one that used to own 136 slaves. When he arrived to Belle Meade, he spoke with the third generation owner, General Jackson. He asked General Jackson what could have been a simple question. He said, "Sir, could I be introduced to a real Southern mammy?" When most of us think about mammy today, our minds go to two places. If you're my age, you think Aunt Jemima biscuits and pancakes. If you're my mother's age, you probably think Gone with the Wind. Happy, docile, dark, and love some massa. Miss Carter plays into both characters. Let's see why, though. The first question she was asked in her interview was, "Miss Carter, what did you do with the family's silver during the Civil War? I was told that you hid it for them." Her reply to Mr. Warner was, "Sir, now ain't you from the North? Sir, I can't tell you all that because you's a Yankee. And if there's another war, you gonna come right on down here and you gonna get that silver." When I first read this interview, I was like, she cannot be serious. Because the silver wasn't even on my list of stuff she should care about. But I had to take myself out of my shoes. This is her story. Let's look at her perspective. Let's re-examine her answer. She says, "Sir, I can't tell you that because you're from the North. And since you's a Yankee, if there's another war, you're going to come right on down here to get that silver because you's a Yankee. So since you're from the North, if there's another war because you're from the North, so if there's another war, you know, if there's an if told me that by 1886, Susanna Carter still ain't trusting that new freedom that she had. Freedom. Let's put ourselves in her shoes for a moment. Would you believe in freedom? You've been a slave your whole life up until a few years ago. Everybody that looked like you been a slave too, because as of 1831 in the state of Tennessee, it was illegal for free black people to reside in the state of Tennessee. William Giles Harding, he sat on the committee that enforced that law, because you don't want a population of enslaved black people looking at a population of free black people, then admiring and hoping and dreaming and aspiring to all those crazy notions and ideas, you know, freedom. So you get your freedom, you got to get out of Tennessee. But she was just getting started. She also went on in her interview to say that she wanted slavery back. Oh yeah, she said that freedom had been good for some, but that it was bad for others. This is a personal question just for you. What does a person have to actually do to you? Generation after generation, year after year, for you to be a grown woman married with 3 children and believe it was actually better for you and your family to have remained enslaved than to have your own personal freedom. You see, she also said that she feels like slaves learned more in slavery than they would ever learn in school. As the mother of 3 children, you see, I'm a mother. So as a mother of 3 children, what does that say about her hopes and dreams for educational advancement for her babies? But nothing took the cake like how Miss Carter finished her interview. You see, she finished by saying that slavery had been less the whip and the lash because it was more sharing lamb and peas with master. See, now in our day and age, it's easy for us to sit in our collective memory and say that, of course, slavery is wrong. And it's easy for us to also agree that slavery only continued as long as it did through violence and the threat of violence. You see, you gotta beat people into this type of submission, be that beating a physical beating, or more importantly, a mental beating. So the fact that she could admit that she knew there was violence associated with the institution, but turn around in the same sentence and negate that same fact by saying, well, it's fine, because at Belle Meade, child, we got snack time too. What does that actually say about her psychological state? You see, if you were to argue this with a psychologist, they may tell you that she's suffering from Stockholm syndrome. That's when you develop an unhealthy dependence upon your oppressor. You learn that they got a couple good qualities too, and since you ain't gonna never escape, you might as well just go and learn to love them for it. You know, I believe they said that Elizabeth Smart had Stockholm syndrome, and that's when she didn't come home after she was kidnapped out of her bedroom window. That's interesting. But if you were to ask someone that has been to or worked in a prison about this, well, they may tell you that she was institutionalized. That means that you ain't had freedom in so long that once you got it, you didn't want it because you didn't even know what to do with it. The major point that I like to do is draw parallels between then and now. Let's begin. If prison is the new slavery, like they say it is, then if you look at the prison system, right, and the interesting amount of people that look like me that go to the prison system, the very interesting amount of time they get before they even get to the prison system, the fact that they get to the prison system, get 3 hots, 1 cot called that rehabilitation, and the mass majority of those prisons in 2019 are for profit. And then I guess we might be on to something then, huh? But then there's that other question. You see, people hate to ask that other question because that other question it holds up a mirror to your face. You see, reading interviews like Miss Carter's have soothed consciences for years. It allowed people to say stuff like, well, they said they were happy. Honestly speaking, in 1886, as she's sitting in the dining room of the 10,600 square foot home, that same dining room that she worked in all of her life, in 1886, as she's sitting at the dining room table with the man that used to own her, the same man that still employs her, sitting at the table with some random white guy that popped up on the Tuesday talking about, tell me the truth. In 1886, is Susanna Carter in a position to tell the truth? You see, that's interesting because it brings us to a new theory. You see, Susanna Carter's in a very peculiar position here. You see, the institution of slavery is awkwardly interpreted. We don't begin to see that, though, until the 1920s. You see, W.E.B. Du Bois in 1903, he writes a book entitled The Souls of Black Folk. It's the first sociological chronicle of the black experience in America. But in that book, W.B. Du Bois describes this thing known as a veil. He says that black people wear a veil when they talk about their experience being black. But you see, slaves used to say the same thing in a different way. Slaves used to say that I got one mind for the white folk to see, and then I got another mind that I know is me. You just don't see that veil depicted academically until about 1929. You see, Fisk University is a historically black college in Nashville. Fisk University is where W.B. Du Bois went to college for his undergraduate degree. Now, Fisk University in 1929 sent a woman named Ophelia Egypt throughout the South and began the Fisk Slave Narrative Project. It was the first of its kind. You see, those interviews are some of the most chilling depictions of what life as a slave actually was like. You see, those interviews will really make you take a long, hard look in the mirror at yourself and your bias. You see, those interviews had me sitting in the Fisk Collections office as a 21-year-old senior in college attempting to write my senior thesis, but I had to change my subject because I couldn't get past that people treated people that way. Those interviews are powerful, but you got to go to Fisk to read them. They were never publicly published. They were never publicly published because they're part of the Fisk collections. And you see, Fisk, along with a lot of other historically black colleges and universities, are severely in debt today. They need that collection. Now, a few years later, in the 1930s, as a result of something known as the New Deal, the Works Progress Administration is established. See, the Works Progress Administration was a predominantly white organization that heard about what Fisk had done. So they did their own slave narrative project. The WPA slave narratives, you can find those in the Library of Congress. You can read them for free. Now, I do believe that the WPA narratives were well-intentioned, but you see, they have a different undertone to them. You see, in that second set of interviews, you don't get all that heart-wrenching realness. You get a whole bunch of, well, you know, sir, I ain't never received a beating I don't think I deserved. That's a direct quote from an interview taken in Nashville in 1937. So what you may actually have happening here is that the answers to the questions began to change, all based upon the color of the person that was asking all the questions. Du Bois called that a veil. You see, in the 1890s, a poet by the name of Paul Laurence Dunbar, he wrote a poem, and he had called the veil something different. He called it a mask. You see, in the 1960s, a woman by the name of Maya Angelou, she took that same poem and she added a couple of stanzas to it because, you see, by the 1960s, times hadn't changed that much and neither had the terminology. The poem says that we wear the mask. It grins and lies. You know, it hides our cheeks and it shades our eyes. So this debt that we pay to human guile, and today this is known as code switching. See, code switching means that in 2019, people of color still feel the need to have to shift and, you know, fluctuate in between cultures and societies. We must readily make ourselves more accessible, more acceptable, more articulate, more approachable, more palatable, because essentially you can never be too black in front of white people. That makes them uncomfortable. So in reference to her interview given in 1886, before any of these terms have been academically coined, all the way back in 1886, as a black woman in the South sitting in that dining room in 1886, and she's talking amongst that man that used to own her, the one that still employs her. In 1886, as a former slave of the Belle Meade plantation, could Susanna Carter have been wearing a veil or a mask? Could she have been code switching? We're also taught that house slaves live this much better life because they house slaves. Question, is there a better life for a slave? Or is being a slave? It don't really matter where on the plantation that you be. Let's explore that. Slaves at Belle Meade, field slaves in particular, they work 6 days a week. They work 6 days a week from sun up to sundown. They call it from dark until dark in the family letters. So then you work 6 days a week and you go home every day to a 15 by 15 shack that you share with 8 to 10 people. Your rations are bacon and cornmeal. You receive 4 pounds of bacon and 1 peck of cornmeal a week. So let's put all that together. That means that you get up 6 days a week from sunup to sundown. You come home every day after your long, hard shift to a 15 by 15 box that you share with 8 to 10 people, and the only food they think y'all need is bacon and cornbread. Glamorous, right? In comparison to the people that worked in the house, you know, they typically would have lived in the barracks that were available for them above the kitchen. Yeah, they live in the house. They typically eat a little bit better too, but child, if you work in the kitchen with all of the food, even I would have ate better, even if I had to steal it. They typically tend to dress a little bit better too. If you look at that picture of Miss Carter, she's not poorly dressed. She doesn't look beaten, malnourished. But is she better dressed than the women like her? Are they better dressed because Master loved them a little bit more? are they better dressed because they're the specific property that's going to be standing in that beautiful dining room as he entertains all his real important guests and friends. And so since they are just as much of his property as the dining room table is, and when they look real good, guess who else look real good too? House slaves didn't get that one day off a week at Belle Meade, though. You see, they work 24/7. They're on call 7 days a week. You see, they're on call via a box known as Annunciator. Any Downton Abbey fans in here? Oh, yeah, you've seen an Annunciator before. It's a box. At Belle Meade, it has 22 numbers on it, representing 22 of the rooms in the house. Each one of those rooms is equipped with a doorbell-like button. If you press the button, it's going to send a current to that box via a dry cell battery in the basement, which was the precursor to electricity at Belle Meade. So once that bell rang, an arrow would swing up near one of those numbers and show one of the enslaved which room to go be of service to. You see, it was an intercom system for the 1800s. Do you know how rich you got to be to have an intercom in the 1800s? I'm going to tell you how rich you had to be. It's 2019 and I ain't got an intercom yet. Sadly. But what it really says is that somebody had to be in that space, near that space, or around that space at all times of the day and the night to ever even hear that bell. A better life, right? Now, the one thing that I left out of this is the number of slaves. I told you that there were 136 people at Belle Meade by 1860, putting the Harding and Jackson family into the top 4.5% of slaveholders in the state of Tennessee by 1860. The only thing I left out of that statistic is that out of that 136 people, 11% is mulatto by 1860. That means that out of 136 people owned by the Harding and Jackson family, 11% pop up somehow, some way, half black and half white. Now, I can't tell you where the mulatto slaves came from, because I ain't keep that part of the record, but what I have learned in 28 years of life is that mulatto people, they don't fall out the sky or nothing. It can be assumed where they must have come from, but I will operate in fact. I'm a historian. I don't do assuming. Let's just explore all of our options. At most plantations throughout the South, which slaves with master and his colleagues and his business partners and his overseers and his friends and his family and whoever else was in and out of his house on a regular basis, you know, which slaves would they have enough access to? Would they see enough and be around enough that they could begin to develop some sort of an emotional or physical, you know, like a sexual attraction to? You see, at most plantations, it's going to be women like Miss Carter that work in the house. Those are the women that cook and clean, you know, the ones that tighten his wife's corset every morning. Now let's play a game. Let's put ourselves into the shoes of every person involved in this scenario. You see, the most interesting thing I found through my study thus far is that slavery didn't just affect the black people. Oh no, common misconception. Slavery played a very interesting psychological game on the minds of white people too. Because honestly speaking, y'all, think about it. How must master's wife feel to have to look into the face of her husband's indiscretion every single day and know that there was nothing that she can do about it, because y'all know black folks ain't got no rights, but somebody else ain't had too many rights. White women. You can't walk up to your husband and tell him what he could and should be doing, child. That's not your place just yet. So when she has some understandable anger and aggression and resentment, when she can't go to her husband about it, who can she go to? How must that slave feel, though? Think about it. How must it feel to know that you're bearing the brunt of someone's anger and aggression and resentment for a situation that you did not ask for, nor can you control? Now, what if, just what if, that slave pop up pregnant by master? Oh, now how must master's wife feel? How must it feel to, you know, look into the face of your husband's indiscretion every single day? What can she do? She has two options. She can tell herself that they're free property and she can go work them, make some money out of them. Other option, I can sell them so I don't got to look at them every day. You see, that was the best option. That was the most common option. You see, down in Louisiana, New Orleans to be specific, they had the highest concentration of pretty high yellow people. They gave a fair price for pretty yellow babies. The entire state is known for their high concentration of pretty yellow people. Louisiana is infamous for pretty yellow people. But then how must the slave feel, though? because them her babies. It don't matter how they came into this world. That's her flesh and her blood. Those are her family. That's her children. You see, I'm a mother. I can only imagine. Think about it. How must it feel to have to wake up every day and look into the face of the man you had your children by? Look at that man every single day and know that to that man, my babies, my children, my flesh and my blood, my family, if we want to keep it real, his babies, his children, his flesh, his blood, to that man, my babies, our babies, to that man, my babies are free property. They can be bought and sold at will. In actuality, they're not even really my children. What would that do to you over time? But then how must it feel to be the child? Oh, think about it. How must it feel? I mean, how must it feel to have to grow up on a plantation every day with your daddy? I'm talking about your biological father. How must it feel to know that that's your father, but also know that to your father, you just free property. He could sell you today and he won't think about you tomorrow. You share his blood, but you ain't his kin. What would that do to you over time? Now, what if Master got kids with his wife? Oh, you see how everybody's implicated here. Now you have two sets of children. They live on the same property. They have the same blood, but they're going to live two completely separate perspectives, all based upon the color of their skin. Think about it. How must it feel to have to look at your siblings every single day and watch them grow and do and see and be things you never will, all based upon the color of your skin? What does that do to you over time? But you know, somebody was always left out of this narrative. Because what if, just what if, that slave had a husband the whole time too? Because as a grown man, and I'm talking about as a grown man, as a grown man, how must it feel to wake up 6 days a week, from sun up to sundown, go work, come home to a 15 by 15 box that you share with 8 to 10 people, split bacon and cornbread with 8 to 10 people, get in bed next to your wife every single night and have to look at her in her face and know that she has been and she is being violated. But it ain't nothing you can do about it because you somebody's property, baby. You can't protect her because, baby, you can't even protect you. So then think about it. How must it feel to have to watch your wife's stomach grow for 9 months with a seed that ain't yours? And even though you know who the seed belongs to, it ain't nothing that you can do about it because you somebody's property, baby. You can't protect her. Child, you can't even protect you. Now think about it. How must it feel to watch a baby be born? I'm talking about watch a baby come out of your wife. A baby whose shade of brown gonna come out a whole lot lighter than your shade of brown. So now you got all that proof that you've been waiting on and looking for. But in the midst of that, you know that ain't your baby. So, but you ain't got no options. You love it and you love her as best as you know how. But in the midst of loving it and loving her, what did it do to you? Your mental, your emotional, your physical, your spiritual, your sense of self-worth, your self-esteem, your self-image, your self-respect, generation after generation, year after year. If you want to be specific, I'm talking about 246 years. What does it do to a people, to a culture, generation after generation? You see, they called it a peculiar institution. Even that was an understatement. Moving on. Bob Green. Bob Green's at the top of the food chain at Belmead too because he's the head hostler. You see, head hostler means he's over the training and the grooming of every horse that's on that property. Belmead ran as a premier thoroughbred nursery and stud farm, which means that Bob Green is a very valuable asset to the continuation of their operation. Bob Green came to Belmead in 1828 as an infant. He and his mother were William Giles Harding's wedding presents. And he will continue to live and work for that family from 1828 as an infant until 1904. He spent his entire life at the Belmead plantation. Post-emancipation, Bob Green was one of 72 full-time paid workers to continue working for the Harding and Jackson family. Did 72 people stay because the Hardings were wonderful slave owners that treated them so much like family? Not exactly. People stay because they have no options. You see, we teach that emancipation happened. We just don't teach how emancipation happens. So, Let's play a game again. Let's imagine that you've been a slave your whole life. You can't read, you can't write, you ain't never left that plantation before either, because you see it's illegal for you to leave because you property. So if you leave, you'll be arrested, you'll be beat. You see, you can't leave that plantation, that's where you belong. So then you can't read, you can't write, you've never left. What do you do on Tuesday when Union soldiers gallop up and read off the Emancipation Proclamation? Do you understand it? When they realize that you were left behind, they tell you that you are hereby and everforth free. You can go now. Where you gonna go? What you gonna do? How you gonna get there? Who gonna help you get there? Who gonna help you do what you're trying to do when you get to where you're going? You see all these questions, they had no answers. Abraham Lincoln plan, he decided that he wanted to divvy up all the plantation owners' land, give everybody 40 acres. Well, we know Abraham Lincoln didn't make it. So when Andrew Johnson took over in his place, he decided that he's gonna feel a little bit bad for those southern slave owners. So he took that 40 acres back. You at square one, you have nothing. You stay because it's a game of survival, and self-preservation is still the very first rule. So Bob Greene stayed. He became the highest paid of 72 people. He made $25 a month. So since he's the highest paid, let's talk about the low. William Giles Harding paid his efficient hands $12 a month. The rest of the men made $9 a month, and the women made $6 a month. But they believe if you give them all of their money at one time, then they'd be lazy once they got it. You know, that's always funny to me because they worked for free for 246 years. Yeah, but to combat the laziness, he decided to split their salaries in half. He gave them half of their money at the end of the month and saved the rest of it, y'all, to the end of the year. So if you made $6 a month, oh, you only got 3 of it until December. Did they get the rest of their money at the end of the year? Well, that part of the record wasn't kept either, so we can only hope for the best. Bob Greene passed away in 1906. It made local headlines because Bob Greene was a big deal in Nashville. When he died, his last wish was to be buried under Belle Meade's noble soil, as he called it. And they granted him that request, and he was buried at Belle Meade, but they didn't even keep up with the record. So in 2019, I couldn't even tell you where the famed horse trainer Bob Greene lies to rest in the multi-million-dollar neighborhood that is Belle Meade today. Freedom, right? Nannies, midwives, wet nurses, and children. Nannies are very interesting. Nannies work a threefold job in that period. You could just be a nanny. That is the same thing that we know and think of as a nanny today. You help to rear and raise and love children that are not yours as if they are. How must it feel, though, to help rear and raise a child that's going to own you one day? If you're not a nanny, you could be a midwife. Then you help bring these babies into this world. How must it feel to help bring your future master into the world? Last but not least, are the wet nurses. You see, they breastfeed master's children. The same children that's gonna own you one day, you breastfeed. Oh man, how must it feel? But then, think about it though. You see, like I said, I'm a mother. I know that the only reason that her breasts are leaking is because she just had a baby too. So if you in the house feeding them children, who feeding your children and where? You see, if you a house slave, in most cases, your babies grow up out in the slave quarters with an older slave woman. She's too old to do physical labor at this point. Her job is to now act as a mammy to the slave children while their parents work. Your babies grow up drinking cow and goat and buttermilk and whatever else is available, which could lead to malnutrition, but that's all right. It's common among slave children. Nobody bats an eye. You see, that then leads to not only malnutrition, but that leads to a separation between mother and child, because we know that breastfeeding is a bonding mechanism between mother and child. So if you didn't get to bond with your mother because somebody else was bonding with your mother, then what did that do to the familial structure down generational lines? Last but not least, though, are those children. Because think about it. Master's children, if you did not know, and slave children grew up playing together. It's very, very common. Because honestly, plantation life is lonely. It has been over-glamorized on TV because they got real pretty dresses and they have real fancy balls. I know. In actuality, everybody is hot and sick and uncomfortable. And you're bored. If you live on a 5,400-acre plantation, your neighbors are in another zip code. You play with who you have. In that case, they have each other. So master's children and the slave children play together until they're too old to do so. This lends itself towards a bigger truth, though, because in that time of legalized and moralized hatred, if master's children and slave children can play together and see no difference, then maybe, just maybe, hatred is taught and not born. In this case, though, these two children must be separated. This separation happens somewhere between the ages of 5 and 8. You have to separate those two children and tell them who they are and where they sit in the social order. Somebody gets amazing news one day. You get told that, baby, you're going to own all this property one day. Congratulations. Somebody else found out that they were the property. Between the ages of 5 and 8, what do you do with that information? How do you process that information? How do you compute that information? Most importantly, what does that information do to you over time? Better question. What did that information do to us over time? See, the most interesting thing that happened is that these notions were perpetuated down generational lines. Before you knew it, you had raised one generation of people. They're going to inherit the same world, but they're going to develop two completely separate perspectives upon the same world. Because you see, one side of that generation is going to inherit generational traumas like financial illiteracy and educational disadvantage. The other side is going to get the polar opposite. And even if you don't get blessed with the financial gain, you got blessed with the ability that is just being, just being, safely being, and having your own view and opinion, because those views and those opinions have never really been challenged before. You see, the most interesting thing about this is that the past does nothing except bleed into the present. Because a nation that didn't learn from its history the first time around has done and will do nothing but continue to repeat it in different ways, get this, with a different group of people every time. Joe Carter. Joe Carter is born in 1861. He's listed as a valet driver and a manservant. Manservants, ladies' attendants, body servants, they are all kind of what we would consider a personal assistant today. In many plantations, those types of slaves are going to even sleep on the floor at the foot of master's bed because they are to be on call 24/7. Now, what you'll find is that Joe Carter, because he's born in 1861, he only spends a short time of his life a legitimate slave because slavery technically ended in 1865. But Joe Carter is definitely one of the 72 that chose to stay at Belmead post-emancipation as well. The most interesting thing about Joe Carter is that he is Susanna Carter's son. So I told you there are two conflicting stories about Miss Carter. One story says she's black. One story says she's biracial. I even told you that we don't know which story is the truth. Well, that's her son, and he a little melanin deficient to me. Yep, he lacking a little color. Now, I can't tell you who Joe Carter's father is said to have been. On the census record, Susanna Carter marries a man by the name of Isaac Carter. Isaac Carter is also listed as being one of the 11% that was mulatto on the property. So if you have two biracial parents, you can come out that light. Very, very possible. But if Isaac is his daddy, then that only tells me who Joe's father was, because if Isaac is mulatto too, then who Isaac's daddy? You see, that's a big problem with the study and interpretation of the history and legacy of slavery in the South, because for so many plantations, history like that, plantations that got a history like that, man, over time, so many parts of that history and that story got looked over, neglected, flat out lied about in efforts of preserving reputations, because the status quo is just as important then as it is today. You see, Joe Carter and his family, despite all we've talked about today, they did fine in life. But Joe Carter gave his final interview in 1943. In his interview to the Nashville Tennessean, he described Belmead as a noble farm comparable to none. His wife ended the interview by saying that if more people would have been like the Hardins and Jacksons, that the world would have been a better place. The interviewer even noted that he had a big picture of William Giles Harding hanging on the wall. When I first read that interview, I could have threw my laptop into a wall. What? How? That man owned you and your mother and your father and your siblings and 130 other people that look just like you. Why? And then I had to ask myself the hardest question of my academic career to date. Could it be, could it be that these people actually had some sort of relationship, tie, connection to the very same people that own them? See, as much as I hated to have to admit that to myself, it's real possible. Because if that is the only family you've ever known, and if that is the only treatment you've ever been subjugated to, then who was going to ever tell you today and that was wrong? But then, you know, that same question I asked you back in 1886, it still applied in 1943, because honestly, y'all, in 1943, in the state of Tennessee, if you did not know, the Ku Klux Klan was founded in the state of Tennessee, an hour away from where Belle Meade sits right now. So in 1943, down in the state of Tennessee, at the height of Jim Crow segregation, in 1943, when black bodies dangle from magnolia trees as strange fruit, and the same reasons for no other reason than the fact that they are black. So in 1943, when we can't sit on the same part of the bus, go to the same school, use the same water fountain, in 1943, in the state of Mississippi, it would have been illegal for me to look a white woman in the eye as she passed me by on the street. In 1943, was Joe Carter in a position to tell the truth to the newspaper? Despite all we discussed today, as I stated, the Carters did fine. They graduated from every historically black college in the city of Nashville. They went to Tennessee State, they went to Fisk University, they went to Meharry Medical, they went to American Baptist. They became doctors and dentists, teachers and preachers, attorneys and judges. One of them is currently the vice president of public relations and marketing for the NFL currently. Oh, they're doing real good today. It's amazing to see what you can become in spite of what you've been through, huh? But they still share one thing in common. They bring us right on back to slavery. I told you we'd revisit it. See, the Carters are still tolerably black today. See, they still look just like that. You see, the most interesting thing slavery did wasn't when it separated the black from the white. It was when it found a way to separate the black from the black. That's called colorism. It's when you quit focusing on the fact that all of you are black, so you focus on what shade of black you are, whether you are lighter skinned or darker skinned. Let me show you how far that legacy stretched. I was born in 1991 down in Memphis, Tennessee. My family was enslaved 2 hours away from Nashville in Grand Junction, Tennessee, on the Ames Plantation at the Hunt House. You see, slaves don't really get a last name. They take on the last name of their slave owner so that they'll always know who they belong to. In 2019, my grandmother's family are still the Hunts today. Now, ain't that a legacy to hold on to? My grandmother, as you can see, is what we would call high yellow in the South. That's about as close to white as you're going to get and still be black. That's her mother right there. And you see, you only get this shade of light for one very interesting reason. In many cases, for my grandmother, it was the most simplistic reason of them all. 4 generations of her family, dating into the 1830s, are the mulatto descendants of the Pruitt family. The Pruitts owned a neighboring plantation in Grand Junction. The Pruitts are still real wealthy down in the city of Memphis today. You see, that's called generational wealth. You see, the Pruitts know this story. They talked to us about it, but we don't have any of that money because it's called generational wealth, which baffles me because it didn't spread to my side of the generation. That's another story for another day. But what I will say is the Pruitt family left a lasting mark on my family. You see, my grandmother would often tell my brother and I when we were growing up in the summertime that we couldn't go outside and play too long in the summertime. Anybody want to guess why? Yep. She said, come on out there, son, y'all, before you get black. When I was a kid, I used to be like, man, she mean and crazy. And then I grew up, and I realized that the only thing she had done is pass down the same advice that had been passed down to her. You see, around 1935, somebody probably told my 10-year-old grandmother that, baby, if you can just stay this this close to white, your life gonna be a little bit easier. So in 2005, my grandmama pulled that same advice out and she dusted it off and she told her brown grandbabies, if you're light, you all right. If you're brown, stick around. But if you're black, in 2005. So today we stand here and we're just the last remnants of a peculiar institution. Our goal, our only goal, should just be to use the information and the tools that we have to be better. August 20th, 2019 marks the 400-year anniversary that the first documented Africans arrived in the Americas. But you see, 2019 also marks the 154-year anniversary of their descendants' freedom, which means that as of 2019, black people have only been free from slavery 154 years. There are people alive 100 years old, which would mean that either their parents or their grandparents were born a slave. So when people wonder why they just don't get over it already, for somebody it was yesterday. Let's break down that 154 years. You have 90 years of Jim Crow segregation. You follow that up with a heroin epidemic. You follow that up with a crack epidemic. You follow that up with mass incarceration. And then we got Obama. We made it, didn't it? I'm going to leave you with one question. What was freedom supposed to look like to a people that had never seen freedom before? You see, for so many black people, this is where history starts and stops. It ain't Africa to go back to, even if we wanted to. That history been gone so long, we quit looking for it. It's home now. At some point in our family legacy, somebody like this stepped out into a world one day and they began to define freedom for themselves because they themselves had never seen it, so they winged it as best as they knew how. And here we stand today, still trying to figure out what does freedom look like, still trying to figure out if we're entitled to it yet. Thank you for listening.
Thomas Jefferson, one of the main writers of the Declaration of Independence, had slaves at Monticello. And you have to wonder what was going through his mind as he lived a life in that kind of economy. And also I think it's interesting that we hold him, in such high esteem, although he was really living a life very much out of integrity. Any thoughts about that?
Yes, Thomas Jefferson actually says that he knows that slavery is a moral wrong, but he also says that he is so deeply intertwined in the economics of slavery that he can't see a way out. So Thomas Jefferson is a very complicated individual because he's morally conflicted concerning the institution of slavery, but it's in his best economic interest to continue with the institution of slavery and promoting that institution. Thomas Jefferson also has biracial children by Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings is his wife's half-sister. They're to this day having 3 separate family reunions. You have one family reunion for the white Jeffersons that don't want to deal with this fact. You got another family reunion for the mixed family that's trying to come to terms with it. And then you got the family reunion for the black Jeffersons that's tired of trying all together. So Thomas Jefferson's legacy at Monticello is one that still troubles American history today because we're trying to figure out how can you be this wonderful leader but also uphold this horrible institution.
How much of what you presented today do my black brothers and sisters know today?
I think most black people have a basic level knowledge of their ancestry. They may not know what plantation they came from, but they'll know things like possibly where their plantation could have been. They'll know things like, well, grandma so-and-so is said to have been half white. They'll know things like, well, I know that my uncle is said to have been lynched or he was chased out of town in 1932. So most black people have a basic level understanding of what slavery was and what the effects of it were, but I don't think that your average person in general deeply understands the psychological ramifications over time. So when I have African Americans on my tour, a lot of them even leave and say, I knew, but I didn't know, not like in that way. Hi.
Thank you, and thank God for you.
Thank you.
I know a very interesting woman from Jackson, Mississippi, who has an opinion that I don't necessarily agree with, and I'd love to hear your perspective about the monuments to the Confederate soldiers. Her opinion is that leave them up so we don't forget. Her sister has another interesting theory about the Confederate flag. My land of Lincoln blood boils when I see the stars and bars. Her sister's opinion is it's a loser flag, so when you fly it, you're telling everybody you're a loser. So
I like that one.
Just any thoughts you may? Okay.
Yeah, no, I sometimes straddle the fence on how I feel about the Confederate monuments because Frederick Douglass says in 1878 that black people must be America's moral compass. Because if we allow the world to forget what happened, then the world will forget what happened. So to an extent, I do believe that the monuments should stay so that people can always remember what those people did. However, those monuments are never interpreted all the way correct. So what I feel like is a better answer is A, put put them in a museum dedicated to Confederate history, or B, put a plaque in front of the monument and tell the other side of the story? Yes, sir.
I'm curious about, I find a lot of black people from the South seem to be extremely offended by the Confederate flag. But in my estimation, the Stars and Stripes drips with 10 times more blood than the Stars and Bars, so I don't understand how they can reject one and embrace the other. Could you speak to that anyway?
I agree with you, man. Yeah, no, I think the people, Southerners hate the Confederate flag just solely because of specifically what that flag represented. But you do have a lot more black academics that are beginning to look at the American flag in the same way. Honestly, living in the South, if I see somebody riding with a Confederate flag on the back of their car and another person riding with the American flag on the back of their car, they give me the same feeling either way. So it's like, oh man. So I think it's a very valid point. I think it's a deeper conversation because they represent the same thing.
I'm gonna stop the program.
About the pattern of the buying, purchasing slaves. So I'm just going there as a start so people can have an idea where we are now, and then I'll go back to where we came from and how we got to be where we are today. Now, in the Caribbean islands, the buying pattern of the Europeans were a bit different. They seem to buy in much larger lots, and so we have a better chance of culture continuity on these islands. And the thing is, because of the size of the island, so small, we're able to communicate with each other by way of the drum and other ways, such as our female used to, when they braid the hair, they used to have messages in those cornrows, and the way how they braid the hair, they will know how to read the signs of where to run away with the safest part and so forth. And so what I'm saying that our people resisted. There was a big resistance movement. Our people, we resisted on the ships, we resisted on the plantation, and we resisted in every way. One thing that I don't like to hear people say when they try to categorize and, broad brush the house slave and talk about house slave, it was this and house slave was that. But what people don't realize, had it not been for the house slave, a lot of information would not have passed down to the slave in the field. And a lot of the house slaves, especially on the Caribbean islands, were the ringleaders of the resistance, because he was able to know and listen in when master friends and plantation come across and had this big dinner. They were able to get news from Europe to know what's going on in France and so forth. And so the buying pattern in the Caribbean island was much more favorable to us because we were able to communicate. Now, something happened to our people, friends, and I want to be specific to our people here in Antigua and Barbuda. We were people who were proud, and we were resisted, and we did not take anything for anybody. Had our resistance movement in Bendels, area called Greencastle, in 1701, our ancestors, I believe they're my great-great-great-grandfather's grandmothers, because I'm from the area, they resisted. They killed the master on December 25th. Christmas Day, 1701, 103 years before the successful uprising in Haiti in 1804. So if they were successful, Antigua would have been the first country in the world to free themselves from European enslavement. We also had, to give a little story on that, it happened in Greencastle. It was Colonel Martin. He was that's his last name, and they hacked him to death. And his son, Samuel Martin, was actually saved by an African woman, his nanny. He was about 7 years old. She was freed on that basis, and he was taken back, the son, Samuel Martin, was taken to Ireland. He had about 16 sons. One eventually became the governor of South Carolina. So we're seeing the history and the migration pattern of these people. Now, 1736, here on Antigua and Barbuda, we had another resistance. You have a king court. Had that been successful, it still would have been a number of years, decades before the successful revolution in Haiti. 1736, and we all know what happened. He had planned to blow up Government House, him and Tomboy and Jacko and all the rest of the 88 others in them, and the plot was put off for some reason, and it was discovered, and they were able to capture many of them and kill them, King Court being the leader. And so I'm just showing that our people did not just lie down and take slavery just like that. Now, one thing that our people do not realize, and this is factual, before the European slave trade, our people were colonized, was enslaved by the Arabs. The Arabs came down almost 1,000 years before the European slave trade. The Arabs came down the east coast of Africa, and they were brutal. Not only to our men, who they castrated because they didn't want our men to have sexual relations with their women, they were brutal to our girls and women as well. They raped them, and some of that is still carrying on today in 2024. This kind of slavery is up there in Saudi Arabia. So we have to understand the history of our people and the people who enslaved us before the European slave trade. And so putting that to the table, I'd like now to get to let's talk about what happened before the European slave trade. Friends, we had a great civilization. I prefer to call it high culture, Nile Valley civilization or high culture. And we had empires on the continent. We had the Malian Empire. We had the Songhai Empire with its great universities in Timbuktu and Sankore. We were the first to have universities on the African continent. And to put things in perspective, when the Europeans described us as savages and we had no history and so forth, truth be told, we were the one who civilized the Europeans. And friends, I have a book here. I bought it for $20 back in 1989, almost over 30-something years ago. Could you see the title of this book?
African Presence in Early Europe.
I bought this for $20. This book can be had sometime for almost 1,000 US right now. Now, this is by a brother, Ivan Van Sertima. And the fact is, we taught the Europeans hygiene. We went in there after 7-11, almost 1,000 years before, until about 1492. From 7-11 to about 1492, we were up there in Europe, in Spain and Portugal, even in England. One of the first governors of England was a black man called Septimus Severus. Septimus, right? And his son. These are African people. He was an African emperor, Septimus Severus, in the year 197 AD to 211. He was the governor of England. And this brother did not even eat the food in England. His food was flown in from North Africa.
You know what? I want to just engage a little bit, because people might think it's craziness you're talking about here. Because this part of the history is not in any book. It's not what is taught to our children when they read European history. As a matter of fact, we are almost led to believe that white people civilized Africa, that when they went to Africa, they were a bunch of savage people, and they're the one that brought organization, religion, and other things to Africa. You're saying here something that is opposite, that it was really Europe that was barbaric. They didn't know nothing about hygiene. They didn't know nothing about protocols. They didn't know nothing about health. And people from Africa, Africans, Moors, came to Europe and civilized Europe. So I just want to be clear that is what we're saying, so people know.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And this is late. This is between the years 711 and 1492. Now, we're all aware of 1492, a young unknown person named Cristobal Colon, known to most as Christopher Columbus, right? But his so-called discovery of the Western world could have been the most insignificant thing that happened in 1492, because in 1492 that's when the different warring faction in Spain, we know about Isabella and Fernandez, or the guy named, and they came together from Castile and other parts, and they kicked out the Africans. They kicked out the Jews as well, after we taught them the science of longitude and latitude, because they were of the opinion if you sail too far off the sea, they will fall off. So they were actually locked up into the Mediterranean. Now, the Chinese were the greatest in terms of knowledge in maritime. They get that in science with the Chinese. And so we, the Africans, taught the Europeans, because we built the first university in Europe long before Oxford and Cambridge. Europeans used to come down from England and France into Granada, into Spain and Portugal to be taught by Africans. And so after we taught them the science of longitude and latitude, they were able to sail across the Mediterranean into Western Africa and became exposed. So, but this is late history, because going back in the period called BCE, when the Egyptians were ruling the world and have civilization undisturbed for over 3,000 years, we had the Greeks who went in there after 325 BCE, 332 BCE by Alexander the Greek, and we taught them all this, everything that they knew: mathematics, arts, medicine, literature, everything. And so that is back then. So I'm just bringing up the period where we taught the Europeans. And so people must understand that there was nothing civilized about Europeans going into Africa and killing men, women, and children and enslaving. That is not, there's nothing civilized about that. Civility is about love and gentleness and so forth. And so it is, so the whole world is living a lie. We were taught a lie that the Europeans are the one who actually civilized us. But the reality is, and I have the books here to prove, we're the ones who actually civilized the Europeans. The African would rather go without bread than without a soap. I understand. So that is a history before slavery. So now, as we continue on that part, Africa before slavery. I tell you, friends, in the annals of all people, we have been privileged to have certain men and women who have been willing to stand in the appreciable distance from the herd in order to speak the truth to their own people and to the world. They have often done that against great obstacles and great adversity. And I was privileged, friends, to have met some of these people. One of them was John Henry Clark, the great master teacher, when I was living in Harlem, in the village of Harlem in the 80s and 90s. And, so I'll be moving at a rapid pace over a vast amount of history, but you can
let's take the break, and then we're going to come back and start in some information on the table. What we're going to do, we're going to go maybe till about 1:30, and then we'll try to open the phone lines, take some WhatsApps that are on the WhatsApp board, because we want this to be a dialogue and an interactive session.
Yeah, friends, I will be moving rapidly over a large body of information, the kind of information that if I was a university professor, it would take a whole semester to complete. So I'll be talking about the pre-Columbian presence of the African in the so-called New World. There's enough information to prove that there was Africans on this side of the world in South America and the Caribbean islands, particularly in the West Indies, and parts of South America, early as 500 BCE. I'm talking about before the story of Jesus Christ. People here in the Caribbean, these Caribbean islands, right? And the reading of Christopher Columbus' diary will prove, according to his own accounts, that he found Africans in this new world doing business with Indians using minted West African coins. That is evidence that we were here. Now, when many of the Spanish conquistadors went to the area of South America, known as the Panama Canal, they found small pockets of black people in South America living amongst the Indians. And some of the early work of Carter G. Woodson, just want to show you his book here, friends.
The Miseducation of the Negro. This is a very, very big book.
Yeah, I have this book for a number of years, and people may want to know, oh, you know all them things, right? This book was printed in 1933, and it's very important for our people to learn to read. Reading is so sweet, right? Sometimes you don't even want to put down the book. So I'm just saying, this brother, he did some work on the African presence in this side of the world before Columbus came. Now, another man, he's a white man, could not be any whiter than anybody. He was of the Polish extract. His name was Leo Wiener, and he did a 3-volume work and on the same subject. And he had a book called Africa and the Discovery of America. Professor Wiener was not an African, like I said, right? And he was born in Bialystok, Russian Empire in 1882. So far back this information is. He was an American historian, a linguist, and he was also a professor. Wiener lectured on Slavic culture in Harvard University, and he became the first American professor of Slavic literature. He also was one of many, he published many books. Africa and the Discovery of America, 3 volumes in 1922. And he died in 1939 in Massachusetts. So I'm just giving the background to show it's not just African people who are writing because they want us to feel good. And like I said, and his son is the great mathematical genius Norbert Wiener, who graduated from high school at the age 11 and from Cornell University in 1911 at the age 17. So I'm just giving the background of my information. So anybody have any issue with me, they can take it up with these people. So, and he said that the African could have preceded the Indian in this part of the world, and many of what we thought was Indian culture could have well been African culture. That was back in 1922. Now, 102 years later, 2024, we know that it is now factual that our people were here in this part of the world before the Indians. The Indians are actually from these Asian people who came across the Bering Straits into what is now called North America and South America. So, I'm just letting all people know.
And again, not to interrupt the flow there, but, if you're hearing this for the first time, you might actually want to challenge and think that this information you're putting here might be crazy. So I'm glad you have cited some of the sources that people can go to and look. But the truth is that the technologies that the people in Europe utilized to come to the Caribbean to quote-unquote discover it had already been mastered by the Africans long before. But that story does not get told anywhere. We cannot defend a history or even believe a history of which we do not know. And I think that is the biggest piece for me, why I like to engage and why I spend so much time, including going to the continent, so that you can get your story from a different source.
Yes.
Because what we get in our classrooms, in our books, via our media in the West, is heavily filtered, and some might even suggest corrupt. It is. In terms of what the history is. So I think it's critical for us to share what you're sharing with people. Let's continue.
Well, like I said to you before, friends, I would like to take this discussion from a spiritual perspective as well, because we here in this part of the world, we are so corrupted. We were so miseducated. We were so much indoctrinated by European historiography. And so it is important that we unlearn many of the things that we were being taught that is truth and real. Now, I love to travel. And one of the things, I've been to so many cities and places in Europe. And, some people criticize me, oh, you talk about Africa, you always go Europe. But John Henry Clark said, he was told as a youth that we have no history when he was going to school. He met a Puerto Rican, Arthur Schoenberg, who went to New York in 1917. The Schoenberg Center is up there in Harlem. The first exhibition I ever been to was the Haitian exhibition in 1984-85 at the Schoenberg Center. And Arthur Schoenberg told John Henry Clark, say, John, if you want to know the history of your people, you have to learn the history of the people who enslave and colonize your people. And so I set out to understand this philosophy and the thinking of European people. Why would they want to do that to another people? And I'm not making an excuse for the Europeans, but I understand why they did it, friends. These people were living in what Dr. Clark described as an ice box. You have only a few months of winter, of summer, and they were hungry.
To grow food.
There were people hungry, like in the 1300s, there were people hungry, they were land poor, and they were, like I said, people poor and land poor as well. They didn't have much to grow food. And so when you are starving and you come into an area where you see an abundance of food, it is like sometimes I say, boy, they're not accustomed to not know, they're not, that's why I see they go on so rave. People talk our people, right? So you have to understand the history of the people, why they behave like that. So when they came into Africa and they saw so much food and so much, like civilization, now they could have negotiated with the Africans and have a partnership. But because of their spirit of fighting each other for everything, they rather fight against the Africans and take all of it. And so we have to understand the history of the people who educated us, who enslaved us. But Africans, we have a spiritual connection with the Most High. And our way of thinking, like I said, we did not have any religion per se, because religion is man-made. And that is why I have so much confusion between the Methodists and the Catholics and the Adventists and all of these.
I'm going to ask you to pause and rewind there, because that's a pivotal point.
Yes.
That religion is man-made.
It's man-made.
So God, even the God of the Christian religion, is not a God of religion.
No.
He's a God of people. Even the Bible that Christians read with the 66-book canon is not a book of religion. That is a book that indeed was no Christianity in it. That book, Christianity, is a thing that Jesus Christ was not a Christian.
No,
he was a Jew.
He was a Jew.
His religion was one of Judaism. Right? And so you explain that. So the point that you're making here, I think, is a pivotal point, that every religion that exists today is made of man. And we oftentimes also get confused between religions and denominations, right? So within the religions, there are many denominations. For us on this side of the world, we mostly have Christian denominations that come down through the Protestant side of that chart, but you see Islam also in the mix. So it's critical that people understand that every religion is a business, is an institution that is set up to perpetuate itself. That is why they exist.
I'm so happy you say that, Franz, because you make my presentation much easier, because you know, when you speak with someone who has some knowledge of what you're talking about, it makes your presentation much easier. Now, like I said before, all man-made, all salvation-oriented religions have their origin in Africa. The first immaculate conception, the story is an African. It wasn't about, Jesus is the latest of 16 crucified saviors, all who was born on the 25th of December, all who have died and went to heaven, all who spent 3 days in the grave, and Jesus is the last of the 16. I have the book, the 16 crucified saviors. And so we have to understand that the Africans, they have a spiritual connection with the Creator. And the religion that we have here in this part of the world called Christianity was not really created. The concept, let me just be clear, the concept that goes into the making of the religion is African. However, the European made such a mess of it that he used it in such a way to perpetrate his philosophy and to have himself over every other people in the world. And so the origin of that, I have the notes of the 4 major economical councils from 325 AD by Constantine. I've been to Europe. I've been to Rome. I've been to the Colosseum, and just outside the Colosseum, I didn't want to pay to go in there. I went with a group. I didn't want to pay to go in, so I stayed outside. And I have this big arch, and you see all the drawings there with Constantine when he won his battle, and it was said that he has this vision that, you know, the sun will tell, you know, and he was converted to Christianity. But these guys, they did not convert to Christianity for spiritual reason. It was for political reasons why the Catholic Church got involved with Christianity. Christianity was in Ethiopia before the Romans took over. Correct. So the concept that,
as a matter of fact, Romans were late adopters to the concept of what we now know as Christianity.
Exactly.
It is proposed that Mark, the evangelist, Apostle Matthew Mark carried that to North Africa, and it moved from North Africa throughout. But it is critical because, you know, we believe that it's European come up with this idea, and white people and so on. But if you go into the Ethiopian and the Orthodox Christians, they can trace their Christianity back to nearly the 1st century, right?
Even before the 1st century, because you had the Coptic Church in Egypt who were practicing this thing. And so it's very, very critical. There were 4 major economical councils. The first one was 325 AD.
And just so that people listening understand, the ecumenical councils are the councils where the people who are in religion meet to decide what's going to happen, right? It's critical that you understand that what we see is just the byproduct of somebody sitting down in a meeting and discussing what should be theology.
Not only somebody, but the first economical council in Tune, there was 318 bishops because there was confusion. And so Constantine, in his wisdom, he decided, hey, we gotta quell this confusion, like our council, and we're going to decide who Jesus really was. And anybody who want to doubt me, please go and read it for yourself. The first economical council, 325 AD. They had 2 other councils before that, the Council of Ephesus, right? And the last major council was 451 AD, called the Council of Chalcedon. Please, I ask somebody, please to look it up. Don't take my word. The Council of Chalcedon, CHALCEDON, 451 AD. And that is when they decided what Jesus is going to be. That is when they decided if he's going to be human or part deity or part, and so they made a decision. And I read the notes for myself. It says that we are now going to decide for all who want to believe, and this is what it's going to be. And anybody who write down anything or teach anything, or even think anything different, you shall be anatomized. I don't know what the word anatomized means, so I went to look it up. It means you shall be cursed.
Right.
And so this is what these guys put together, these bishops put together, and this is what was handed down to us.
And that is why, I mean, and many people don't understand, because a lot of light is not, even within the theological schools that teach us. That is why when people like Martin Luther came around and start to challenge now hundreds of years of established theology, to create what we now know as the Protestant churches, that they had to crucify him.
He had to run. He had to run.
Had to crucify, and they end up killing him.
And,
right?
Well, the thing is, Franz, he actually wrote something called a 95 thesis.
The thesis, yes.
On the door of the church in Cologne, Germany.
And put it up, post it up there.
And say, hey, are you the truthfulness?
Yeah.
He did not actually want to start a new religion.
No.
He was a devout Catholic.
He was.
But he said, man, you have to go back to the original. And so when the first Bible was printed in around 1455 or so, the first book that they printed, and this guy called, it was in Germany, called, oh gosh, I forgot his name. But anyway, they printed the first Bible, and the Gutenberg Bible. It was the first book that was printed in that time. And so we have to understand, even the Bible, that number one bestseller book in the world today,
up to today,
the King James version of the Bible, the King plainly tell us this is his version. If you open the book, or before you open the book, I was a Christian since I was 16. So I've been to many different churches. My father was an Adventist. I had to go to Adventist when I lived in New York. In Antigua, I used to go to Anglican. You know, I worked for confirmation for 2 or 3 years in big church, and then I was a Christian at another church called the Church of Christ. So I know the whole history of the church. And the thing is that King James in 1611, when he got these scholars from Cambridge and Oxford and so forth, and it was now being said that it was Francis Bacon who was the actually brainchild behind the King James version of the Bible. And the king plainly tell us this is his version. So it means there are other versions that predated his version. You had the Great Bible, which was printed in the time of King Henry VIII. You have the Bishop's Bible. You had the Geneva Bible. Now the Geneva Bible is very interesting because it was illegal for anybody to convert or translate the Bible into English. So these Englishmen had to go to Geneva, Switzerland to create a Bible. So when King James came to be King James VI of Scotland and King James I of England in 1603, they did not like the Geneva Bible. So that's why he came up with the idea of his version of the King James Version. And we have to understand, even in the Gospels, it tells us, every book tells us, this is the Gospel, not according to Jesus, not according to God, but this is the Gospel according to somebody named Mark, somebody named John, somebody named Matthew, and somebody. So these people, they weren't lying to us in terms of the origin, but it's so thing that they're so tricky. Everything is in plain sight, and we have to question. And so, my brother, I just want to let our people know that we have a great history before slavery, and my purpose for doing this, even that one child could understand. We have a great history before slavery, because I didn't want to be identified not named black when I was growing up, because of what I learned and heard about. You know, I was afraid, man. And so I'm hoping that some child, this is sports week, midterm, who might be listening, that I may, inspire them to know that they don't have to feel ashamed of being a black or called black or African, because we have a great history before slavery.
Well, my hope is that yourself, people like Paddy Simon, people like Priest Isaac and others who believe what you're saying there, will have the opportunity very soon to teach our children, because the problem that we're having is that no one is teaching our children what you are saying. This information that you are sharing here is some people for the first time as adults that they're hearing it. And unless unless we present the counter narrative, the other story, and let people know, listen, it's kings and queens you come from, not slave. That is just a small part of your history. But the people and them all over the world, Europe, America, try to pivot our history from a place where we're the weakest.
Well, fans, let me tell you, I am a truck driver. And so I have to make a analogy when it comes to anything using my truck. Let's say I was bringing a 40-foot container from Deepwater Harbor, loaded with files and cabinets. From the back of the container to the door, when you open the door, right, you'd have history of African people full up the most of the container. It's only a small part of the container with a heavy the part of slavery. Now, another analogy I would like to use. Let's say I have a book of 1,000 pages. Say from page 1 to page 90 would have been the history of African people and all our achievements before the European slave trade. And maybe about from page 99 to maybe 95 would be a small section of the history, the African being enslaved. And so we have to get out the narrative that before we were colonized by the Europeans, we had a great history of achievement 3,000 years before anybody interfered with us.
And that is something that we don't spend any time talking. Let's open the phone lines. And on the WhatsApp board, we're going to engage you because, listen, the time isn't just not here to do justice to this kind of discussion. What I'm going to do is ask you to think about coming back at another time and continuing the dialogue, right? And it's not so easy to cut up this history and say, well, this is the history of religion, this is the history of slavery, this is the history of education, because it's all intertwined and affects us. For example, you cannot discuss African religion and don't discuss African economics because the two are intertwined. But let's take the callers. Callers, good afternoon and welcome to Voice of the People.
What up again, my beloved brothers, and to Brother Isaac. Brother Isaac, let me ask you two questions. You used to be at the UAM every Wednesday night or Saturdays up at Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and Cable and Foundation?
Yes, I used to live in Harlem, 139th Street, just walking distance from the City University.
Okay.
And walking distance from Convent Avenue. And I was in construction. So and when it comes the month of December, I never work again until Rome March. I have about 3 months rent money put up because that's when I go into learning. So I used to go to the college and to Convent Avenue. I wasn't officially enrolled in any university or college, let me make that straight. I just used to go to listen to the lectures on weekends. When Dr. Ben, first time I ever seen Dr. Ben, I met Dr. Clark at his house, and I met Dr. Ivan Van Sertima at Reverend Daughtry's Church in Brooklyn, and I met another one over there in the Slave Theater in Brooklyn. So I was all over.
Simmons too, from St. Croix, who is now
Simmons and Dr. Clark had a great discussion some years ago.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to, I never realized I was actually in school. In those days, I was in my 20s, not working good in construction. I get laid off, and so I used to spend my time going to these universities and these churches where these great scholars used to be.
All right, let's have another call there. Yeah, take the call. Caller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frank the Freighter.
Hey, afternoon, Paddy.
And good afternoon, Professor Ewart Isaac.
My brother.
Yeah, let me boast this afternoon for say, me make a prophecy with you.
Yes, he did.
4 years ago when you started and when you come and man they even want to spend 2 minutes in your teachings. I said to Dave, give Ewart 2-3 years. And when Ewart done, he could just yam off their head. And boss, let me tell you, you're like the great French wine. You're mellowing, man. I am so proud of you, my brother. And as you say, you see this history that we try to bring forth to our people. You are the one who being vilified by the people because them no know. Them no know. But you know, like, you keep pumping them. You had the book. Go and study the book, and study me, and study the messenger, study the message. And you now make it known. The people now know. And you dance and chop it enough. And the people who dance and chop it who just call you down. And them friends have to tell, no, make the boy alone. You chat right. Boy, I'm so proud of you are. I'm so proud of you.
Remember you just cuss when I first met you know. Tell the right book.
You know, brother, I'm so proud of you that it ain't funny, man. It ain't funny. Just keep up the good works, man.
Thank you.
Keep up the good works, brother.
All right. We have another caller. Caller, good afternoon and welcome to Voice of the People.
Hey, greetings, Paul and friends and Mr. Isaac.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah.
Love guidance. Now, I have one issue. My issue is, why is it that it must be, they keep saying God, they keep being as His Majesty and all that. Why it cannot be like a woman? Why you always have to be in a form of a man? That's my thing. And when you look on all the religion in them, and that's why the black man would say there's no God. When the black man say that, they think it and take it funny. Now, when they go to Africa, they want to know, where's your God? The black man have to show them, look, God is in the bird, the cheese, everything. The universe, that's the God. So then now, when they talk about man, you see some things happen to the woman and them, right inside the same Bible. When I look up to the woman and his father, son, they say Father, Son, and Holy Ghost with his mother, Father. I used to want to put Father first and the Son, however it is. I'm just saying, can you elaborate why it must be a man and not a woman, please?
Well, plenty time we can take for do that, caller. As a matter of fact, you have to do a whole study of the African religions and look on the Yoruba system that were relatively, I guess, still existing. African spirituality concept for even bring out the power and the strength of the woman, right? But there are many references that exist.
But what I'll say in short is that just a short thing in short is that somebody gave a masculine gender to God.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody did that, and so the Africans did not do that. Mm-hmm. They had the man and the woman was equal. Mm-hmm. And just I'll say that for now.
We have a caller. Caller, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. I just want to just say ditto to the professor there, Paddy Simon, in terms of the accolades on Mr. Isaac there. But, you know, with all the issues regarding the various territory and nationalities, I just wanted to try and figure out all this thing about the Palestine, the Jews, and then you have Galilee, Bethlehem, Nazareth, Judea, and what have you. How do we have all this issue in terms of enslavement and all that, in terms of who is what nationality? And I just would want to just, just kind of teach us where all these things come with all these things that is happening, even right now, in terms of Palestine and the Jews. Thank you very much.
All right. You are that another show, and make sure I watch the clock. I'm have to take one break. But the truth is, and I'm gonna bring back you what for look on that topic there. And there are others, brothers and sisters. The conflict of the Arabs and Jews can never be resolved. They are the children of Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac. They are fighting over one birthright. Because of a promise. And if people understand where that story and conflict comes from, then we will have a better understanding of why Israelis want to kill Arabs. I mean, I don't think it's so hard. But we're going to take the break and we're going to come back to Voice of the People. To discuss real information on this program here. It's 1:52 now. I'm going to try to take to WhatsApp. Hey, very good information. But how about the lost books of the Bible? That's another show. When you start to talk about the apocryphal and the pseudepigrapha books, when you talk about in the pseudepigrapha category, the books of the Maccabees and so on, we are just unaware of half of the things. Somebody give us a 66 book canon and tell us This is the books of the Bible. It starts at Genesis, it ends in Revelation. You have a New and an Old Testament. There's so much more that is there. And as soon as you start to open your knowledge base and learn a little bit more about it, then you get a better understanding of how limited the bit of information it is that we have. But I'm going to have Ewart wrap up his presence here with us today by just reading a paragraph from the book Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust, Slavery and the Rise of European Capitalism. That is by John Henry Clark. And then he'll just give his closing thought. We're going to invite him back again so that we could continue to have a dialogue. And of course, we have Paddy all the time. And listen, it's because I know you are, and it's because you have my number. Anybody who have content can feel free to contact us so that we can have a sharing of information and an expansion of our wisdom base here.
Yeah, Frank, this is a little book I would like to encourage anybody to buy. I bought this book in Harlem. It's 106 pages, and like I said, it's Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust. Most people are aware of the Jewish Holocaust, 6 million. But our Holocaust, you have to start counting from 16 million. Mm-hmm. And, you know, many people are aware of a brother called Mansa Musa, who lived in the 14th century.
Greatest king ever.
Yes, and the richest man
out of Mali.
Of the Mali Empire. And after the fall of the Malian Empire, another great brother came, King Askia. And I'm not going to say it, I'm just going to read one paragraph, what the Europeans said about King Askia. And he said, they said, look, after the death of Mansa Musa, the Empire of Mali declined in importance. In the place, it was taken by the Songhai, whose greatest king was Askia the Great. And the year was around 1493. I'm going to skip. And this is what the Europeans said about Askia. Askia, one of the most brilliant and enlightened administrators of all times. This is before the slave trade. He recognized the army of Songhai, improved the system of banking and credit, and made city-states of Gawa, Walata, Timbuktu, and Jenne into intellectual centers. Timbuktu during his reign was a city of more than 100,000 people, a city filled to the top. And this is what another paragraph says. Askia encouraged scholarship and literature. Students from all over the Muslim world came to Timbuktu to study grammar, law, and surgery at the University of Sankore. Scholars came from North African Europe to confer with learned historians and writers of this black empire. Many books were written, and the Sudanese literature one of the best works on the Western Sudan says, and this is what I want to say. In Timbuktu, I'm quoting now, there are numerous judges, doctors, and clerics, all received good salaries from the king. He pays great respect to men of learning. There is a big demand for books in manuscript imported from the Barbary Coast, North Africa, and more profit is made from the book trade than from any other line of business.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look, folks, it's 1:56 here, listen, I want to go on. There's a lot of knowledge out there for us to have. We can't get it all in one sitting. But I want to thank you, Ewart, for taking the time to come in here to talk to us. Let's put this as a part of our regular discussion and dialogue so that those of us who don't know can know, and at least figure out what we don't know so we can go and look for it.
And like Dr. Clark says, that African history are the lost pages of world history. You cannot have world history without African history.
Indeed, indeed.
Welcome to the Sankofa Pan-African series. Today, we will look at the glorious Benin Empire. But first, continue to support us by making sure your subscription and notification buttons are clicked on. Thank you. Now, although linguistically different from the Yoruba, The Edo of Benin, which also grew into an empire, are believed to have to be close relatives of the Yoruba. However, the two ethnic groups do not agree on how they are related. For a start, the Yoruba believe that Oronyo, son of Oduduwa, founder of the Yoruba race, was invited to Benin during a period of unrest. If you have watched our episode on Oyo, you will note that this son of Oduduwa, Oromiyo, is believed to have also founded Oyo. Now, it is believed that Oronyo went to Benin after being invited. He then settled there after freeing the people from their rulers who were oppressing them. However, the Edo people's oral tradition, while agreeing that Oronyo played a major role in Benin, they believe that it was from Benin that Oduduwa went and founded Ife. Please watch our episode on Ife and Oyo to get a clearer picture if you've not already done so. Now, the people of Benin call themselves Edo. According to Edo oral historical version, the land of Benin, which was originally called Igomidodo, had rulers who were called Ogiso. However, the people became disenchanted with these rulers and therefore sent for Oronyo, who the Edo people believed was their prince, since they also believed that Oduduwa migrated from Benin to found Ife. I don't want to get caught up in this wrangling, which is similar to that of trying to decide which comes first, the chicken or the egg. I continue to look to archaeologists and historians who hopefully will help settle this debate through scientific dating of sites and the artifacts, as well as rigorous historical research. Suffice it to say that Oronyo's son, Eweka, is regarded as the first Oba or king of Benin. The name Benin came later. It is believed to have come into use during the reign of Oba Eware the Great, because the kingdom's administrative center was known as Ubinu or Ibinu. It was this word that evolved into Benin, which some sources claim was how the Portuguese pronounced and recorded it. So the pronunciation was gradually adopted by the indigenous. The history of Benin spans a continuous period of hundreds of years, encompassing the first dynasty of Ogisos and that of the Republican rulers. Now, during which 31 kings reigned. According to the historian Egareba, the first started with Igodo and ended with Ogiamwe, and the second Oba dynasty, which started from Eweka, the first, ended with the Oba Ovoranwe. Edo kings shared authority with a hereditary order of chiefs, of powerful families and town chiefs of different guilds called the Uzama, until around the 13th century, when Oba Ewado began to chip away at the power of the chiefs. royal power became even more consolidated under the famous Oba Iware, who reigned from about 1440. He was a great warrior who expanded the kingdom and was the one who established a hereditary succession to the throne. The Benin Empire extended to Dahomey in the west, the Niger Delta in the east, along the West African coast, and to some Yoruba towns. Women wielded power in the empire, especially the Queen Mother. Eware also rebuilt the capital city and fortified it with walls and moats to protect it. The capital city was Benin, as I indicated earlier, which is currently still the capital of Edo State of Nigeria. The Oba of Benin was the supreme political, judicial, economic, and spiritual leader of his people. And he and his ancestors eventually became the object of state courts. Eware's grandson, Oba Esigi, further eroded the power of the Uzama and increased contact and trade with Europeans, especially with the Portuguese, who provided a new source of copper for court art. Later, this authority was diminished by the establishment of administrative dignitaries. It is pertinent to note that the Kingdom of Benin prospered due to regional trade with other kingdoms. However, around in the 15th and the 16th centuries, Benin began trading with the Portuguese. These Europeans settled at Ugoton from 1487 AD and expressed interest in beads, cotton cloth, ivory, and slaves. While the king of Benin maintained strict control of this trade through a royal monopoly, as he prohibited the sale or trade of some items. Now, under a succession of strong Obas, Benin became a highly organized state and had some extremely gifted artists and sculptors who, like those in Ife, worked in brass, ivory, and wood. These artists and craftsmen were organized, very well organized into guilds. Benin brassmiths and bronze casters have left their mark in the excellent, beautiful naturalistic heads, bas reliefs, and other sculptures which are recognizable all over the world. From the 15th through the 18th century, Benin traded in ivory, gum, palm oil, and pepper with Portuguese and Dutch traders. Traders in the Benin Empire served as middlemen between European traders and other people in the interior of West Africa to get these goods and then sell to the Europeans, and then buy goods from the Europeans to sell to the interiors. Now, the European contact with the Benin Kingdom was underpinned by their imperial interest, which was fueled by a desire to strip the kingdom of its entire valuables. They never meant any good for the empire. This was executed under the pretext of trade and Christianity. Unfortunately, the empire also participated in slave trade. By the 1700s, Benin became embroiled in dynastic disputes and civil wars. However, the empire sustained itself until its capital city was burnt and looted of its artworks by the British in 1897, under what they called the Punitive Expedition. In 1897, the British, who were entrenched in colonial trade and expansion in Africa, were determined to wrest the control of any remaining inland trade in the area, which now constitutes Nigeria. So one of the obstacles in their way was Oba of Oranwe Nogbaisi, who was the ruler of Benin at the time. According to T.U. Obenya, in November 1896, the acting British consul made a formal request to England for permission to invade Benin City. There is evidence of the primary motive behind this invasion, which was financial, nothing else but financial, and the evidence can be found in a letter written by the British consul to the British Foreign Secretary, which survived. In that letter, he asked for permission to invade Benin and depose the ruler on the 17th of November, 1896. Now, the letter survives in the archive dispatches to the Foreign Office from the Consul General, in case anybody wants to, look for it to ascertain its veracity. There was no doubt about it that they just wanted to dispossess the king and then loot the kingdom. Now the comes from the Oba's palace alone. The consul expected to find, and I'm continuing to quote from the letter, he expected to find sufficient ivory which would be found in the king's house to pay the expenses incurred in removing the king from his stool. The British then embarked on a military expedition with soldiers who had their weapons, the soldiers hid their weapons by disguising them as luggage. However, some chiefs from another ethnic group, the Ishekiri, who are closely related to the Benin, who always interacted with them through trade, and whose trade had already been cornered by the British, got wind of this ploy to destroy Benin, and then they sent Ovoranwe a heads up. This gave the Benin chiefs, led by Diologboshiri, the time to mount a fierce resistance which destroyed the British party, during which the consul was killed. Now, this gave the British a ready excuse to send an army made up of 1,200 Royal Marines, sailors, and Niger Coast Protectorate forces in what they called punitive expedition. Their mandate was to destroy Benin, the capital of the empire. After destroying and burning most major buildings of the city, this army of foreign invaders then embarked on massive looting. They carted off artworks and destroyed monuments. although the official figures of the artworks carted off to Europe is only recorded as being about 2,500, it is most likely it was a lot more than this, because a lot of the looted artworks ended up in private hands in Europe, because the British colonial officers and their soldiers ended up stealing from their government by not reporting or handing over everything they looted. Now, after this inglorious event, Oba Ovoranwen Ogbaisi was then exiled to Calabar, where he died. What was left of the kingdom was then incorporated into British Nigeria. The descendants of Benin's ruling dynasty still occupy the throne in Benin City. Thanks for watching, and do continue to support us by telling your contacts about us, sending your questions and comments to our community page, and giving us a thumbs up. Also, watch out for our next episode, because I'll be talking to Dr. Richard Anderson of Aberdeen University about efforts to return some of the stolen Benin artworks. See you next time.
The shock of the hour. See, brothers and sisters, you're not going to straighten up on any word from me. Just the better ones of you. You're not going to hear no warning. No. Bush is not going to straighten up. Deng Xiaoping is not going to straighten up. The world leaders are bent on their course. They don't straighten up with no preaching. The shock of the hour has to be so powerful that it casts terror into the heart. Make you drop to your knees like the oxen that is being laid under burden. Force you to pray to whatever God you think you know, make you call it.
We give thanks. We do say blessed love to each and every one. As we do give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. As the showers are coming in on the outside, the power from the dynamo is now spiraling on the inside. Vision of the lightning and the roll of the thunder. At this moment, at this time, in our presence. The agenda is the shock of the hour. Oh, give thanks for your presence with us. As we do say blessed love internationally to all those who are partaking of the solemn sound. As we said, the shock of the hour is in your atmosphere at this time. Of course, we do give thanks and praises and glorify Kadamawe Haile Selassie I. We speak of the Emperor of Ethiopia, 225th. According to such legend of the Solomonic dynasty. The Honorable Priest Isaac is here with you. The mission is not impossible, it's to step up the meditation and bring more vibration to the nation. I got a good word to tell you about salvation. And as to the wicked, we shall shake their foundation. This is a program that brings a lot of joy and some good emotion. So just take the information and rub it on like lotion. The heights and the levels that you get from this spiritual portion. Give thanks that you are here. I see you are full of devotion. So once again, we're thankful, very thankful for your presence. We're thankful for the life giver and the keeper of life in all doings and say. And we again hope that all is well with you and yours at this hour, at this time, in this season. Of course, you know, again, this is the tiger's nest that you are into at the moment, and this is the shock of the hour, the mystic vibrations shock of the hour, by the way, just for clarity. And just a reminder again, once more to all our listeners, the time is at hand. We're speaking of the 25th day of this month, October 2020. Let us just be clear, just in case you're listening to this program centuries after. We don't want you to get mixed up. And yeah, so it is the 25th day of October 2020. Of course, we're going to live on forever. 2020 for sure. We will be having our wonderful homeschool presentation that you have heard us speaking about. And let me just say for sure, I know my subscribers, they are accustomed to getting all the goodies, but this is a slightly different program. You'd have to indicate to us that you are interested in this program. It's not a program that you have to pay for. It's totally free. As I said, it is Sunday the 25th day of October, 3 p.m. sharp. We will be doing a 1 hour special, myself and the Honorable Prince and Princess. We will be delivering a wonderful homeschool presentation directly dealing with astronomy and, of course, our ancient African heritage, which is the subject areas that we cover in our special international homeschool program that goes out internationally throughout the earth. This is a program that we have established. The curriculum is established. The K first and second grade curriculum is established for this program here. And of course, we are working on the higher levels as we go along, but we start everybody at K. I don't care if you're Neil Armstrong. If you come into this homeschool program, you like that one. If you come into this homeschool program here, you're going to start from K, because we look at it from a totally different level. Yeah, man, if Neil was to take this program here, by the time he reached the 10th class, he's going to say, my Lord, I'm sorry, we lied. We never went there. We never really went there. We never went there. That's exactly what he would tell you. So I'm sure, So even if you think that, well, I know about the moon, I learned about the sun in school, and I understand the seasons and the cycles, and, I've studied Kwame Nkrumah and this and that. Trust me, especially if it is your child you're dealing with, don't mind we say K. If your child is 6, 7, 15, 29, believe me, they will benefit tremendously from our international homeschool programming and from and they begin at K, the so-called kindergarten level. And we still design it, I'm speaking of the international homeschool program that goes out there. We still design it in a way that, you could teach the baby in the crib, in the pram, as we used to call it, in the cradle. I don't too like the cradle stuff. It looks like a jail, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the crib, not the cradle, the crib. The crib looks like a jail, with the bars and all of that stuff, like it's in a zoo or something. Yeah. Never had my children in a crib. None of my children could tell you they know anything about a crib and they can't get out and that kind of stuff there. Put them on the floor, prepare a whole space for them. It's a brand new life coming into the earth, man. Don't get no crib and no thing. Get a whole new environment and carpet and whatever it is, you know what you got to do, and set the thing up good and make sure the youth is royal. So anyway, as I said, Sunday the 25th, you definitely have to contact me. That's the point I'm making. You have to contact me and say, Honorable Priest Isaac, yeah, I would like to be a part of that international homeschool presentation, which will be Sunday the 25th day of October. And we'll definitely send you the link to join us on the webinar platform where that program will be available. And of course, we are looking forward to the 1st of November, Rastafari and the movement. But don't worry, all the subscribers, you're definitely on that one there. You don't even have to think twice about that. You'll get your link in proper time. Even if you come and sit in a minute before, your link will be there for you. Now, this evening's program, actually, this was not the topic that I had in mind, but I was inspired really by an individual that was really reasoning on basically the same thing that we're going to be touching upon now. But what is interesting is that this is in the list of subjects that I had to present. You know, I don't know if you believe it, but I have a list of subject areas that I will eventually bring to the shock of the hour. But of course, you know, we're living in a living world. So things change. Sometimes things are going on geopolitically that you have to address, you understand? And sometimes a new idea comes and say, hey, let's talk about this. And maybe judging from the comments on another program that you may have done, you know, because sometimes when people give you feedback, you know, you kind of get a better understanding of where you need to go. Because sometimes you may run away from the crowd, and think that, yeah, we're doing good, and then someone, believe it or not, will just ask a simple question, and then you realize, hey, I think I've gone too far. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I always recollect a time I was giving a lecture. And it was a while back, and I think that was the time I realized that, hey, you got to know how to gauge your crowd. But that was a good while back, and I was getting into it, and I went into the Ark of the Covenant, and I was expressing how the Ark, you know, becomes flesh, and went deep, man, into some different stuff and the commandments, and then, you know, Christ and how Christ related himself to the Temple of Solomon and through the lineage, and how he said he would destroy the temple in 3 days and bring it back up, which he was speaking about his physical form. And I was showing, well, you know, this is the temple that Solomon built, and, you know, showing you the alignment that the temple was built on the 23rd day of the 7th month, which, of course, you know, Emperor Haile Selassie, the 23rd day of the 7th month. I was showing that, so the ark now that goes into Solomon temple, because remember, the temple is the flesh and the ark is the spirit, and, you know, showing the lineage of the Christ figure and the 16 crucified saviors theory, and how it connects and how the different sciences. And someone stopped me and asked me, what is the Ark of the Covenant? So I took for granted at that moment. I just believed that, well, everybody should know what the Ark of the Covenant is. Although I did not go into that greater detail as far as description, but I kind of gave, you know, a basic understanding. The Ark of the Covenant, the box made from shittim wood. I remember saying all of that, which is the acacia wood. But then again, all of that alone will, some people, shittim wood is the acacia wood. Acacia wood, what's that? Believe me, you know, so it's a mystic thing when you teach, especially when you're teaching to an audience. If you're a first grade teacher, you're teaching first grade, and even within your first grade, there's some that are more advanced than others. Second grade, third grade, university. But when you're speaking to an audience and you're giving one message, you gotta be skillful. You have to understand that you're speaking to, again, first grade, second grade. Even if they're big people, there are many first grades in their mind, second grade, sixth grade, college student, university level, professor, all of that is in the room. Professor. The dean is there too. The master is there too, plus the toddler. So you got to give a message. One message, is not two messages, and this is for the toddlers, and tomorrow we're going to speak to the professors. The professor is in row seat 3C, and the toddler is in 3D. They're sitting next to each other. So when you gaze over, you're looking at the two of them at the same time. The one that has all the details, full understanding, maybe knows more science about the Ark of the Covenant than you. And the other person that says, what is the Ark of the Covenant? And interestingly, they both could look alike. And that's the mystic when it comes to the art of expression and teaching in these different things, you know, reality. So this is why I would say, and come back to it again, that we have established even the program, the homeschool program that we do. It is something that a child would love, and the children ask for it all the time, and ready for the next one, you know. But believe me, they're getting the highest of information, knowledge. I mean, the children on our program, they could speak to any adult as it relates to the cosmos and their African history, and have a conversation and let the adult say, well, wow, where did you learn this from? I'm sure, positive. So this evening though, so I'm looking for you to join us on Sunday. Remember, you got to email me my subscribers specifically, and all those who are ready to come into this program here. Now, I'm saying that this evening I want to do a little Bible reading here. As I said, this was from a program that inspired me there. And I said, well, since this brother is touching upon it, let me touch upon it, because this is something I already had on my list to touch upon. I'm going to do a bit of reading. And I'm going to try to go through this quickly. I don't think I have to read the full chapter. I'm sure we're all familiar with the story of Sodom and Gomorrah in the book of Genesis, Genesis chapter 19, and I'm just going to begin. This is the King James Version, by the way. And there came two angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat at the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face towards the ground. And he said, behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet. And ye shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. So obviously I know you should know the story. You get the basic understanding of what is going on here. Behold now, I have two daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you. It's not supposed to be I pray thee. You sure this is the King James Version here? Okay, all right. Let me, I pray you. Yes, it says the King James Version. I mean, I'm not reading out of the book, eh? This is the modern time, eh? Where are you? This is Bible Gateway. Just giving them a little plug there, KJV. But I think it's I pray thee. But anyway, yeah. Behold, I have two daughters. Good for you. Which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came into sojourn. That's what they're talking about now. He's a foreigner. Eh? So who is he? He just come here from where he come from and to sojourn. This one fella came into sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them? And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. So from what you're getting here, whatever they would have done to the angels would have been something bad, because they're saying they're going to deal with him worse than how they were going to deal with the angels. So it seems like they had something real bad in store for the angels. But as you could see, Lot was in a position to offer his daughters to the mob outside, you know, to cool them, quell them, whatever the case is, you know, in preference, you know, over the angels. So instead of taking these brothers that have come amongst me and are now, you know, under the shadow of my roof, I have two virgins here, pretty damsels. Well, I think they're supposed to be married according to the same story, but still they haven't known man. I don't know if he was lying. And you know, well, maybe not my audience at the moment, but there are many people that may tell you, no, Lot was a righteous man. That's why he was saved out of Sodom and Gomorrah. He was a righteous man. He was a righteous man, eh? Okay. A righteous man. He told these people outside that he have two daughters inside. And these two daughters, he can give them to you fellas. Take them. Do what you want with them. But just leave the angels alone. And because I want to make sure I get my point balanced, I'm going to continue reading before I comment too deep on all of this stuff here. So, where are they? Yeah, good. So these fellas ready to break down his door now because, yeah, well, who is you? You know what I mean? You can't come and tell us this. You just came here the other day. But the men put forth their hand and pull Lot, this is the angels now, and pull Lot into the house to them and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. So they get struck with blindness. They're still looking for the door. They blind, they can't see. And before they try to get home, you know what I mean, they're still trying to find the door. And the angels said unto Lot, haste thou here any besides? Son-in-law and thy sons and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. And well, you know the story. I think the sons also didn't want to go. Sons-in-law, they were like, come on, you crazy, because they were mocking them. So I could imagine what they were into. If we had to take the story as realistic as we're supposed to take the story, I would believe that the sons may be into some hanky-panky too. They stayed behind. They were wondering what craziness you're telling us. They were mocking Lot and his family. So it was Lot and the three damsels, his wife, and his daughters that went out. And, you know, his wife looked back and became a pillar of salt, and which is still there up to today. You could catch a plane and go and find it.
a pillar of salt. We've done a program on that, eh? Yeah, we've done a whole program on that pillar of salt. It's not going to really, we're not going to really interject that into this program. If it fits, it will fit somewhere down the line. Yeah, but the science of that is very nice. Yes, the pillar of salt. There ain't no pillar of salt. If they have some pillar of salt somewhere, listen. Let me not go there. Let me not go there right now. I don't want to just get off track here at all. So, all right, I'm not going to read any more of that. So basically you have that idea. And of course, you know that when they went into the cave, that's Lot and his daughters, they eventually got him drunk, and both of them took turns having sex with him one night and then the other night. And I think it's Moab and Ammon, the nations that appeared according to the scripture. All right, so we basically have the thread of that story there. And what we're going to do now, we're going to jump 7 books. That's book 1, 7 books, like 6 books, but that's book 1, that's Genesis. And we jump into book 7. So we deal with 1 and 7, same chapter. Judges 19. So it was Genesis 19. Now it's Judges 19. Interesting. From the 1 to the 7. Let's get this story here now. And it came to pass in those days, when there was no king in Israel, that there was a certain Levite sojourning in the side of Mount Ephraim, who took to him a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judah. All right, so no king in Israel as yet, and there was a Levite. You know, of course, the Levite is the priest, the tribe of the priest. And he was in Mount Ephraim, just checking everything. And he took him a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judea. Good. And his concubine played the whore against him. Okay. And went away from him unto her father's house to Bethlehem, Judah. Oh, Bethlehem, Judah. This says Bethlehem, Judah. Is it Bethlehem, Judah or Bethlehem, Judea? You sure we got the King James version here? We ain't be playing around. We want a King James version. We want a new revised. Okay, it says the King James version. All right. We like King James stuff. I'm going to try to flip the script on us right now. Yeah. As his concubine played the whore against him and went away from him unto her father's house to Bethlehem, Judah, and was there 4 whole months. And her husband arose and went after her to speak friendly unto her, and to bring her again, having his servant with him, and a couple of asses. And she brought him into her father's house. And when the father of the damsel saw him, he rejoiced to meet him. So she was playing around according to that scripture there. And I don't know if he sent her away or she just went away, but she said she went away, and then he decided to go after her. And you could see it was a good little journey, because he had some donkeys or mules and had servants, a servant with him, and he went. And when he came to the house, his father-in-law was happy to see him, or the damsel's father was happy to see him and rejoiced to meet him. And his father-in-law, the damsel's father, just said all of that, retained him. And he abode with him 3 days. So they did eat and drink and lodged there. And it came to pass on the 4th day, when they arose early in the morning, that he rose up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son-in-law, comfort thine heart with a morsel of bread, and afterward go your way. So, eat a little, have some breakfast. When you're done, you can, be flex. And they sat down and did eat and drink, both of them together. For the damsel's father had said unto the man, Be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night, and let thy heart be merry. You know what I mean? Stay next night. You can't just get up and go, man. When are you going to see you again? All right. And when the man rose to depart, next day now, okay, time to go for sure. When the man arose to depart, his father-in-law urged him. Therefore, he lodged there again. So the whole thing happened again, like 2 nights gone on. Listen to this. And he rose early in the morning on the 5th day. So for 5 days, the father-in-law feeding this man bread and giving him drink and begging him to stay 1 more night. So he rose up early in the morning on the 5th day to depart. And the damsel's father said, comfort thine heart, I pray thee. And they tarried until afternoon. And they did eat bread, both of them. He's still holding the man back. And when the man arose to depart, he and his concubine and his servant, his father-in-law, the damsel's father, said unto him, behold, now the day draweth toward evening. I pray you, tarry all night. Behold, the day goeth to an end. Lodge here, that thine heart may be merry. And tomorrow get you early on your way, that thou mayst go home. Can you imagine that? You know, so he's showing that, well, child. I mean, you know that it's going to be dark. You have a flashlight. I mean, come on, stay 1 more night. But the man would not tarry that night. I mean, you got to stand up sometime. But he rose up and departed and came over against Jebus, which is Jerusalem. And there were with him, and there were with him 2 asses saddled. His concubine also was with him. And when they were by Jebus, the day was fast spent. And the servant said unto his master, come, I pray thee, let us turn in unto the city of the Jebusites and lodge in it. And his master said unto him, we will not turn aside hither into the city of a stranger that is not of the children of Israel. We will pass over to Gibeah. And he said unto his servant, come, and let us draw near to one of those places to lodge all night in Gibeah or in Ramah. And what I find interesting here, when we continue, you'll see where we're going here. What I find interesting here is that he did not want to go amongst strangers, because at that time the Jebusites were inhabiting Jerusalem. He wanted to go where his people were. And they came and they passed on and went their way. And the sun went down upon them when they were in Gibeah, which belonged to Benjamin. And they turned aside hither to go in and to lodge in Gibeah. And when he went in, he sat him down in the street of the city, for there was no man that took them into his house to lodge it. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field at evening, which was also of Mount Ephraim, and he sojourned in Gibeah. But the men of the place were Benjaminites. And when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw a wayfaring man in the city, in the street of the city. And the old man said, whither goest thou? And whence comest thou? And he said unto him, we are passing from Benjamin, Judah, towards the side of Mount Ephraim. From thence I am, and I went to Bethlehem, Judah, but I am now going to the house of the Lord. Here we go. And there is no man that receiveth me to house. Yet there is both straw and provender for our asses, and there is bread and wine also for me, and for my handmaid, and the young man which is with thy servants. There is no want of anything. All right. And he and the old man said, Peace be with thee. Howsoever, let all that wants lie upon me. Only lodge not in the street. So he telling him, come and stay by me, man. So he brought him into his house and gave provender unto the asses, and they washed their feet, and they did eat and drink. So even though they had what they want, he still give them and say, yeah, man, free up yourself. Now, as they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, beset the house round about, and beat at the door, and spake to the master of the house, the old man, saying, Bring forth the man that came into thine house, that we may know him. And the man, the master of the house, that's the old man, went out unto them and said unto them, Nay, my brethren, nay, I pray you, do not so wickedly, seeing that this man is come into mine house. Do not this folly. Here we call that folly. Behold, here is my daughter. That's a joke, kids. What's wrong with them, man? Was there some sort of sickness? Anyway, take your time, please. Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden, and his concubine. Joke is this, but I did it easy. Them will I bring out now, and humble ye them, and do with them what seemeth good unto you. But unto the man, do not so vile a thing. I guess his servant get away too, and the asses. But the men would not hearken to him. So the man took his concubine and brought her forth unto them. So now, the same Levite from Mount Ephraim, not the old man, the Levite now. So, well, listen, they're not listening to the old man, because the old man said, he have a daughter, and this fella that checked me last night, he here with his woman. Now we can give you both of them, and you can humble them, do what you want with them, and leave the fella alone. And they're not taking that. They not want that. That's what the story says. So what happens now? He returns inside, and the man himself, the guest, takes his concubine and brings her out now to them. Listen, listen. But the men would not hearken unto him. So the man took his concubine and brought her forth unto them, and they knew her. And they knew her and abused her all night until the morning. And when the day began to spring, they let her go. Remember, the first man was giving them two, They were getting the concubine and the maiden. They didn't want that. He go back in, and the next fella come out with the concubine. I don't get the impression he come out with the maiden, and give her to them, and they take that. Okay. I mean, freaky people think freaky ways, don't you think? Because it said, but the men would not hearken unto him. So the man took his concubine and brought her unto them. And they knew her and abused her, obviously, all night until the morning. Sounds like a song all night until the morning. And when the day began to spring, they let her go. And then came the woman in the dawning of the day and fell down at the door of the man's house where her Lord was, till it was light. And her Lord rose up in the morning and opened the doors of the house. All of a sudden, he's her Lord now. They never referred to him as her Lord before she get raped. And opened the doors of the house and went out to go his way. And behold, the woman, his concubine, was fallen down at the door of the house, and her hands were upon the threshold. Poetry. And he said unto her, Up, and let us be going. But none answered. Then the man took her up upon an ass, and the man rose up and got him into his place. And when he was come into the house, he took a knife and laid hold on his concubine and divided her together with her bones into 12 pieces and sent her into all the coasts of Israel. And it was so that all that saw it said, there was no such deed done nor seen from the day the children of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt unto this day. Consider of it, take advice, and speak your minds. I think that should be it there as it relates to that. All right, so what I highlight in here, that's some sick stuff. Any which way you look at it, let's just begin there. Don't get too dogmatic now. When it's don't get too dogmatic, you can't tell me that ain't some sick stuff. In any angle, from any which angle you look at that from, that is some sick stuff. Everybody there sick. Everybody there sick. And the beginning of the story, they start the story by telling you that the woman is a whore. We don't know exactly what she did, because if she's a whore, her Lord is the pimp. Yeah, man, that's some nasty, nasty stuff. Now, that's similar to the story in Genesis. Genesis 19, Judges 19. First chapter, 7th chapter. Both of them 19. The angels come. They said they're going to lodge in the street. When the Lord, or her Lord, and his servant, and when they came, they were lodging in the street. Remember the man that took the Lord and his servant in was a man that was sojourning in that place. This is what they said about Lot. Who is he? He sojourned. You know what I mean? He just came here from somewhere else and want to tell us what to do. Very, very, very similar vibration. Extremely similar vibration. You have fellas now coming, pressing at the door, wanting the man. Is the man they want, you know. I'm talking about in Judges. It's the man they want. They didn't come for no daughters. It's the man they want. In Sodom and Gomorrah, or in Sodom, it's the angels they wanted, which were described as being men, according to the text. And in both cases, the keeper of the house offered the mob 2 women. In both cases, they offered the mob 2 women. What's interesting in Judges is that they could have get 2 for the price of 1, but they end up with 1. I guess the buy one, get one free sale was over. I don't know. They waited too long. They could have had twice as much fun